Hello. Alright, finally my mic is working. There we go. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Nice to see you all here. Kron is the bad name, Abdullah, Hayden. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. So I'm gonna be building a chat application. I don't know how long this will take, but it doesn't really matter because I have a lot of time tonight. And I spent about like 30 to 40 minutes designing a wireframe. And this is what it currently looks like. So it's just a really simple wireframe. You have a register login component, and you'll have a conversation page. We'll build everything using React, and yeah, so that'll pretty much be most of it for the front end, and then we'll go over to the back end, which we'll be using NestJS. Would you recommend learn old Redux or Redux Toolkit? Redux Toolkit is, well, I mean, you should definitely learn both, and the reason why I say that is because if you're working for a company, if you're working on an old project, a lot of times they will likely be using the older versions of Redux, right? React Redux, and they won't be using Redux Toolkit. And so I think that it's worth learning both because you'll be seeing them all the time and you'll be able to understand the whole purpose of those two patterns. So I think it's worth it. Yo, what's up? Lyrosphere and Yadibolt, welcome to the stream. So yeah, so I think what we'll do first is I will go ahead. I've already set up the routing for this project already, so I think this routing should be fine. I am not really too much a fan of React Router version 6. I haven't really worked much with version 6 of React Router, so there will be lots of experimentation with that. But I'm going to go ahead and actually write a commit message, so that way we don't forget. And I will also open source this so everyone will be able to see the code, which I will probably put that later when I'm done streaming. Have I ever used Drupal? No, I have not. Okay, so one thing that I do want to do is install styled components in our project. So let's see. I wonder if styled components has changed much since the last 6 months. Seems like it has not, which is good. So let's do yarn add styled components. All right, take it easy, Lyrosphere. Will we be using Redux? Most likely. I've never used Redux before. Well, I mean, I have used it, but we most likely will be integrating Redux in here. So don't worry. Okay, we're done installing styled components. So let's go ahead and set up our project structure. So I'll go ahead and create a new folder, and I'll call this pages, and create a folder called components. I think this should be fine. So what I'll do is, for our first page, we'll just call this, do I want to call it a landing page or sign up or auth? I guess we'll call it authentication page. Authentication page.tsx. And so I'm going to go ahead and set the element to that. Redux is so confusing. Yeah, it can be a little bit complex to understand. There is definitely a high learning curve to Redux. I will 100% agree with that. Okay. So we have the auth page. So we'll go ahead and build out the register and login components. So what I'll do is this. I'll create two components. Register. Let me go ahead and do this. Forms. Let's see. Register form.tsx. Using any third party for messaging? No. Probably not. Building everything from scratch. So for the form component, I will be using, for form validation, I will be using React Hook library, or React Hook form is what the component is called. So let me show you that real quick. So we'll be using this right over here. So React Hook form, React router, and style components are going to be the dependencies that we will primarily be using to power our application for the front end. So I guess what I'll do is this. So let's do this. Create a folder called styles. And how do I want to structure my styles? Do I want to do everything in forms, or let me do this. Bro is building Discord. Maybe we'll build a better version of Discord. All right, so I will go ahead and render the register form component right now so I can see what it looks like. And I'm gonna go into the authentication page, and we have our text box. Good, so that's good. So we want to achieve this look. So basically, the way that this will work is we will have a component called input container. That input container is going to allow us to have a label as well as the input field. So what we'll do is this: we'll create a component, a styled component called input container styled, and we'll make this a div. And we'll also have another styled component called input label. And so inside the input container, what we'll do is let's do this input container. Okay, now I don't even think that we really necessarily need an input field, to be honest with you. But we'll add one just in case. But here's what is going to happen is, let's first set the color of the container to be this color. So I'm just going to select this and select this color over here. And we'll go into code. I actually also do want to, I might also set up themes. I should set up a theme as well, instead of just hard coding the colors. But let's do this. Export const dark. Something like this. I really should set up a variable, but I haven't done themes for a while. Let me actually check. I have not used themes with style components for a very long time. Theme provider, theme. Let's see. Huh. All right. Well, I'm not going to worry about that for now. I will just go ahead and worry about that later. So we'll just have only one color. Okay, so let's look at our input container. Let's see, can you see anything? Probably not. There you go, you can see it now. Might need to tweak the colors just a little bit because for some reason my Figma colors always look different when I actually put it into React, which is really strange if you ask me. But I don't know why, but it's really weird. But we will tweak the colors. So what I'll do is this. Let's see. I also forgot, so we're going to actually do this. We're going to use a combination of styled components and CSS modules. So index.module.scss. I think I'll also need to install Sass as well. But let me show you how this will work. So with 800 pixels. And then we'll import styles from index.module.scss. And then we can go ahead and do styles.form. Oh wait, did I do it wrong? Oh wait, it's supposed to be class name. And I think it's going to complain because cannot find module Sass. So I will need to install Sass. So let's do that real quick. Yarn add Sass. And that should automatically restart my app. And then we should be good. Might need to actually manually restart, but that's fine. I'll do that right now. Okay, there we go. So it's hard to see, but you can see that right over here. Now the input container has a fixed width because its parent, which is the form, has a fixed width. So I mean the width of the container itself is 100%. So because form is 800 pixels, container will just be 800 pixels, 100% of its parent. So let's go ahead and set up styles for our label. So like I said, our container is going to have an input label and the input field. So let's import label as well. And for the label, let me see. Let's do this email. So we have the label over here, which is good. Okay. And we also want the field. So let's style the field a little bit. The background, I will go ahead and set the background to inherit. So this will inherit the parent's background color. We're going to remove this outline right over here. Let me do something real quick. Okay. So yeah, we will need to remove the outline. So what I'll do is outline none. And then I think border as well. Yeah, there we go. So we can still type. And let me also set the color to white. So now you can see what I'm typing. And I'll also set the font family to our Google font, which is called Inter. Okay. The next thing that we'll need to do is ensure that label is on top. But I think what I want to do is this. Let's see. Can you make a label display block? I wonder if you can actually make a label display block. I'm not sure if that's even recommended, or if there will be any issues with doing that. Because I could just very easily just do display block with this, and that'll move the email. That'll move the input on the next line. Which, I mean, that works, but you know, I don't know if that's if that should be something that you should do. But we'll leave it like that for now. So what I'll do for the label, we want to make sure it has this color over here. So this is a little grayish color, so I'll just copy that. Set the color to 8F, 8F, 8F. And from the looks of it, the label text will be slightly smaller. The font size over here is 14. So let's set that. So font size 14 pixels. 14 pixels, here we go. And then the text size is going to be a lot bigger. which is 18 pixels. So we'll go into input field and set the font size to 18 pixels like that. Okay, so that looks pretty good for now. Cool. So let's add some padding. And one more thing that I also need to make sure I add is this. So for the input field, if I were to show you this right now, let's set the background color. Let me actually do this. Let me remove this. And let me set the width of this to 100%. So you should be able to see that right over here. It's hard to see, but you can see that the input is outside of the container component a little bit, and the reason why is because of I think it's because of the margin. So we'll set the box sizing to border box, and that'll fix that. So now you can see that it's inside the container, and the reason why that happens is because the width of the input field is adding the margin. I think it's the padding. I think it adds the padding as well, so that's why it moves out. But if you use the border, if you use box sizing border box, the padding will be included in the width. Luke Pryor, I'm doing good. How about you? Okay, so now that you can see that the width is perfect, okay, we can now add padding safely. So I think what I'll do is I'll add padding for the input container. Let's try, I guess top and bottom. Let's try 12 pixels, left and right 16. So 12 pixels, 16 pixels. And let's see how it looks like. Yeah, so my input field does have padding. You can tell because the first letter is slightly shifted to the right. So let me set the padding to 0. And now you can see that it is aligned with the input field. So that's good. Okay, that's perfect. So I think this should be okay. And I also will add, I guess, padding. I'll also add individual padding, or not padding, margin for the label and for the input field. So watch this. Let's do this. Let's do margin 4 pixels top and bottom. And then for the input field, we'll do margin 4 pixels top and bottom as well. I don't really like the size of the label, to be honest, though it looks quite big, but let's change it to 12 maybe. And maybe we can set the font weight to bold. Yeah, no, that's not good. We'll leave it like that for now. Okay, and then the last thing for the input container is we need to add a border radius of 10. So let's do that. Border radius 10 pixels. Well, that's good to hear, Luke, that you're doing well, and thanks for stopping by on the stream. Okay, I think this looks pretty good, although, again, I'm not really much of a fan of the font size, but we can fix that later. But if I were to click on the label, okay, you see the problem now? When I click on the label, it actually doesn't even focus on the field, so I don't think we can actually set display to block. Hold on. Because when you click on the label, it should focus on the input field, but I don't know why it's not. Huh, interesting. Whatever. I'm not sure what's going on with my React. It's not reloading for some reason. Oh, yeah, you're right. I forgot. Wow. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I completely forgot. Give me a sec. Yeah, I haven't done this for a while, so thanks for reminding me. I completely forgot about that. Okay. let's see, for what the hell's going on over here? Wait, what? Input label 4 and then the ID. Oh wait, HTML4. There we go. All right, there we go. Perfect. Now, when I click on it, it focuses. Thanks, ArtX121Skirlo4. Hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, perfect. So we have our email, and then let's go ahead and set it up for first name, last name, and password. So let's do this. So I will go ahead and set up I guess I'll use section. And inside the section, we will go ahead and put in 2 input containers. This section will have we will use a flexbox, so that way both of those elements will be on the same line. So what I'll do is I'll go inside my index.module.scss, and then we'll just set up name field. And then what I will do is I'll set display to flex, and let's do class name equals styles.name field. I'm gonna call this name field row. So now you can see that they're both aligned, and I think for justify content, space between. What does NestJS do? NestJS is a web framework, or specifically for backend. Specifically for backend. Okay, so I have input container width of 100. Let's set this to 100% as well. I'm not sure why. Is it okay to focus more into backend and DevOps? Yeah, that's totally fine. There's plenty of people who do that. There's plenty of people who do that, and that's totally fine. First name. Last name. Okay. Perfect. I do want some spacing though, so let me do this. What about you? Are you more into front or back? I actually like front end a lot, to be honest with you. But I would say that in terms of which one I'm better at, I would say, I'd say maybe I'm better at backend, to be honest. I mean, most of my videos on my channel are all mostly backend, as you can tell. I don't really have as much videos for front end compared to back end. So I would say I'm better at back end. So what I want to do here is I do want some margin between these two. So let's see. Actually, you know, let me do this. This is actually not. I'm not gonna do it this way. I'm gonna do it this way. I'm going to do this. I think I'll do it like this. Let's see. Yes, you have the best NestJS course ever on YouTube. Thanks, I appreciate that, and I'm glad you enjoy that. Just do gap in the name field row. Oh yeah, you know, I completely forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me. 8 pixels is what I'll need. There we go. All right, perfect. Thank you for reminding me. And then I'll do margin 8 pixels top and bottom 0. Perfect. And then we will need a password field. So we will just go ahead and copy and paste this. Perfect. Will you use Redis for caching? I haven't really thought that far yet. I'm only really working on the basics right now. But yeah, that's more of like a question that you would consider when you start to scale. But you know, yeah, it's not a bad idea to use Redis in an application like this. Let's build the button. If I were to take care of caching, well, actually, with NestJS, Nest actually has a built-in caching mechanism. Lassie, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well. Why is it important? Why only NestJS? I'm not sure what you mean by why only NestJS. We only really need one backend. For now, at least. What keyboard? I actually have the Discord keyboard. The one from the charity event. That took like 6 months to manufacture and ship. And the keys are, I think they're GAT red keys, I think. They're definitely red keys. But yeah, they're GAT red keys. I don't think they're Cherry MX keys. What VSC theme do you use? Pale Night is what it's called. Pale Night. Did I set a border radius for input container? I did. Okay, good. Alright, so let's go ahead and configure the height not height, what am I doing? Padding. Let's do 18 pixels. You know, I really don't like the border radius. I think we'll need to do this. Let me change the font size to 16 pixels. And let me change the padding to maybe a little bit more. Let's try 24 pixels maybe. Or maybe 20 pixels. 0. Try Bui. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Watching someone write CSS after using Tailwind is painfully slow. Alright, I'm gonna set a margin for this real quick. I'm not gonna bother setting up dynamic button styles right now. I'll do that later. Although I think I do have margin here. Let me try this. Any reason you prefer pixels over rem? There's no specific reason from me. Other than that's just what I'm used to. I used to write good CSS, and I just got into the habit of JS and Node.js and almost forgot CSS. I still better like to use CSS. Yeah, I personally prefer writing my own CSS. I mean, Tailwind is a good library for utilities, but I personally prefer writing my CSS from scratch. SCSS is just a superset of CSS, so it provides you with a bunch of additional features that you can do, such as nesting. That's one of the main things that I like about SCSS. But there's a lot of other things that you could do with SCSS that you normally would not be able to do with CSS. And SCSS basically just compiles into CSS anyways, or it usually uses like a preprocessor. So, Kamo Shawcraft, welcome to the stream. All right, so we have our button. All right, I'm still not happy with the size of the button, or not the size, the font. Let me change it to 14 pixels, and the padding I'll do. If I do 32, no, that's too big. Let's try 25. Yeah, I think 25 is okay. 25, and then we'll do font size of 15 or 16. Yeah, that's fine. I'm coding with you, just that I am writing different CSS like it's my design, just your logic, because I'm still learning. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, I think this is fine. The last thing that we will do is for the authentication page, we will go ahead and do this. I want to move this into the center, and I'll show you how we can do that. Let's see. I'm gonna go into here. Rem is good for accessibility, user setting, browser font size. Yeah, I've heard about that. But I've always just resorted to pixels in the end. But yeah, I'm not against rem or em. It's just I've just been used to pixels for like my whole life whenever I was building out HTML pages. So it's just like a habit that I resort to, whether good or bad. But anyways, export const. I'll create a style component for every page, like this. And that way, what I can do is this. Display flex, justify content, center. Run weights. Yeah, I had a feeling for some reason this is not spanning. That's fine. I know what to do to fix this. There we go. That fixes it. Let's see. Let me do that real quick. All right, so now I can go back here and fix this. So now this should justify center. Wait, it's align items. There we go, perfect. All right, there we go. Cool. I think what I'll do though is I'll actually create 2 pages. I'll just call this the register page. And then I'll create another file called login page. So before I do anything else, I'll commit everything real quick. I don't normally write my commit messages like that, but I'll just do it like that for now. Yavisek, welcome to the stream. How are you? Let's see what's going on over here. I'm doing good, thank you. What is your theme, Pale Knight? So I'm going to change this route to register. You can make the text for the button bold. Would that look nice? We shall find out. $500 seems okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to also do a couple other stuff. I want to do. So when I hover over it, I want there to be a cursor. There we go. And I will also change the color to a lighter purple color. Wait, whoops, background color. And I'll also set up a transition. Transition. Let's do 500 milliseconds. Color ease. Did I do that right? It's been a while since I've. Oh wait, it's background. I keep forgetting it's background color. Though I think 500 is too slow. I think maybe 250 pixels might be better. And we'll change it to a lighter color. I think that's too purple or too lighter. I want it to be lighter, but not too light. There we go. Cool. And then what we'll need to do, of course, is when we click on it. So if I remember correctly, it's hover, active, and when you click on it, I think it's active. So when it's active, it should change color, but it's not. For some reason, it's not active selector. It's definitely not focus. Let me try this. Let me also do this. When we focus on it, I also want. Yeah, I don't know why my CSS is not changing, which is really annoying, but it's fine. I have to manually refresh, but it's okay. Yeah, you can see like my, oh, you know what it is? It's because of the stupid prevent default. I know why. There we go. I think maybe the focus color should be the same as hover, in my opinion. Antisocial, welcome to the stream. I wonder how many of you are new and how many of you are... I know the ones that are reoccurring, because I recognize names, but I wonder how many of you are new. Okay, cool. I am new. Okay, welcome, Predzi. First time as well. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Major Amaria, man, of course I recognize you. Yeah, you've been watching my videos for like, what, 2-3 years now? Of course I recognize you. Why styled components? Well, I think Tailwind is actually... I don't really think you can compare Tailwind to styled components. Because Tailwind is more for utilities, like setting up, like, you know, sizes, like padding, margins, stuff like that, widths. Styled components is more about full control of how you want to style your components. Like, how do you want to set up the, you know, the color, the background color, the width, height, padding. You know, like, you just have more full control. I feel like Tailwind is just better for utilities. I am so for well. This is the first time I'm watching you. Awesome. Try adding a line transfer input boxes. I saw most UIs with that's line transfer, but I think I know what you're talking about. But I'll worry about that later. Okay. Are you in the US? Yes. Hello, I really like your Discord tutorials. Thanks for making them. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm not gonna focus so much on this button right now because it's gonna take too much time. But what is important for me is I need to do one of two things. I'll go into this register form and let's just do an on submit. Let's see. Excuse me. Can we use Tailwind and styled components together? I think you can. I've never used Tailwind before, but I'm pretty sure you should be able to. Okay. Let's see. I'll worry about this button, this little text over here later. So let's do this for the login page. What software did you use for the design login? I use Figma to design all of my wireframes. Figma, F-I-G-M-A, Figma. All right, let's set up the login page, which is just going to contain a login form. So well, have you ever built a game? If you're asking me, I've never personally built a game, but I have attempted but failed miserably. I've tried using Phaser, but I didn't really succeed too much with that. Maybe someday I will try again. Eight pixels. Okay, perfect. Yep, this should be fine. Okay, my main point, do you have a Next course? I have a NestJS course, yes. I have about like maybe 10 or I think I have like 14 episodes on my channel. So you can go ahead and check it out if you'd like. Okay, cool. So we have our login and register form. I am not going to worry about the button too much. Okay, so let's do this real quick. Let's go into register form. Down here, I'll do a simple div. What do you think about Next? I think Next.js is amazing, in my opinion. You know, Angular, I have not used Angular for probably 2 years now, but I do know it, though, because I have built my first few projects that I built were all done in Angular, and I was not good at React. And now it's kind of the opposite. Like, my React is a lot better than my Angular now. But I think Angular is a great tool. Let's see. There should actually be a link. Let's see. I don't really like this purple, so I'll go ahead and change this back to white. Oh, actually, maybe not white, but maybe like a grayish color. Something like that. Or maybe we'll do like a purple color, maybe. Nah, that's really ugly. Nah, definitely not. I guess we'll leave it like this for now. I am looking to create a big multi-vendor e-com like Amazon. Should I create using TS or JS? I would never ever recommend anyone to build a project with JavaScript if they are willing to learn TypeScript. Learning TypeScript has plenty of benefits in the long run, and it's just, you're gonna thank yourself for using TypeScript. JavaScript is just I don't know how to describe it, but like JavaScript just has so many, you have like too much freedom with JavaScript, and there's a lot of things that go unchecked that could just cause so many issues and just gives you a headache. TypeScript also gives you a headache too, but when you learn how TypeScript works and you learn how to properly type annotate things, you've pretty much figured out the hardest part of TypeScript, in my opinion. I think the hardest part of TypeScript is really just knowing which parameter is what type. For example, like some people might struggle with not knowing like what the correct data type is for events, because in JavaScript, you know, you don't really think much about data types, right? In TypeScript, it would actually argue if you don't type annotate your stuff. But if you know what the data type is, then you pretty much don't have to worry about that. Got it, thanks. So next step, learning TypeScript. Yeah, I have a video on my channel if you want to check it out. It's like a crash course on all of the fundamentals of TypeScript. But yeah, TypeScript is honestly what I think everyone should learn first. I think you should definitely learn TypeScript first, then JavaScript. I mean, you don't even need to learn JavaScript if you know TypeScript, to be honest. Like, they're pretty much the same thing. It's just TypeScript has more features that JavaScript does not have. And, you know, I don't know, I like TypeScript a lot. The thing that I like the most about TypeScript is how It has actual object-oriented programming features, in my opinion, and I think it's great. I want to change to footer text, actually. How would you approach creating a big e-com which we can scale in any direction we want with like industry standard React, Node, Express, NestJS? I mean, depends on what it is that you want to scale. If it's the backend, sharding is an option, or I should specifically say using load balancers so you can horizontally scale. That's an option. I would say that's the very first step. Using stuff like Redis is also another option. Caching is a huge thing to do, of course, because if you don't cache, if you have lots of data that you know is not going to change over time, you should cache it, obviously. If you don't, then you're kind of trolling, if I'm being honest. So, for example, if you have products that you know that aren't going to be updated, you can cache them for like 5, 10, 20 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes. And then you can go ahead and load that to the user. Using a framework like NestJS, Nest has so much stuff that it does for you. So you don't need to worry about installing modules to set it up manually, All right, so I'm done with the login form. Let me just make sure everything is good. Yep, perfect. All right, let me write a commit message. And we're good. Golang or Node as a backend? I have never used Golang, so I can't really give you an opinion on that, to be honest with you. I have heard stories about how people have switched to Golang, and it's so much faster than Node. So hopefully that gives you some insight. I've always heard good things about Golang anyways. I've never really heard anything bad about Golang. So hopefully that gives you some insight. Okay. Next thing we'll do is we'll set up React hook form. So let's see. Thoughts on bun? I don't know what that is. What do you recommend for a database? MySQL. I really like Nest, but when it comes to finding a job, I'm a bit worried about finding a job with Nest. So what do you think about? I think Nest is becoming more and more popular, in my honest opinion. And the reason why I say that is because I've been seeing the growth of Nest since 2 years ago. And when I was applying for jobs, I've never seen anything related to Nest, but I've seen lots of companies start acknowledging Nest. I will say though, most enterprise companies will tend to use Spring, and for smaller projects, they will use something like Express or Django. But Nest, honestly, I think is going to be very popular for, I would say, give it 5 more years. Nest will be everywhere. I would say that most startups that will be created will definitely yield towards Nest, and that will help boost its popularity. But I think that Nest will only continue to grow. Not a Postgres fan. I have never really used Postgres before. The only time I have used that database was for a Django project, but even then, I didn't really do much with it. But I've always been a fan of SQL, so whether it's Postgres, whether it's Microsoft Access, whether it's Oracle, it doesn't really matter. I am just generally a huge fan of SQL databases. Um, Hi, hey Anson, would you recommend Next instead of React? So the main thing is that if you have a lot of client side logic, you want to definitely consider client side JavaScript. But if you don't have much complicated stuff with the client side, I would say Next is one of the main reasons why you should consider it. I think Next is a great framework, to be honest with you. But I think one of the main limitations are working with really complex UI and all that kind of stuff. So I tend to prefer React for that. Bun claims to perform faster than Node or Deno, very fast with handling requests. Bun is totally JavaScript based and comparable with Golang. You know, I have heard of it, but I didn't really look too much into it. But I'll definitely look more into it now that you mentioned that. It's Glitched Gaming. Welcome to the stream. Hey Anson, how's it going? Techno. I'm doing good. How about you? TSX, what does it stand for? It stands for TypeScript XML. It's basically the TypeScript version of JSX. Is Spring Boot easy to follow from someone coming from JavaScript? I would say Spring Boot is well, I mean, first of all, you need to know Java, right? JavaScript is a different language. So learn Java first. Spring itself is, I would say Spring is kind of like a complex framework. I now would say that mostly because the documentation on Spring is very weird, in my opinion. It's not like as handheldy as most tutorials that you would find in the Node.js ecosystem. That's my opinion. I've personally used Spring before, and when it came to the more complex, when it came to more complicated topics like Spring security, I found it really, really difficult. But I managed to pull through with understanding it. But I would say, you know, it just depends on the person. It depends on how you learn. But I think that it's not the end of the world learning Spring. I only do C++ and C at the moment, but I'm quite interested in app development and web and such. You know, C++ and C, systems programming, I think those are, I think they're actually a lot of fun working at the lower level. Just wonder, do you watch soccer? I don't watch sports. The only sports that I watch are combat sports like UFC and boxing. But no, I don't really watch soccer. Sorry. Thanks for your answer. It's complicated with all frameworks today, such as Nest, Next, View. Yeah, there is so many frameworks named after, like named similar to like Nest, Next, Nuxt, etc. All right, I'm gonna continue with the app, and then I'll answer some. I'll pay more attention to the chat in a bit. But what I want to do is I want to set up React hook form real quick for my two forms. So let's do register form. So what we want to do is we want to use the use hook, not fook. Excuse me. Use hook. The use form hook. Give me 1 second. Let me move my let me move Streamlabs to my other monitor so it's easier for me to see the chat. Because I'm looking at it on the right hand side of my monitor and it's hard to see it. So I'm going to move it on the left hand side so it's easier for me to read the chat. C++ is really great, but maybe not for web development. Yeah, C++ is mostly good for games, desktop apps, building compilers, building system software, things like that. Are you going to make the chat room chat app where individual people can chat with each other? You know, we'll go along with it as we figure it out. But essentially, this is what the chat UI is going to look like. But I'm just gonna set up form validation right now, just so that we don't have to worry about it later. Let me move my Figma to the other screen, so that way I can have like my screen set up much easier. All right, so we need the register. We also need handle submit and form state. And what we want to do is for each input field, we want to go ahead and call register. So register. And then the name of this is just going to be email. And then you want to also set up required. Let's see, what else? Yeah, I think that's it. We'll do the same thing for first name. What theme are you using? I am using Pale Night theme. I might actually create an array and set this up. I'm not sure. I don't want to think too much. And also, I'm doing it for the wrong one. Why did I do it for a label? It's supposed to be for input field. Sorry, Anson, I'm hijacking your chat. No, you're absolutely fine. I don't mind at all. It's good that it's good that there's people that are chatting and it's making the chat more active, which is great. And last but not least, we'll set one up for password. I'm not going to worry so much about this right now. I'll just set this up. So basically now, go to register form. Handle submit. Watch this. On valid, we'll pass in on submit. So basically, if what's going on over here? Wait. Oh, whoops. Here we go. Wait a minute. How do I do this again? I forgot. Let me check. So I call on submits. Oh, wait. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, I forgot. The handle submit function takes care of it for us. So we can just do on submit. And then this function will take in email. It'll take in an object with email, first name, last name, password as properties. Are you using sockets? Yes, I am going to be using WebSocket. And Sia Predzi, thanks for stopping by. Can you use Next with Nest? Yes, you can. And yes, I would recommend it if you're building a large application. People think that just because you're using Next means that you completely get rid of the backend. That is not necessarily true, because NestJS, although it is server-side and it runs on the server, that doesn't mean that it's going to entirely replace a whole backend infrastructure. Next is great for, in my opinion, if you're building a Next application where you don't really have a complicated backend system, such as you have to take care of scheduling jobs, performing lots of reads and writes with the database, authentication, calling a bunch of external APIs. I think it's better to separate that into a different API. And I say that because it'll make scaling a lot more easier and you'll think yourself in the long run. Yes, you could get away with it, but in the end, you'll always yield towards wanting to figure out how you can scale it. And I just personally think that having a backend combined with a frontend is never really a good idea. But it is good for a small app, like if you're building a blog, if you're building, like again, small apps basically. Wiki, welcome to the stream. For the database rem, I'm using MySQL. I'm going to type annotate this as any for now, just because I want to show you how this library works, because it's a really amazing library, and I want to showcase how this works. So I'm going to restart everything real quick, because right now I have to manually refresh everything, which is really annoying. So I'm going to manually restart everything. So if I click on create my account, you'll see that email, first name, last name. I think password we did not configure. Did I do it correctly? Oh, whoops. There we go. So watch this. So you'll see that errors is being logged, and you'll see that it'll tell you email is required, first name is required, last name is required, password is required. If I type a value for email, now only password will have the now only password will be in the error object. And now there are no errors. Good. Is it possible to integrate Laravel with Next? Well, I mean, I think isn't Laravel just a backend framework? So yes, Next would just basically call the Laravel API using HTTP protocol. So I think what we'll do is we will need to type annotate. Well, not type annotate, but we will need to. I think what I'll do is I want to go ahead and quickly set up the error message somewhere. So I think what I'll do is this. Let me also do this. Let's see. So I'll explain what I'm going to do in just a second. But basically what I want to do is I want to make it so that if there in fact are errors, we want to display, I guess, like a red border around the field, which is typically good. But I'll do this later. I'm not going to worry about that right now. So what I'll do is I'll just leave it like this for now. We already validated to make sure that the user must provide the correct values. So we'll just leave it like that for now, and then we'll fix it up a little bit later on. So I'm going to go ahead and just do the same thing for the login form, and then we can move on. Could you show the number of re-renders happening right now? I'm not sure what you mean, but thoughts on Tailwind? I think it is good, but I personally have never used it before. But I do know that it's good for utilities and a lot of other stuff when you're building applications with CSS. So I think it's good. I don't have anything against it, but I just personally like using styled components. That's just me. Okay. So we'll revisit the login form later, but now all we need to know is that we have validation for our form, but we will fix it up so that it's more specific later on. So let me just write this commit message. All right, so we're done with that. So now let's go ahead and actually start building out our conversation page, which is going to be probably the most complex and the most fun thing that we'll do in the stream. So we're going to build out this whole thing right over here. So I'll move this to the other screen, and I'll bring it back as I'll bring it back later on when we need to reference it. But that's basically what this conversations page will look like right over here. So what I'll do is this conversations page.tsx. Export conversations page. And here's what I'll do. Let's see. Return div. Looks a little bit Discord, really? You think so? I think this part, yes, this part I definitely did reference Discord a little bit. I think this part over here looks like Discord. The side is a lot more different, but yeah. We'll probably not do it exactly like it if I can think of a better idea. But we'll just use that as our base for now. I'm not really concerned too much about the looks. I'm just more concerned about the UI logic. Because I think we will be setting up Redux in about an hour or so, depending on how far we get. But anyways, so let's go ahead and set this up. So let's look at this real quick. So the conversation page is going to need a header, which is going to be this top, I think we'll call this an app bar. And then it'll need this sidebar. So let's see, how do I want to do this? Let's see. Let me change this to conversation page and not conversations page. Which screen grabber? Are you talking about my screen recorder? I know basic React and Node are, so after TS, which should I learn next? I mean, if you know React and Node, I would recommend you build a simple, I would say the first thing that you should do is build a, I would say if you know Express or Fastify, try using that with TypeScript. And then you can get into React. I would say like with React with TypeScript, it's not entirely different, but it might throw you off a little bit. But the whole purpose is to get used to using types, right? Because the hardest part about TypeScript really is just understanding the whole data type stuff, right? That's what my opinion is on that. I want to ask how to update my npm package. All you do is you rebuild your npm package, you push it to the npm API with a new version, and then people can download the latest one. Yes, your screen recorder. I use OBS to record, and I use Streamlabs to stream. What time is it? It's 2 a.m. right now. Express and Fastify are two different backend frameworks. Hey Anson, I was working on the DC OAuth system, the MERN stack one on your channel, and right now I am facing an issue. What shall I do? I'm not sure what your issue is, but I would recommend you go on my Discord server and ask your question in one of the channels, and someone will definitely help you out. Nice thing I like about my Discord server is that a lot of people are voluntarily helping, which makes me really happy. And sometimes if I have time, I'll check out the problems and I'll respond. Has anyone ever read Under the Hood React.js? Is that a book? I've never heard of that, but it seems really interesting in my opinion. Is a proxy necessary? Depends on what you need the proxy for. Depends on what you're trying to do. The question shouldn't be is it necessary. The question should be what is it that you want to do. Right? That's the question that should be answered. Yeah, so I'll need to fix this page thing real quick. So here's what I'll do. The Discord link is not working. It should work. It should work. The link in the description will take you to my Discord server. It should work. I don't think there should be any problems with it. How do you live without Vim? I only ever use Vim whenever I am on my Ubuntu server and I need to, you know, edit some files and stuff. Otherwise, I just use Visual Studio. Can someone confirm if the Discord is working? Because if it's not, I will just generate a new code. That is not a problem. It is working? Okay. Awesome. What icon pack are you using? I honestly don't know. I think it's Material Icons, I think. But there's only 2 popular icon packs, and I use one of them. So if you just search up icons in Visual Studio Code, you'll find it. Let's see. So what I want to do here is I've done a lot of Java. OOP is not easy to understand. You really have to put effort into learning it. I agree. Okay, so this will change our UI a lot, so I'll show you. So let's go back to the register page, and let's just pass in some props. There we go. So now our conversations page will look like this. Perfect. Is CodeRing and Anson's Discord both yours? Yes, they are both my Discord, but CodeRing, that server is old, so I would recommend joining the new Discord server, because that is the one that I mean, I still look at both, but the new Discord server is the one that I'm putting more time and effort into. Hey, Gene, I don't mind, man. You can talk about whatever you want. That's absolutely fine with me. I'm just happy that the chat is active, so I have no complaints at all. You don't have to apologize to me. Alright, so let's build out this sidebar. So it'll look something like this. Okay. So how do I want to do this? Let's see. Well, let's go ahead and build out export const conversation sidebar style. Discord link is not working, really? That's really weird. Alright, click on this one then. Try that. And let me know if that works. I just joined the server using the link in the disk. Yeah, I think maybe for some people it's not working and some people it is, so it's maybe some people are having that issue. Okay, anyways, so let's build this out. So first we'll set the, I think we have a different background color, so let me just change that. Background color. Let's go here. Let's set the height to 100%. For some reason the color, I think the color might be blending in. Let me just double check. Let's see. Oh wait, why is the color of this the same? Oh yeah, they are the same. Wait. Yeah, I forgot they are the same color. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll leave it alone, but if I were to change this color, you'll see that now. Let's see what's going on. Oh wait, what am I doing? I forgot to actually use the styled component. I'm being silly. Okay, perfect. All right, so now I'm gonna just set this to a different color temporarily, just so I can at least see the color. We'll set the width of this to, let's do maybe 350 pixels. I think 350 is fine. What do you guys think? I think 350 is fine. Okay, so we have 350, and I think we might need to set this to be position absolute. And then what we'll do is we'll set top to 0, left to 0. Okay. And let me set the header. Conversations. And then we'll add an icon up top there, don't worry. So I think this should be fine for now. We'll have to actually see how this behaves with the component over here. That's my main concern. But let's see this. So okay. Yeah. Okay. So here's what I think is next. So this is gonna be the complicated part with our pages. Let me see. I'll call this component conversation channel page, so that will represent a single channel on our chat. But I am interested to see how this will behave with the conversation page. So watch this. Okay, yeah, I think this is going to be fine actually, because now, if I go here, here's what I'll do. Let's see. What's going on with my thing? Why is it lagging? Not sure why my thing is stuck on reloading. Console doesn't want to open up either. I think my thing froze. I'm not sure what's going on. It won't. It doesn't want to reload. I guess I'll just restart. I'll have to restart. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what the hell is going on with that. Okay. Perfect. So, all right. Yeah, this is perfect. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. All right. So you can see that right over here. We have the channel page. So now we have our sidebar, and then we have the actual channel. So so let's say for example, the user is on the base page. We'll go ahead and display something here. I'll show you how that works. Let me see. Let me find the docs real quick for React Router. I need to get the search params. I think it's use params, not use search params. Okay, perfect. So now, I guess the thing that's complicated is this, like, on the conversation channel page, I would like to display something here if use params is not there, but because right now nothing is displayed over here, and I do want to display something like, you know, if, but that's the thing that I don't like about React Router, the new React routers, because it makes it a lot more complicated to figure out. But let me see if I can find something on the docs real quick. Outlet, let's see. I mean, what I could do actually is this. I have an idea. Conversation. Bro, how can we integrate audio, video, and screen sharing in this? I mean, that's a question that I can't really answer. Well, I mean, I know what you could do. You could probably use Twilio, because Twilio does have libraries for that. Twilio has audio and video APIs that you can use with this. They also even have a messaging API as well. If you don't want to build your own messaging, you know, service, right? So the only thing that you need to be responsible to build is the actual UI and all the UI logic. And then in terms of the actual management of the conversations and stuff, that Twilio has APIs for that, so you could use that. Let me see. Let me see. Just checking the docs real quick. Would you be using high-ordered components within this project? I mean, I don't see any reason why we would need to. At least not yet. I mean, if we were using regular React Redux, yes, we would be. But as of right now, I don't think we would. At least I can't think of a reason why I would need to right now. Okay. Yeah, I don't really like the way this outlet thing works with React Router. Why is the quality only 144 pixels? Well, that's a connection issue from your end. Because the highest quality is 1080p. And my stream settings are set to use the best settings, so maybe you gotta check these settings real quick and see why it's configured that. Wait. Let me see something real quick. Conversations element page, conversation page. Okay. What if I did this actually? What if I change it to that? And then to navigate the user to the correct channel, we'll do /channels/channel 1, 2, 3. Yeah, then the problem is that this thing is still going to be rendered, and I don't like that. I do not want this to be there when we go on this. This is why I don't like the outlet. Let's see. Don't nest the routes. I mean, if I don't nest the routes, then the conversation channel page won't have the conversation. So what I'm thinking is, well, somehow we need this, right? I'm trying to think. What did I do last time? Because I will definitely need the sidebar everywhere for the conversation panel. Which means I will actually need state. So I'm trying to think, how could I actually... I think I'll need the conversation page itself, and then what will need to happen is we'll need to like save all the conversations in the state variable, and then we'll need to render all of them over here. So when the user clicks on one, it'll navigate them to the correct page. And then when it navigates them to the correct page, I guess the page is just going to fetch the API for the conversations messages, and then it will display all that there. So I think that should be okay, actually. Yeah, I think that should be fine. But yeah, you know, I'll try putting them at the same level and see what happens. Let me see if this will do something that I might like. You see, now I don't have the sidebar anymore, which is the problem. So that's also another thing, is that we need the sidebar 100%. Because if I don't nest them, then I don't get that sidebar. But if I do nest them, right, then I will get this content every single time, which is the problem, and that's one of the reasons why I don't like outlet. But another thing that we could do is, I wonder if I could use like a fragment somehow, because I have done this before, where I have rendered this. Let me show you. The only thing that I don't want to do is I don't want to re-render the sidebar. I want the sidebar to stay the same all the time. Because if we do another re-render, we're going to have to get all the conversations again, which is a problem. So I think I'll think of a different way to handle this. Yeah, let me see. So let me go into conversation channel page. Yeah, so we have this ID. If I don't have it, there we go. So I think what I'll do is this. Yeah, we can check the use params. So let's do const ID equals, and then we'll only render this if there we go. Yep. Perfect. You were right, Web Boss. Which theme am I using? I'm using Pale Night theme. Life of Mo, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Hope you are doing well. But yeah, it seems like this works. So if there is an ID, it'll render channel page. If there's no ID, it won't render conversation panel. So there we go. That works. Perfect. So yeah, basically, if we're at the main page, we'll just do this. Yeah, because if I don't nest them, I won't have the sidebar, right? And that'll be a problem. Eris or Sapphire, what is that? You can do router index element. What does index do? What does that do? When are you going to start backend? Hopefully in the next hour. Well, what does index do? I have not used that. Let's see. Child routes. Default child routes in the parent route has multiple children, but the URL is just the parent's path. I see. This is interesting. So then it'll look at invoices activity, but it's just a blank page. Right. Index activity. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll try this out in a little bit. Oh, actually, you know what? Why don't I try it out right now? What am I talking about? So let's see. Let me just do this inside here. Let me just copy this example just to see what happens. So, because I've never done this before, so let me just see what happens. Okay, so let's see. So then we add index. Route index activity. Okay, so route index. Like that, I guess. Hello from Ukraine. Welcome to the stream, Kirik World. Nice to see you here. Okay, so yeah, that hi text is over there. Let me get rid of this. So my understanding is that at the conversations page, we'll have the sidebar. Do I render the sidebar? Should I render the sidebar here then instead? Let me see. Okay. That's interesting. Huh. How can I create an appointment-based chat system? I mean, I guess you would need like dates or something like that. I'm not sure. Hey, Lance, it's been a long time since I saw you streaming. Jonathan Key is rendered inside the comment page because there is login register. Yeah, Ahmed, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Route path invoices. Okay, so conversations element equals conversation. What is dashboard? Dashboard home. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. This is really confusing in my opinion. I kind of wish that the docs had a better example, but you know, it is what it is. I'll have to look more in depth when I have time. For now, I'm just gonna just do it like this because I don't really have much time to worry about this right now. I'm sure maybe Google might have a good example later, so I'll have to look into that. But I appreciate you for letting me know about that though. It's definitely something that I'll have to look into. But I'll just do it like this for now. Okay. Okay, so let me go ahead and build out the sidebar. So let me do this. So we will change the color back to 1A, 1A, 1A. So that color is going to be the same as this, but we're going to add a border on the right, 1px solid. Like that. And then the color, the exact color will look like this. Let me show you. $84, $84, $84, $28, 20%, $54. Well, that is way too dark. Wait. What is NestJS? Nest is a backend framework. Do you use grid inside Figma? No. I don't know what that is. Do you make your designs yourself, or do you have a UI designer that works on this? I make it myself. Yeah, I usually just make them myself. I generally like making it as well. It's pretty cool, in my opinion. It's a lot of fun too, if you ask me. Are you making this for production or for fun? I'm just making for fun. That's really it. I'm just making for fun, because I do have a lot of videos on my channel on NestJS. So I figured, and I did recently make a video on WebSockets, and a lot of people like the NestJS videos. So I was like, you know what? Why don't I build an actual app and then show it live? I was gonna actually do this off camera and just make a series out of it, or like make one video. But I figured, you know what? Let me build this on stream. So yeah, it's really just for fun. It's not really just for production or anything like that. Please skip the UI part fast. I'm interested in backend API integration. Well, I mean, we're going to be building the full stack project, and you need to kind of get both. So we're almost at the backend stuff. Don't worry, we're almost there. Don't worry, almost there. Almost there. Don't worry. I would say in about maybe a couple more minutes. I'd say maybe 20 to 30 minutes we'll be at the back end. I'm new to this, but I've been trying to learn to code, and yeah, it looks good. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm not sure if you've been here before, Cannons, but your name doesn't ring a bell to me, so I think you're new. So welcome to the stream. Don't worry, we're almost there. We are almost at the back end. Don't worry. All right, I'm going to install a library called React Icons for icons. I'm new. I play Minecraft and rec and make videos and stuff. Nice. I don't really play Minecraft that much, but I do like Minecraft as a game. So React Icons, I'll be using this right up here. So I think for the icon on the right hand side, let's see which one is the best one. It doesn't really matter as long as it has the plus symbol. That's all that matters. Let's see. Pencil, is there one with a pencil? Where is the pencil? Don't see one. It doesn't matter. I will just go ahead and pick this one, MD post add. So what I will do is this. FA. I mean, is there a better one? Let me just check real quick because I don't want to spend too much time on the front end because we've spent already about like 2 hours on it. So I want to definitely move on to the back end. But we're almost done though. The back end stuff is going to be lots of fun, so don't worry. Yeah, I'll just go with this one. Who cares? What are you trying to code? We're building a chat application. A very simple one, not a complex one. What is the difference between Next and Nest? NestJS is for, I mean, there are two different things. Like Next is for the front end as well as also the back end, right? As API layer, but Nest itself is an entirely web framework for backend services. I don't like this icon. I really don't like this icon in my opinion. Why are these icons trash? These icons are really bad. Not all of them, but at least for the one that we want, they're kind of bad. Is there like an edit button? I guess let's try TB. Let's try TB edit. Yeah, I guess I'll go with this for now, honestly. We'll just go with this. Who cares? I am going to increase the size of the sidebar from 350 to 450 pixels, like this. And I'm also going to go ahead and do this. Let me declare a variable up top here. And then so whatever the size of this width is for the sidebar, that's how many pixels will shift from the left. So margin left will be sidebar width pixel like that. There we go. I think this is way better. I'm working as a React Next.js developer. Should I only focus on front end all the way, or should I go full stack? If full stack, where should I start? Well, Marasmi. It just depends on your goal. You gotta ask yourself what exactly is your goal as a developer. Do you only want to focus on building UI components, UI logic? Do you want to only focus on UI, or do you want to be able to do both UI and backend, right? Because if you only care about UI, right, then focus on that. But of course, if you're like a freelancer, I think it's really important for a freelancer to know full stack. And the reason why I say that is because if you're a freelancer and if you want to go search for clients and you want to propose ideas to them, and if you only know either front end or back end, now you got to rely on someone else to build out, the missing part of the application. So I personally think that it is important to know full stack if you're a freelancer. But if you're only if you only want to work as a front end developer for a company, then yeah, focus only on front end. Get good at one thing and then focus on the other stuff when you want to. Do you use CRA for React? Yes, I do. I'm going to change the padding to 24. Okay. I think this looks nice, honestly. I think this looks nice. Yeah, I think this looks okay. Go back here. Let me change the icon size to 36 maybe. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's go back to our wireframe. So now we do need this border on the bottom. So let me go and add that to the header. So I'll do this. And the border is going to be the same color. Did I do that correctly? Oh, whoops. 1px solid. There we go. Now you can kind of see that border down here. Okay. And then now, here's what we'll do. Let me first write a commit message because we've done a lot of stuff. Set up conversations route and conversation sidebar. Okay, and so what we'll do is we'll create some fake data right now just to represent this, just to represent like conversations. So here's what I'll do. I'll create a folder, call this mocks. How do I want to structure this? Type. Here's what I'll do. Is the repo public or private? I do not have a remote repository yet. I'm only committing everything to local Git, and then once it's done, I will go ahead and once I'm done with the live stream, I'll push everything to a public repository. What is that wireframe app? It is called Figma. So our conversation is going to have an ID. It will have participants, which I'll have to show you how that works later. But for now, I'm just going to only care about a couple things. The name and then I guess the last message sent. But in the actual database, when we set everything up, we will actually need the actual author of the conversation or the author that's in the conversation. I'll show you how we'll set that up, don't worry. But for now, I'll just set up ID, name, last message. And then for our mocks, export default as conversation type. What am I doing? Wait, export default. There we go. Let's use some fake names. Jimmy Anderson. Last message. Let's paste this a couple times. 2, 3. I could use a library called Faker to generate random data, but I've never really looked into it, so that's why I'm not using it. But I know some of you might be aware of that library, Faker.js. And it is a library to generate fake data for you. Billy Harrington. Let's do Billy Bob Jones. Connor McGregor. All right, let's do this, and then we'll go into conversation sidebar. So you're probably wondering, how are we going to get the data? Well, we'll obviously need to fetch the data. We'll fetch it inside the conversation page, and then we'll pass it as we'll pass the data down into the sidebar. But we are going to be using Redux. We will not be using Redux yet. We'll touch Redux once we actually finish the backend stuff. Redux is going to be something for later on. Usually you want to avoid using Redux as much as possible, but using Redux, primarily when you're building a new app for like a chat app, it's not a bad idea. Did you ever try using React Native? I have tried in the past, but I've never built like a full application with it. I've used Flutter though. Didn't Faker.js stop working? I have no idea because I've never used it before, paid much attention to it. But here's what we'll do. Import mock conversation from and this is a default export. And I wonder if, yep, perfect. TypeScript recognizes the data type, which is perfect. And so conversation sidebar, we'll need to take in this. So let's do this. So the prop type that will be passed into conversation sidebar is going to be the same conversation type that we just created. And now, because I type annotate this with TypeScript, I can go ahead and get that conversations array. So now we just have to pass in conversations, and we'll pass in block conversations. Once we have the backend, we'll obviously need to fetch the data, and we'll pass it in as a prop. Will you be using Redux Toolkit? Yes, I will be using Redux Toolkit. There's a forked version of Faker.js. Okay, so now watch this inside conversation sidebar. I can then go ahead and do conversations.map. Now watch this. Now we have all of the names being rendered, so that's good. But what I will do is this. I'll create another styled component. So I'm really just going to put all of my styled components in one file. I don't really care too much, honestly. Conversation. What should I call this component? Conversation channel container. How are you so good at coding? I mean, I'm not that good, but I will say that I have been coding for about 6 years now. But I've been well, I mean, I will say this. I started learning in 2016 when I went to college, and I have been actively, I mean, I've been developing projects and learning web dev for about like 4 years. So, you know, when you venture out and learn new things and practice and, work on projects, over time, you'll get better. So that's just really all it is just, I've just experienced it for a while, Oh, sheesh, this is a great project idea. Thank you, Can't Code, and welcome to the stream. Nice to hear. If you're brand new, everyone's welcome to the stream. We have a lot of new people who had subscribed in the stream. I noticed that today, which is awesome. Which is actually pretty awesome in my opinion. So what do you guys think I should call this side component? Because I don't really know what a good name would be. Sidebar conversation channel, sidebar conversation select. I don't know, what should I call it? Sidebar conversation preview? It's like, look at Discord and look at the, I don't know, what should I call it? Channel container. I want to be, let's see, conversation sidebar item. Yeah, why don't I just call that conversations bar item? That's fine. Why is it doing this? Wait, what's going on? Oh wait, export type, export const. So instead of just returning a div, obviously, well, I mean, it's still going to be a div. It's just going to be a styled component instead. And I'm going to, instead of making this a div, I will also just create a component called conversation sidebar. All right, conversation sidebar item, perfect. So for now, I'll go ahead and just put random colors for the avatar. And then, yeah, so let's do this. So this will be the avatar. And then this section will be the name and the last message sent. So I guess what I'll do is this. And again, this is all fake data, so don't worry. When we actually fetch it from the API, it'll actually work the way that we want it to. But let's do this. Let's see. Let me do this. I know that I'm gonna have a lot of CSS. For now, I'll just put everything inside index.module CSS. But later on, if I need to move everything in its own file, I will. But let's do this. So let's go ahead and set or import our CSS or SCSS module, and I'll set the class name to be styles. So this import, and then you can just reference the CSS name, the class name, as if it's a property. So now you can see that the recipient's name is bolded, and the last message sent is on the next line, which is good. For the avatar, for now, we'll just set this all to be the same color, so background color. Let's do... let's see, let's do a height and width of, let's see, 45. Let's do maybe 48 pixels with 48 pixels. And then we want it to be round, of course. You know, that color is really ugly. There we go. I don't really like that. Who cares? You know, I'll just change it to a blue color. Can't really go wrong with blue. You know, honestly, I'll make the avatar a little bit bigger. Let's try 56 pixels. Maybe 64. 64 is fine. We'll do a border radius 50%, so that'll round it. And now what we want to do is this. So for the conversation sidebar item, we have two divs. The first div is to hold the avatar. The second div is to hold the name and the last message sent. And the conversation sidebar item, obviously we need this to align on the same row. So we'll just use Flexbox. So let's go into this conversation sidebar item. Let's set display to flex. You'll see that they're on the same line. Align items, set this to center. And I think maybe we can just use gap of 20 pixels. Yep, perfect. And I also do want to make sure the item, actually maybe not the item, but the container should have the same padding as the padding for this header. So if we look at our header, you know, honestly, I should actually just move this to a different, let me do this, conversation sidebar header. Let me copy this here. Wait, I'm like all over the place right now. All right, let's remove this. Let's take this. Let's take this. All right, so we want to make sure that the padding is the same. But what I will do is I will actually increase the padding to 32 because I think this is just way too, I think the padding is way too small. And so that means for the padding here, the container, and I want to do top and bottom no padding, just only left and right. There we go. And last but not least, we will add padding inside the item. Actually, you know, for the item itself, I think we'll only add padding top and bottom and none for left and right. So padding top and bottom, let's try 10 pixels, left and right 0. Maybe let's do 18. No, it's too much. Let's do 12. Does that look nice? I don't know. I feel like maybe the avatar is a little bit too big, which is I want the yeah, I think I'm gonna make the avatar a little bit smaller. Honestly, I don't really like how the avatar is way too big, if I'm being honest. So I will fix that real quick. So let's go over here. Let's change it to maybe 54. 54. Maybe, you know, let's just do 50. 50. Nah, that's way too small. Alright, you know what? Let's just do 56, and then we'll just move on from that. 56, and then I do want some padding in between, or some spacing between these two. Here's what I'll also do, is this. For the conversation sidebar container, you know what? Actually, I will add padding only on the top. Actually, no, that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, no, wait. How do I want to do this? Yeah, no, we won't add padding. No, we won't add padding. All right, so this is, we're gonna add a border on the bottom of each item. So we'll do 1px solid. Let's do this. Oh wait, I forgot one thing. Hold on. Box sizing. Box. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's because of this. Wait. Oh yeah, it's because we have padding on the sidebar container. Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, no, we're not gonna have padding for the sidebar container. What am I doing? We'll have padding for the item. Yep. That's much more appropriate. So we'll do 18 pixels. For left and right, maybe I'll do a little bit more. Let's try 24 or 32 pixels. Yeah, I think 32 is fine. Yeah, I think this is okay. I think this is okay. And let me also just change the opacity as well. And I think the color is also different too. Yep, there we go, perfect. Now it's looking a lot like what I want. Although I think for the border, I'll just use the same color that I did for the header. So that way it's at least consistent, you know? Okay, so what we'll do next is we will... so we already have the font bolded. The font for the name is 15. So what I will do is this. Let's try setting the font size of the name to 16 pixels. And let's see what that looks like. So that looks a little bit bigger. What if I tried 26? Yeah, no. So maybe we'll do 18, maybe? Is that too big? Maybe not. 18. Yeah, I think we'll do 16. And for the avatar, we'll leave that alone. For the conversation message, for that span, so let me just set the class name. We will set the font size to be 12 pixels. Maybe that's a little bit too small, so maybe I'll try 14. And of course, the color, I think maybe the color of the message should also be different too, in my opinion. Yeah, this looks great. Honestly, it looks a lot better. Okay, yeah, this is, I can deal with this. This is not too bad. Okay, now let's just take a look at what the, now one more thing that I want to address real quick is this. Let's go into our mocks and let's just add more. So I want to show you how the scroll works. So right now you can see that if I scroll, the whole entire page scrolls, but I only want scroll for the sidebar. So what I'll do is this. Let's go to conversation sidebar style, we're going to go ahead and set overflow. What was it called again? Overflow Y scroll. Watch that. There you go. That's what I like. And we will need to use WebKit to get rid of the scroll bar. CSS WebKit scroll. Killer Gaming. If you have questions regarding code, you should post that in the Discord server, not in the chat, because the chat is for. I mean, the chat is really for open-ended questions, not really for, you know, debugging your issues. But I suggest you post your question in the Discord server, and whether someone who's active on the server or someone who is on the stream right now, if they can help you, they can. But yeah, just ask your question on the server, not on the chat, because your question primarily is regarding an issue with code, not like a general question like, you know, is TypeScript good? And it's not really easy to help you through the chat because we don't really know what the primary issue is. So I'm gonna remove the scroll bar real quick, but it's been a while since I've done this. So, WebKit scroll bar. There we go. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. No, it shouldn't do this. Honestly, wait. I don't want it to. I want this to also. Hold on. I might need to fix this up a little bit because I don't like how the whole entire thing scrolls. I only want this. So let me actually fix this. I think we'll set the header as well to be position fixed. Yeah, this is actually not good. I'm not sure why. Wait, so it's left to 0. Hold on. What time is it for me right now? It is 3:17 a.m. Let's see. Kel Go, welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you here before, but welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Oh. No, this is not good. Let's see. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Everyone who is new, they're always welcome here. Do I need to set a fixed width? I don't know why. I mean, I guess because position fixed. Yeah, I think maybe that's why. Width. Bar width. Yeah. Yeah, I like it like this. So we fixed the issue with scrolling. Perfect. It's looking good. Cool. So let's just write a commit message. Added mock conversations and styled conversation sidebar item. All right, cool. No, I was just running into an issue with the sidebar, but it's fine. I wanted the header for this to stay on the top. Perfect. What property? Position fixed. Add a scroll bar that does not look ugly. I could try. I haven't sized. I have not styled scroll bars before. Let me try doing that real quick because I haven't done it for a while, but I can try. So this is the track, and I think we need the thumb. I think we need to style the thumb as well. I think we need a thumb. Here we go. Okay, I think that's not bad. Let's see. That's not too bad. Border radius. Yeah, the navigation is overlapping, yeah. So you need to add padding from the top. Yeah, that's also problematic. Yeah, I am not going to worry about this too much right now. We can always go back to this later, so let's just leave it like this. For now, I shall just comment this out, because that is not too important, because if I spend too much time on this, we're never going to get to the full implementation. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and do this. So let's add the UI logic. So when we click on a conversation, it's going to navigate the user to the correct page, right? So if I go to 1, 2, 3, right, it's supposed to push me there. So what we want to do is this. And we're going to use a hook called const navigate equals use navigate. How long do I program? I mean, I don't really program that much, honestly. I mean, the most programming that I haven't really programmed much for like the past. I haven't really programmed much, honestly, for like the past since March. I was working on like a big project, and then I kind of just took a break because I got burnt out, and I was just mostly focusing on my job. But if I were to program projects, I usually would normally. What am I doing? If I were to program projects, I mean, in the past I would program like maybe like usually like about 5 to 6 hours, and then I would take a break, and then I just wouldn't program anymore. But nowadays, I'm like right now, I'm just mostly focusing on tutorials. So yeah. All right, you can see right now. You can't. I don't know if you can see this, but you can see the address bar over here. The ID is in fact changing, so I can click on any conversation, and it's going to navigate the user to the correct page. And so what will happen is, watch this. So right now it says conversation panel. When I click, it's going to say channel page. So that means that we are on the correct page. And you're going to see that it's going to log the conversation page. So when we, so for the conversation page, this is going to fetch our API. It's going to fetch the correct conversation, and it's going to get all the messages. You are a senior software engineer. Actually, I'm not. Well, I mean, that's not the job that I do now, because I actually do something else for work. But my previous role, I worked as a software engineer, and I don't work there anymore. Anyways, so yeah, so that's good. So I think let's take a break from the UI and let's start working on the backend. I know lots of people want to see the backend, so why don't we go ahead and work on the backend? Let's see. Let's see. I wonder if that person, not sure. I'm not sure if he's, I'm not sure, get it? I'm not sure if not sure is still here, but I know they wanted to definitely see some backend, so let's go ahead and get some backend in. Let's get some backend action. So let me just close out some tabs real quick, because we're not going to need any of this for a while. I'm going to also close out, I won't close out the Figma, I'll leave it open. What are we going to use a database? SQL, 100%. 100% SQL, because applications, like, in my opinion, from my experience, most applications that I have developed, they, in the end, always resorted to relational data. And I think SQL is just the best when it comes to, I mean, it is a relational database, right? And I feel like, you could use relational, you could have relationships with MongoDB, like in MongoDB, but at that point, you might as well just use SQL. Are you going to use ORM? Oh, type ORM is what I'm going to use. Yeah, type ORM. All right, so let's go into our terminal. Yes, I always use ORMs. I mean, in the past, when I was first learning databases, I would always use just raw SQL statements, but obviously I've learned that that is not the best idea, especially for production applications. But ORMs, honestly, I will never go back to using regular raw SQL statements. Because, I mean, I think it's important to learn actual query statements. Like, I think it's important to actually learn SQL. And once you learn SQL, then you should learn how ORMs work, in my opinion. Okay. So, let me do this. ORM is 100%. You need an ORM. If you don't use an ORM, like, it's just not good. So let's close this out. And let me do this. All right, so I'm gonna go do yarn, or what am I doing? Not yarn. Nest new. Wait, what did I call this? Chat app reacts. I'm gonna call this nest new chat app NestJS. So let's generate our Nest project. Yeah, we're gonna be using Nest, 100% Nest. So let's generate this. While we're doing that, let me go into. Let me see. Maybe it depends on the developer, but I think SQL code can get really big and messy. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, like, if you're working with, like, just querying one table, that's fine. But when you have to worry about querying, like, a bunch of different tables, doing inner joins, pagination, working with, like, one-to-one, one-to-many, and a bunch of that stuff, it's just not... It just becomes really messy. And you end up writing a bunch of redundant stuff, too, And you might as well just use ORM. Have you ever tried doing, and also, the nice thing about ORMs is that they synchronize with the database, so you don't have to manually update your database tables every single time. Type ORM will automatically update the database tables for you and the columns. Have you ever tried doing backend on something not JS? I have tried using Spring, and I've also tried Flask, but I've never built like large applications. The furthest that I did get with Spring Boot though was sessions and authentication. But I just never really like built something entirely with it, Nothing like deployable is what I would say. Okay. So we're gonna start up our app. Let's go inside Nest. Okay, so let's see. What coding languages do you know? I mean, okay, so let me put it this way. The two languages that I am good at is Java. That's the first language that I learned, and I'm always going to be good at that because I've learned it, like, front and back, read the entire textbook when I was in college. So it's just, that's my language. Like, that's my main language. Like, if I were to do a coding assessment, if I were to do a coding interview, I would 100% use Java. I've done all of my coding assessments. I mean, I've done most of them using Java. Like when I was interviewing with companies, I've done most of them in Java. Only recently, like last year when I was interviewing, I did them in JavaScript and TypeScript. But I would say Java and TypeScript. I have worked on projects using Python. Like I've built Discord bots in Python. I've worked with other stuff in Python. I've written Minecraft plugins with Java. If you are interested in Minecraft plugins, I do have a new series. I have used Dart with Flutter to build a mobile app. I have also used C# to build a mod for a game for Rockstar. I think it was Red Dead Redemption, which is technically not supposed to be modding the game because it's against the service. It's against like the TOS or whatever, the agreement or whatever. But as long as you don't distribute, I think you should be fine. But anyways, it's not a matter of like how many languages you know. What you should focus on is knowing one language front to back and understanding the base core concepts, because all of the languages have the same concepts. Think of it like this, right? If you speak different languages, like let's say for example, if you speak Spanish, French, German, all of these languages have things in common, right? Each language has grammar, they have rules, right? They have conjugations for verbs, they have rules for adverbs, right? And if you think about it, a lot of these languages, they translate throughout, they translate to each other language, right? So when you understand the fundamentals of a programming language, like variables, loops, you know, what else is there? Classes, object-oriented programming, methods, functions, things like that. You can learn any single language that you wish to learn. So it's just, you should focus, it's more of a matter of learning one language front to back, and then figuring out what you want to build, and then thinking about which language is the most appropriate. For example, if you want to mod a Unity game, you would go ahead and use C#. That's the first thing that should come to your mind. If you want to build something that is heavy with math operations, the best library, in my opinion, is a Python library called NumPy. I think Java is a good language, in my opinion. I think Java 100% is a good language. And Java will never die, no matter what people say. It's going to be in the market. I mean, how could it die, right? Because Java is like the main language that you would use to build Android apps. I mean, well, I wouldn't say Java would die, but I would say as time goes on, Kotlin and maybe Scala would probably become more and more famous, because Kotlin is definitely very famous. But Java will never go away. Especially, you know, Minecraft is a huge game, and lots of people are going to be writing mods and plugins for Minecraft. So, you know, but I think Java is a really great language, in my opinion. There's always going to be a part of me that will always have a soft side for Java, even though I think that the ecosystem is a little bit strange, because you got to understand Java is like a 30-year-old language, I think. But yeah. Do you like the idea of JavaScript is everywhere and it's kind of running in everywhere? No, I don't. Like, I've been seeing so much stuff about how, like, I saw like a video where you can like write Python with JavaScript, or like, yeah, like you can like inject Python code in JavaScript. I think people should, I think like the way it should be is that JavaScript should just only focus on JavaScript things, right? And let other languages, you know, shine, you know. But I think, though, you know, it's not a bad thing to have your front and back end done in JavaScript. You know, that means you don't have to learn two separate languages. Back then, right, you needed to learn JavaScript for the front end, and you also need to learn a separate server-side language like PHP or Java or .NET. And that meant that you either need to hire one person that knew both of those things, or you need to hire two different people to worry about those things. How much time will it take to learn TypeScript? I mean, you know, I would say just don't put a time limit to it, because then you're going to be disappointed. I would say just go through a TypeScript course and then practice the concepts and then apply it from there, is what my recommendation would be. Don't ever like time yourself and stuff like that, you know. But I would say give or take, you know, it shouldn't take you that long, honestly, if you're familiar with concepts of JavaScript and you're a fast learner. But everyone's different, you know, so I can't really tell you. What am I doing? Wait. Alright, so right now we're setting up environment variables for our NestJS API. So I think we'll, for now, have only one environment variable, which is just the port. And let's go into main.ts. Let's wrap this in a try-catch. I mean, I think JavaScript on the backend is fine. There's a good reason behind it, but I think that writing libraries where you can compile other languages into JavaScript, I just think that's kind of in my opinion, I'm not really much of a fan of that, because I've seen that, you know, now, you know, people can write Python with JavaScript, and, you know, I mean, you know, like, if you really want to, sure, but like, I think it's just better writing just JavaScript, in my opinion. All right, so const port. Someone asked me about Bun earlier. I don't know so much about it, but I have heard about it because someone commented on my channel about it. But I have to actually look into it first before I can give an opinion on that, because I really don't know much about it. Let's see. All right, there we go. Running on port 3001. Yeah, so now we can actually set up our API now. I need to open up Postman as well. Hold on. Wait. Let me open up Postman. All right, there we go. So we have Postman, so we're good to go. All right, I don't know why. Is there a way to can I change this to dark mode? Why is this dark mode? Or I mean, why is this I don't want this to be. Oh, I can change the theme. Let me change the theme of this real quick. Wait. There we go. Perfect, that's way better. Already have something to show. We're working on the backend right now, but the front end is looking pretty good. We will have to work on the backend to proceed. What resources you use to go to JavaScript from Java? I mean, I learned Java first. Oh wait, to go to Java. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misread that. What resources? When I was learning it, I used Code Academy back in 2016, and I also used W3 Schools. And then I just, I also watched a lot of Brad Traversy, and then I started just doing things on my own, and then through time and practice, I just got a lot better. So those were the resources that I used. Okay. All right, cool. So I think we should be good to go with this. So let's go ahead and set up our API. So let me go into my terminal and do this. So let's type NestG. Well, I think the first thing we'll do is set up. Let's see what I want to do. Yeah, I think we will need to set up authentication. So let's set up authentication. Yeah, we're gonna set up local strategy authentication. Yeah, let's set up authentication first. Welcome back, Ahmed. Nice to see you here again. Thank you, Ketchup HD. Are you new to here? I think I don't think you're new because I've recognized your name before. Valid schematics. I guess they updated controller. Is it normal that I think coding is easier than Scratch? You mean like the Scratch? Are you talking about like that? If you're talking about like the Scratch where like it's for games, right? That I actually used it like a while ago when I was in like middle school. But I have not used it since then, so I don't really remember too much of it, to be honest with you. Let's see. I want to fix my file system a little bit. Tests. And let me also do this. New file. Export enum routes. So we'll do this. There we go. Don't ever want to, you shouldn't use hard-coded strings. I mean, writing code is easier than dragging and dropping nodes. How do you manage your time? Do you use any apps techniques? I wake up and I just, usually what I'll do is I'll do some like side stuff before my work, and then I'll work, and then after I'm done working, I will just do the rest of my stuff. I usually have like a task list. Like I prefer writing things down instead of just using apps, in my opinion. Like I prefer journaling on paper, like with pen and paper in a notebook, than using than actually typing it. From what I've from this is just my personal experience, because when I was in college, I've always found myself retaining knowledge a lot more easier when I actually write it with pen and paper compared to like typing it like on Microsoft Word or Google Docs. And so if I actually write it down, then it'll stick to my brain, and so the next day, it'll just like I'll just remember. I'll tend to remember it more. But I usually just write everything in like a notepad. I like doing it the old school way, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's usually just what I do. I just write down the time and then what the task it is I want to do, and then that's pretty much it. Don't forget to commit your changes. Yeah, I'm gonna just set up everything first, and then I will. And I'll commit them. Yep. Controller. Yeah, I 100% agree. I think it's proof that your team are better if it's a great thing. Yeah, that's just always how I've been when I was in college. How do I want to do this? You know what, I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah, I'll do it like this. Alright, so let me just fix this real quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement iAuth service, and we're going to implement this validate user method, and we're going to inject auth service into our controller using tokens. So you can do that by just using the inject decorator, and then you want to pass in the token name. So I have that defined in an enum, so services.auth, and then private auth service, and you want to type annotate it with the interface and not with the class. And the reason why is because you always want to program down to the interface, because what happens in the end is, like, if you ever need to change something in your code, all you need to do is just swap interfaces instead of the implementation. If you want to learn more about this, I would recommend you Google programming to interface versus programming to implementation, and you can read more about that on Stack Overflow. There's a nice in-depth post about that. So let's go into our module, and what we'll do is for providers, we'll do provide, and then services.auth, so the same token, and then use class auth service like this. Okay, and now we should be good to go. So let me just go ahead and write a commit message. So git commit set up auth module. There we go. All right, perfect. Did I accidentally, I think I may have messed up. Did I accidentally commit my .env file? Yes, I did. And I don't even know if I can, damn, git reset head. Let's see. How do I unstage a file? I haven't done that for a while. Let me unstage a file real quick. Actually, I think I can't. Let me do this. Git reset first commit. I need to reset the first commit. There we go. That should fix it. Yeah, I did not mean to commit the .env file. Does that work? Nope. Why is it not working? Is this even the right git ignore? Yes, it is. Huh. Oh, I think it's because it's staged. Okay, there we go. It was because it was staged. There we go. That should be better. All right, perfect. Yeah, it was because I staged it manually. All right, there we go. That should be fine. Yeah, let's fix this again. There we go. So, wait, man, I messed up again. I think I may have committed the development file again. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, I didn't. Okay, good. But why is my git ignore? Why was my git ignore? Oh, yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with that. Anyways, let's move this back here. You remember in Java all the class inherit object classes? There's something similar to JavaScript. So in JavaScript you can extend other classes, but JavaScript does not have interfaces. It doesn't have enums. It doesn't have abstract classes, polymorphism. TypeScript does have that though. So yeah. All right, so let's set up our routes. So we're going to need, let's see. Wait, we're doing post. So the auth module is going to be responsible for allowing the user to sign up and log in. So we'll need a route for, I guess, so this will be like /auth/ register, I guess. Yeah, not in JavaScript. In TypeScript though, they have it. It's because JavaScript, the thing is, right, ES6 classes, it's not really an actual real class, because all it is, it's just syntactic sugar on functions. Will you use sessions? Yes, of course. Hey dude, I've been learning for a year HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and I'm kind of decent. Like a week ago, I started a bootcamp that's just full stack using React and Flask. What advice can you give me? I would just advise anyone going through a bootcamp is just to be patient. If you have questions, always like consult with the people that are working at the bootcamp. You know, just like take your time, be patient, don't rush. I know a lot of people tend to. I know a lot of people tend to want to like try to finish it as fast as possible, but you know, don't rush it. You know, just take your time, enjoy it, because when you enjoy it, it becomes a lot more easier and it becomes a lot more fun. And I would say learn how to learn, and then you're going to set yourself up for success for the rest of your life. Okay, so we're gonna have two routes, and we're gonna have one for getting the status. So this will check to see if the user is authenticated. And then we'll have a logout route as well. That'll be, I guess, I think maybe the logout route should also be, should it be delete? No, not delete. What am I talking about? Should it be a get or post? I'm not sure. What do you think about modding? Depends on what kind of modding. Are you talking about video games? If it comes to video games, I think modding is cool. I have never made a Minecraft mod. I've tried, but you know, I've never really had any intention on doing it. It should be post. Yeah, it could be post, I guess. Okay, so first, what we want to do is we want to set up an endpoint to register the user. So we'll need to call this endpoint. Still streaming. Yeah, welcome back, Lirosphere. Video games. I am planning on making more mods for BS. What's BS? Is Minecraft modding considered illegal? I honestly don't even know, because I don't even think Minecraft has an official API. Because when you make mods, you do it through Minecraft Forge, right? I am not sure. Beat Saber. Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't even know you could mod that game. That's actually pretty cool. I actually want to play Beat Saber, because I actually really like rhythm games a lot. I've always enjoyed playing Guitar Hero, Rock Band, Dance Dance Revolution. I really like games like that. So, and I have a Switch too. I think you can play Beat Saber on Nintendo Switch, right? Yeah. Or was it? Or I think it's only an exclusive for Switch. I am not sure because I don't really play much games on Switch. Anyways, so let's create a folder called DAOs. So we're gonna create what's called a DAO. Is it DTO or DAO? I'm sorry, it's DTO. Well, I mean, I think relatively they're kind of like the same concept, but like just the naming is a little bit different. Beat Saber is VR. Oh, is it? I didn't. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot about that. All right, so for creating a user, remember we're going to need email, first name, last name, password. So email string, first name string, last name string, password string. Yeah, now that I think, but why did I say it was a Nintendo Switch game? Because you need to put, because like you're in like a virtual world or something like that, right? Yeah, I honestly didn't know much about that game, but thanks for letting me know. Okay, so we have our DTO. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the body tag, the body decorator. And we're going to type annotate this like that. So this is how you can handle post requests in NestJS. Okay? We're also going to add validation. You always want to validate your code on the server side 1000%. If you don't validate, you are going to set your application up for a lot of issues. So it's always important to validate your code. Validate your request bodies on the server side, both client side and server side. Okay, so I'll show you right now how we can do that. We're gonna install a package called class validator and class transformer. Move this here. Let's see. Yeah. The devs have to reverse engineer the source code, so it's kind of a gray area thing. You're breaking the game's company TOS. Yeah, I think because back then, right? I think Mojang, when they owned it, I think they didn't really care, right? I don't think they really cared so much. Because it was a small company, right? But now that it's bought by Microsoft, maybe in a couple of years they might start to regulate that. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, I don't really know too much about that. So if someone here knows more about it, feel free to let me know, what's going on. But I don't know. So we're going to use these decorators from class validator to validate our properties in the request body. And if you want to learn more about validation with NestJS, like if you're interested in NestJS, I have lots of videos on my channel that teach you core concepts of NestJS, so definitely check that out. I think for the first thing, the max length we'll do is, we'll just do 24 characters, I guess. Actually, we'll do 32. Same thing with that. And then for password, max length 32. I'm not going to worry about a min length because I just want to be able to create users very easily. So we'll just leave it like this for now. This is new and interesting the way you use it, What exactly are you referring to, Ahmed? I didn't realize this was live until now. Though I was watching a replay. Well, Versh Lafine Fene. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name, but welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Alright, so now let's test out our endpoint. So I'll go into Postman. I'll create a new post request. 3001 API auth register. Let's see. Oh, we need to also use pipes. We need to use the validation pipe. There we go. We have our error messages. Perfect. Yeah, NestJS is a backend framework for Node.js. It's built on top of Express and it follows MVC pattern and it has lots of amazing features. Okay, perfect. So our validation is working, so that's good. So now we can just go over here, pass in some JSON. If I pass in an invalid email, it's going to complain, email must be an email. There we go, and we have success. You can use the pipe validation globally. Yeah, I know. I'll probably just leave it at the local scope, though, to be honest. Or, I mean, should I? I mean, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, you know what? I think maybe it's a good idea to do it. I don't really see a reason why we should use at the local scope anyways. So why don't we do that? I've never personally done it before. Use global pipes. But I guess, you know, now that you mention it, you know, might as well try it out, you know. I've never done it before, but let's do it anyways. But now, when I do this, for some reason, it's not working. Do I need to create an instance of this? Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. There we go. All right. Cool. All right, perfect. So, now what we want to do is we want to actually register the user to the database. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to create a users module real quick. So let me do this. Let me just remove these two. It is currently 4 a.m. right now. Hopefully we can get a lot done within the next 2 hours. Because I probably will go maybe in like 2 to 3 hours. We'll see, we'll see. What is .ts in the name of his file? TypeScript file. Are you ever going to continue the Discord bot dashboard series? No. To be honest, probably not, because I made so many videos with that, and I mean, I think the NestJS one was a lot more popular for sure. So maybe in the future, if I have a better idea for a dashboard, I will do it. But I probably won't make any more new videos because, to be honest with you, it was getting really redundant and people were getting bored. But, you know, we'll see. I mean, if you ever want to leave a suggestion on something that you'd like to see, I'm always open-minded to ideas. You know, I'm not totally against it, but I think that I've covered a lot of the core concepts of what a dashboard for Discord should entail. Really, the main things that you need to know is just how to get all the mutual guilds between the bot and the logged-in user, how to protect the guild configuration page, and that's really it, really. And obviously the Discord OAuth too. Aside from that, everything else is just redundant. But, you know, we'll see what happens, you know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I have like a lot of videos about that, so, you know, everyone's all and it's going to stay there forever. And the nice thing about it is that the only from the dashboard's perspective, those things will never really change much. Because the only issue would be just the Discord bot, right? Because Discord.js has changed so many versions since the past 2 years. So that's the only issue, but it's whatever. Alright, so I'm going to create a service for the users module. So NestG service /users. So wait, what am I doing? Wait. Actually, wait, what I'm going to do is this. Let me use tests. There we go. So we're going to have a user service that's going to be responsible for handling the domain of users. We obviously don't want to combine everything in the auth module. So what will happen is the auth service will inject the user service class. That's pretty much it. So let's do this. So let's do this. Let's implement user service. And then we'll also set up the types as well. So we'll have a route for user. And then one for the service as well, users. Do you do YouTube full-time, or do you do this with a day job? Yeah, I do it whenever I'm not working for my day job. So I work 8 hours for my day job, and then when I'm not working, I will just do YouTube live stream, or whatever side projects I want to work on. All right, so we're setting this up so we can use token injection for this. So now what will happen is we'll go into auth, and we'll go into auth controller, and well, actually not auth controller, auth service. In the constructor, we will go ahead and inject services dot users private user service. What's the benefit? To be honest with you, I honestly don't know. I've just always seen this as when I was like learning Nest, that's what the helpers on the NestJS server recommended. I think it's because you can. I think by default it'll use the class name for the token. Even if you don't set a token, it'll just use the class name. But if you have a token that you want to set, it just gives you more flexibility, I believe. Are you using JWT for auth? No, I'm using sessions. So right now we're going to get an error in our console. It's going to complain about user service is a provider. It needs to be exported, and that is correct. So what we need to do is inside users module, we need to go to exports, and then we need to just copy this and paste this here like that. And then once we're done with that, we need to go into auth module, and we also need to import users module like this, and that should fix this error. There we go, it's gone. Hi, is Nest the same as Express? Not really, no. Yeah, I would say the only things that are similar are registering middleware like Passport, cores, configuring cores, sessions, session store. Those are similar, but in terms of the actual architecture of how you design your routes, your controllers, handling requests, it's completely different. I just had a dumb idea. If I can't afford a Raspberry Pi, can Android phone be a replacement? I don't know, honestly. Maybe? You can try. You can certainly try. Which one is faster, Nest or Express? I've never really tested it out, but I'm sure that there have been articles that have been there are articles that have discussed this in the past, so I'm sure you can, simply Google it and it should tell you. Let me see. All right, so let me just make sure that we can actually call user service. So, in auth service, let's see. Well, actually, I honestly don't think we should inject it inside auth service. I think what we should do is this. I think we should inject in the controller, actually. Okay, yeah, there we go. So we'll call this user service create user, and then user service should be called. Let's just write a console log. And let's test out our endpoint. So if I click on send, it says user service create user, perfect. So that's working. No issues with that. Awesome. All right, so what exactly do we want to do? Well, we want to call this user service create user. We want to pass in the DTO into the service as an argument, and then we want to save it to the database. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Let me do this. Let me change this to constants, actually, because these are actually constants, not enums. I mean, they're constants, not types, is what I meant to say. Okay, let's see. And then I'll create a new file called types.ts. Export type, create user params. And so what we'll do with this type is we'll just literally map the same type, the same properties as our DTO. Because I obviously don't want to specify the DTO as the type for that. Create user details. Actually, I'll call this details instead. I'm sorry, it's not username, it's email. What else? We had first name, string, last name, string. So what will happen is for the interface, the argument is going to be of type create user details. Okay? And the return type will, we will return a user instance of type RM. I'll show you how that works in a second, but we'll leave that alone for now. So user details, user create user details. Okay, and then this service class will need to interact with type ORM's repository API to create the record in the database. Madhur Sharma, welcome to the stream, Madhur. I don't think I've seen you here before, so it's definitely nice to see new people all the time. But hope you are doing well. Okay, so we already validated our data already, but what we need to do is we need to check the database to see if the users, if you need to check the database to see if the user exists with that email, right? Because obviously in an application you should not have a user. You should not have two records with the same email address, right? Because the email address is supposed to be a unique value. So we'll need to obviously query our database, check to see if there's a user that exists with that email address. And if it does, we have to throw an error. If it doesn't, we'll create the user. Is anyone doing a job as a web developer? I'm sure there are. Yeah, is there anyone here in this chat that works as a web developer, software engineer? And if so, what stack do you use? I'm very interested to know. Well, what stack do you use, Ahmed? All right, so I think the next thing that we'll have to do is obviously set up type ORM. So let me write a commit message. All right, so now we'll set up type ORM and MySQL. So let me go into my terminal. We're going to install at NestJS type ORM, reflect metadata, and MySQL 2. There we go. At our company, we use React TypeScript on the front end, and on the back end, we use Phoenix framework with a Postgre database. How do you pronounce Postgres? I don't know how to pronounce Postgres. Is it Postgre or Postgres? I'm not sure. Phoenix framework. What is the Phoenix framework? I've never heard of it, but what is Phoenix framework? I use Preact, and I am changing to Next, and it looks good for now with Rust. Oh wow, Rust. I'm full stack JavaScript developer. I use React and Nest. Nice. What is better, MongoDB or MySQL? I mean, you can't really compare the two because they both accomplish different things. It just depends on the application that you're building. MongoDB is perfect for, like, the thing with MongoDB is that it's perfect if you have absolutely almost no relational data whatsoever, right? And honestly, I think MongoDB is perfect for microservices in my opinion. Because in microservice architecture, everything is decoupled and you don't have to worry about querying, like, you don't have to worry about like querying relational data in the same database table because everything is just one single document. And it's also good for scaling too. So it just depends on the type of application you're building. Postgres SQL. Postgres SQL. I think it's pronounced Postgre because I heard someone one time say Postgre, but I usually say Postgres. I don't know. Anyways, so let's go into our project. We're going to import reflect metadata because we're using type ORM. And you actually should import it all at the top. So we need to configure type ORM real quick. So let's do that. And what we'll do is we will set up our environment variables. So MySQL DB host. So I have MySQL installed on my localhost already. So I'm just going to put in my credentials. I never went into MySQL. I always use MongoDB, but maybe I'll give it a shot. Honestly, A's, you should definitely consider using SQL. It is an amazing database engine, in my opinion. Let's see, password, username, what else? Port. MySQL DB database equals. I'm going to show you all something real quick. Some of you might know this already, but I'm going to show you something that you can do when you're working with TypeScript. Because right now you can see that our process.env object does not recognize these types. So I'll show you something that you can do. What you can do in TypeScript is you can create a file at the root level called environment.d.ts, and you can use this to override a lot of different modules and global objects. So for example, I can export the process env interface, and what I can do is I can go ahead and paste all of my environment variables here like this. So my environment variable names are the same that match this right over here. Let me just verify that. Host. Actually, yeah, this should be name instead of database. Port, password, username. And so now what happens is if you reference process.env, you now have that in IntelliSense, which is good. So now I can just do this, and I will coerce this to be a number type. Because watch this, if I do this, it's going to complain because port is supposed to be number. So I can just do this. And I think it should automatically convert, I think. I'm not sure. But actually, to be safe, what I'll do is I'll just do this. Parse int, like that. Okay, and then we'll need an entities array, of course, and synchronize it's true. Sir, please make a clone of Discord app. I'm not against it, but maybe some other day, maybe we shall do that. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to create our entity. So let me do this. I'm gonna export this entities array, and what I'll do is I'll import that inside here. So that way, all the entities that I put in this array will just automatically be registered here. So I'll just do that real quick. Imagine Anson secretly working at Discord. I mean, I think if I worked at Discord, I would have the Discord staff badge on my name, I think, right? I don't know if that's required, though, to be honest with you. Like, if you work at Discord, do they require you to have that badge so everyone knows that you are a Discord staff member? I'm not sure. But no, I don't work at Discord. So we need to go ahead and create a user entity for type ORM. But right now, if we look at our code, you're gonna see that, oh wait, I forgot to do this. I forgot to set the driver or the type to MySQL. There we go. And now it's going to throw an error because it's complaining that there's an unknown database called chat app. So we have to manually create it. Oh, you can hide the staff badge? Oh, I didn't know that. Have you tried Prisma? Yes, I have. I actually tried it in my, I think I did a video on Prisma with NestJS. I'm not sure. But I never tried Prisma with Nesto. So I'm going to go inside MySQL. I'm going to create the database. Chat app _ DB. There we go. If you have staff, you can probably give yourself everything and remove everything. Oh, true. Alright, so watch this. We're going to go ahead and create a class. Call it user. Many people don't like the algorithm interviews around Fang. What's your take on that? I personally think that, well, the thing with Fang is that Fang wants to hire the best of the best, right? And now I understand that they want to use algorithms and data structures to test that. And, you know, I think that there's nothing wrong with using, you know, algorithms and data structures to test people's skill set, or not skill set, test people's critical thinking skills, because that's really what it is, right? Like if you're testing people with leak code questions, you're really testing their ability to think, right? Like think like on the spot. And if you're going to be doing things relative to that at the job, then yeah, I think, you know, it's fair game. But I think that it is kind of not really fair to only use that as the only sense of measurement when most of the time people that are working for you as a software engineer are going to be building, you know, are going to be using are going to be doing web dev, you know. But I mean, obviously at Google, they do a lot more than just web dev, right? Like they have people working on open source projects. They have people working on like lots of complex algorithms. So I can understand why they would want you to be really good at algorithms, you know? So it's understandable. But, you know, I think it's not fair to only use that as the main judgment. But I do think it is important to test your critical thinking skills, in my opinion. Like you should definitely test a person's critical thinking skills, right? You shouldn't judge them if they get the question entirely, like if they don't get the question entirely right, but they have the right thought process, right? Because I think that you can learn, I think you can definitely improve critical thinking skills over time, in my opinion. I know for a fact that I definitely improved mine over time, over the past 6 years, from programming itself, you know? Like I would say programming itself and having the ability to learn how to learn has definitely improved my my level of intelligence, in my personal opinion, at least my critical thinking skills. So we're going to need an ID for our user, which is the primary key. We're going to then need fields for the email, first name, last name. Learning to learn, yes. Learning to learn is a huge skill that I think that people could have a huge benefit from if you learn how to learn. And what that means is, what I mean by that is this. If you learn how to learn, you can learn anything in the world. Maybe not everything, right? But you can definitely learn a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. So that's what I mean by learning to learn. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm just referencing something real quick. But I'll look at chat in just a second. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see. What do you think about ESLint? Because I don't know what the benefit it uses. Well, ESLint is supposed to it's supposed to enforce rules when you write code, and it's also meant for like ensuring that you write good code, because they have rules that you can configure. So for example, like there are some ESLint rules where they tell you only use like do not use a for loop, use for each, something like that, right? I learned a lot from Anson himself. That's good. So one thing that I'll do for this user entity is I'm going to use the exclude, and this is from class transformer, because we obviously, when we send the user data back to the client, we don't want to show the password because that's obviously not good, right? You should never do that. So we're going to use this exclude tag, and then when we send the, if we ever need to send user data, we're going to serialize it to, we're going to serialize it before we send it, and I'll show you how to do that. We have email, first name, last name, password. You can add other fields here if you need to, but we'll leave that alone. Let's go ahead and set this field to unique, to true. And we're done. So let's go here. Let's import user like that. And we should be good to go. I also additionally export user. Oh, actually, let me do this. Here we go. So I want to export the array of entities, and I also want to export. Actually, you know what? Why don't I just do this? Export default entities. Can I do this? And then I'll go into app module, and instead of this, I will do entities. And then if I ever want to import the user, I could do that. All right, perfect. There we go. I have to go now to work. Take care. All right, see ya, Ace. Sama, thanks for stopping by. It was a pleasure having you here, chat with all of us. Take it easy. All right, so we have the user entity. So now, watch this. No errors, good. Let's go ahead and show tables. Describe users. Here we go. So we have our table in the database, perfect. So now what we want to do is this. We want to go ahead and implement the constructor inside user service. And for the constructor, we want to go ahead and use the inject repository decorator. And we're going to pass in the user entity like this, because we want to inject the user repository. And then we're going to do private read only, and we're going to name this field user repository. And then we're going to type annotate this as repository, which is a generic type that comes from type RM. And since it's a generic type, to get the correct type for the user repository, we just pass in the entity type like that. This is very cool. I'm learning JavaScript. That's great. And welcome to the stream, I Teach. I don't think I've seen you here before, so welcome to the stream. And now what I can do is I can reference the user repository like this, and I can go ahead and I can call all the methods that I need to query or create records in the database. And that is the beauty of ORMs. But we're going to get an error right now because it's complaining about the user repository. Don't worry. All we need to do is this. We need to go into our users module. We need to import type ORM module, call for feature. It takes an array, and you want to just pass in all of the entities for the repository that you'll be using. In our case, we're using user repository, so just pass in user entity like this. And now the error will go away. Okay, there we go. So now we are ready to actually create the user. So before we can even create users though, we obviously need to hash passwords using a library like bcrypt. Well, you know what? I don't know if bcrypt is the recommended library. Let me actually check. Is there a guide on NestJS that talks about hashing passwords? Because I think we should use it the way that NestJS recommends. Is there anything on bcrypt? I remember. Oh yeah, hashing. There we go. Perfect. Will you use Snowflake for ID? What is Snowflake? Is that like a data type in TypeScript? I know Snowflake is like a thing in Discord, but okay, yeah. So Nest recommends bcrypt or Argon. I'll just use bcrypt. So let's install bcrypt real quick. There we go. All right, there we go. So we're going to import as bcrypt from bcrypt, and then we want to set up a helper function to hash everything. So wait, what am I doing here? Okay, I just got here. What's going down? This is going much longer. We're building a chat platform. That's what we're doing. But welcome to the stream, BE. Don't think I recognize your name, but welcome to the stream. Mamta Shahal. Welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you here either. If you're new, welcome to the stream and welcome to the channel. Happy to have you all here. Welcome to the stream, Basto MC. Hope you all are doing well on a Sunday morning. I mean, I don't know what time it is for you all, but right now it's 4:27 for me. And if you're in Europe, it's probably like, if you're in Europe, I think right now it's like what? Like around like 12 or 1 p.m. If you're in the East Coast of America, it's like 7 a.m. for you. If you're in India, it's probably like, what, like 6 p.m.? Yeah, we have people from all over the world watching the stream. I've had people from I have lots of viewers from India, lots of viewers from Asia, lots of viewers from I've had a viewer from like, you know, the Middle East. I think it's amazing, in my opinion. I think instead of, yeah, I'll generate a salt actually instead. So what I'll do is raw password string. I think the default rounds is 10, I think. Yeah, default is 10. And then we'll generate the salt, and then we will hash the password. There we go. So now we'll hash the password, and that's what we're going to save to the database. 1657. So 1657 is like what? That's like 4. That's like 4 o'clock, right? 4:57. So it's almost 5 for you. Wow. 2:30 p.m. in Iraq. 13:27 in the Netherlands. So 1:27 p.m. Australia. Wow, all the way in Australia. Damn. 8:27 a.m. in Brazil. UK is 12:30. Switzerland 13:28. You know, I actually really want to go to Switzerland. Can you save the live, please? Yeah, the live stream will 100% be on this channel. Switzerland. I really want to visit Switzerland. Switzerland is such a beautiful country. I'm very jealous of the mountains that you all have and the nature and the, like, just how things are in Switzerland. It's a really beautiful country. I really want to visit. I'll have to plan that trip sometime. From South Africa, it is 1:30 p.m. Yeah, we have people from all over the world, which is amazing in my opinion. Like, you have everyone from different countries, like both in Europe, Middle East, well, not country, well, I mean areas of the world. Senegal. Wow, Senegal. All right, that is amazing. So I'm gonna go inside create user, and I'm gonna hash the password. So we will await hash password, user details dot password, and we'll make this function or this method async. And what we'll do is we will go ahead and create a user. And we'll just pass in, we'll use spreader operator, unpack all the values from user details, and replace the password. So what I'll actually do is I'll just name this variable password. So that way I don't have to just do password, hash password, you know? Morocco. Yeah, so you have people from Africa too. New Zealand. You're from New Zealand, Cannons. Wow. Most diverse chat ever. Most diverse live stream chat on YouTube ever. I'm calling it right now. They also have underground bunkers for 100%, 120% of the population from nuclear attack. Alright, so this should take care of creating the user. Oh wait, but before we do that, I completely forgot we need to check to see if the user exists. So let's do this. Const find user. I mean, actually, you know, it'll throw an error if it tries to insert the record with an email, but we shouldn't rely on the error though. So what I'll do is, let me get the find one. Okay. Can I change this to this, or yeah, just leave it like this. Let's see. Conflict. We'll send a 409. I think conflict is 409. Poland. Egypt. Wow. I actually don't think I'll throw an error here. I'll probably throw an error in the controller. I think the controller should actually take care of throwing the error. So what I'll do is I'll return false. And then we'll throw the error in the controller. So, and then here we'll return. Actually, I'll return null instead, because that's also falsy too. All right, watch this. So what we'll do is let's go inside our controller. Okay, so what will happen is if user return user. Actually, let me do this. Can I throw an exception? Yeah, I don't think I can actually. What am I doing? Wait. Actually, no. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna return, and then I will throw an error here. I can't make up my mind. Okay, let's test this out. So let's go into Postman. Let's create a user. Okay, user was created, but okay, notice how the password is being sent back. I'll show you how we can fix that. But let's try creating the user again. It gives back a 409 user already, just perfect. So that's good. If I create another user with a different email, that'll work. All right, so now let me show you how we can make it so that it will return the user without the password. Coding Freaks, welcome to the stream. Your name looks really familiar. I'm not sure if you're brand new though, but if you are, it doesn't matter. Welcome to the stream. So what we'll do is this const user. You are using a mechanical keyboard? Yes, I am using a mechanical keyboard. You know, why don't I just do this? So we'll need to call this serialize function. Or I think actually, let me double check. Actually, no, it's not serialized. It's class to plain. And then we just have to pass in the object. So we're basically converting it from class to plain. So, or this is deprecated. Instance to plain. All right, this should fix that. So let's. All right, let's try this out again. So See, now it does not show the password anymore, and that is exactly what we want. Hello from Algeria. Nah, it can't be mechanical as it's silent. Yeah, it's red switches, that's why. When I first got this keyboard, because I'm using the Discord keyboard, the one that, like, remember, if you guys remember the one, the Snow's Giving event where you were able to buy the keyboard, the one that, it was like about like $200, I think. And it was like for charity and stuff, right? That's the keyboard that I got, and I think they had different options that you could select for the switches, and I remember selecting red, GAT red switch. I think it's Cherry MX. I'm not sure. I don't think it's Cherry MX. I don't remember. I'll have to check the email, but I know they're red switches. And when I was using it, I was like, wow, this is actually really quiet. Because my other keyboard, I have a Razer. I think it's a Black Widow keyboard, or is that what it's called? Razer Black Widow. I have that keyboard, and it's really loud because it's green switches. But I like loud keyboard sounds though, in my opinion. I like them a lot. But okay, so we have the user created. Perfect. So now we have to implement logging in. But let me just write a commit message. And in the database, if I were to select all users, you'll see that we have all of that data in our database, which is great. Okay, it's perfect. So we're good with that. Now we just have to implement logging in. Do apologize though that it is taking a lot longer than expected, but that's just kind of how it is when you're streaming. But you know, I have no problem chatting with you all though. I actually like chatting and coding at the same time, and answering any questions that you all might have. So it's no problem for me. You know what's actually amazing though? One thing that I noticed is that one thing that I noticed is that we actually gained 200 subs since we started streaming. I don't know how, but that is freaking awesome. Like I was looking at the sub, I was like, holy crap, like we are gaining so many freaking subs. Like what is going on? Like every minute it's just new subs. Like that is freaking amazing. You should use UUID instead for primary key. You think so? Why? Are UUIDs better? What makes UUID better? I'm curious because I've never used it before, so I'm just curious to see what like your reasoning is. I'm not saying that it's bad, but I'm interested to know. Okay. Let me see. Let me just close this up. Let's close this tab out. Okay, so we'll go ahead and implement logging in, which is just authentication. So what we'll do is this. We'll need to install Passport, of course, and a bunch of other libraries. So here's what we'll do. So for the login method, we're going to also create another DTO. Call it login user. Login. And then it's going to have two fields, email and password, right? Email string, password string. It's not empty. Okay. Let's go ahead and set this up. Okay. Actually, wait, no. Wait, actually, what am I doing? No, wait, no, this is not correct, sorry. This is not correct. I like learning more about this. I'm trying to put my code to canoning in Minecraft. What is canoning? Is that your project or something? By the way, I subbed to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Int is easy to guess for an attacker if they can use a remote execution functions on the server, like ID1 should be admin. While 01AF3 ECWBD347 is hard to guess. But what if you? But here's the thing though. What if you had an ID? That's a good point. But what if you had an ID that was like a lot longer? Like you know how Discord has like really long numeric values. Like they actually have like long, like I think the data type I would say is like a long type. So what if you had like a larger ID value? What do you think about that? Or is UUID still better? So I think what I'll do is I will just install passport. So yarn add passport, or wait, we need to do NestJS / passport, and then passport local. Let me just double check to make sure that I am going to be installing the correct dependencies. Let's see. Yep. Perfect. This looks great. Thanks. I appreciate that. And don't worry, all of the code I'll put the code all on GitHub before I go off stream tonight. So don't worry. Okay. So let's see. I believe the data type of Discord IDs are called Snowflake. Yeah, they are. But I think they implemented snowflakes themselves, right? Or I'm not sure how they implemented it. Snowflake data type. Or is there a library that you can use to do that? Let me see. Yeah, I think there is a library that you can use to manage. I think, I'm not sure, but I will probably look into that at some point later on. You can have both ID and UID, I guess. The UUID for front end routes that can obfuscate the items right for Flake ID like Discord. But in my opinion, it adds more data. So if you are data savvy, oh, I see. Well, that is good to know. You know, that is a really good point that you made. So definitely appreciate the insight on that. But let's see. Okay, so I just installed passport. So let's just register passport. So what I'll do is this. Also, we'll need to install sessions as well. So yarn add sessions. I think it's just express session if I remember correctly. I will also double check on the docs. Sometimes I still have to reference the docs, which is fine because it's hard to remember every single thing. So that's why as a developer, if you can't remember, as a developer, you need to just learn how to read docs and not memorize every single thing. There we go. Express session. Yep. There is actually a library for Snowflake. Oh, okay. Perfect. So I'll definitely make that a note one time when I need to look into that. Okay, let's see. So we installed Express Session, and we installed the types file. Okay, now let's just register everything. So let's do app.use. Oh, actually, before we do that, we're going to import session from Express Session. Import as passport from passport. And then we want to register everything. So again, like similarities between Nest and Express when you register these middlewares. So app.use session. So the same way that you would register the session middleware in Nest is the same way that you do it in Express, which is great. So for the secret, we're gonna reference an environment variable. I'll just call this secret like that. The cookie secret is supposed to be a random string. For now, I'll just type in whatever, but usually you want this to be a more secure key. Canoning is like dispenser and using TNT and finding ratios, and I don't know how to tell you in the words, but yeah. Oh, okay, I kind of get an idea of what you're talking about. And I think cookie. This is 1 minute times, let's see, 1 minute times 60, so that's 1 hour. Okay, so we'll just do 360. So that's 1 hour times 24 is 864. So this session will last 1 day. I think what is 86,400,000. Yep, perfect. Any plans for the Discord dashboard soon? I've been waiting for next episode for a while. No, it's complete. Why? I don't want to say complete, but it's pretty much done because I've already covered all of the main things already in the dashboard. So the rest is up to the watcher to just implement on their own. I can't, like, I mean, unless if, I have a good idea on what I should do, then maybe I'll make a new dashboard series. But for now, I think I've covered all of the main things with, setting up the routes for the guilds, navigation, all that kind of stuff. Session. But maybe though, maybe I will make new videos. Who knows, right? You never know. But let's see. So we just initialized passport and session. And one thing that I should also do is go inside the app module. And we want to go inside here and register passport module. So we'll do that real quick. If you're not in my Discord server, definitely join my Discord server. The link is in the description if you want to join. It's a great way to get in contact with me, chat with our members and stuff. But you can also leave suggestions there too. If you want me to see your suggestions, you can leave them there. And if I like it, I'll consider it. If I don't like it, I'll still consider it, but maybe not at the current moment. Do you know a website where I can learn JS fast or web development fast? I think Code Academy is good, and Free Code Camp, and YouTube, and Google. But yeah, those two websites, Free Code Camp and Code Academy, are definitely great websites that I would recommend to anyone. But maybe there are better websites though, because I know that there are because Code Academy and Free Code Camp have existed for a while, but I know that a lot of people have developed their own programs for newbies. So, but those are the only two that I know that I would at least recommend. Okay, so now that we've registered passport, in order for us to get this to work, we need to do this. So I'm gonna go inside. Let's see. I'm gonna create a file called local strategy, and I think what I'll do for this is, let me do this. So we'll need a local strategy file, and I'll show you how we can implement this. Don't I have to pay for Code Academy? I don't think so. I think Code Academy has a free tier unless they've changed it a while ago. And canoning is like you can make code to find out how far, I guess you meant how far you can shoot cannons, and you can make jars to make your cannons work. There are some free and paid courses on Code Academy, yeah. Honestly, I think Udemy is a great website that sells cheap courses. Some of those courses are actually really valuable in my opinion. So what we'll do is this. So for the local strategy file, we will need to inject the auth service, and that's something that we'll have to take care of in just a second. What's going on here? Oh yeah, we need to also call this super. Okay, so since we're using local strategy, so by default, when you use passport local, the default fields are username and password. But because our username is email, we can set username field to email. Okay, and then what you can do is when we implement the validate method, email string, password string, and watch what happens. I'm going to show you how we can invoke our strategy now. How long have you been developing, and how can you describe your program in one word? In one word, I would say if I were to describe, okay, so to answer the first question, I started learning programming in 2016, and I started actively learning web dev in 2018. So I would say it's been 4 years since I have been actively learning and developing with with for web dev. If I were to describe it in one word, I would say my journey has been damn, let's see. I would say fun, because honestly, I had a lot of fun learning web dev over the past 4 years. And if it wasn't fun, I obviously would have just never done it ever again. But I really enjoy developing, though. Like, a lot of my friends, they get really burnt out from coding. I do get burnt out, but not as burnt out as my friends. But some of them, they just absolutely just don't like coding, because they do it as their job, you know? But I like doing it as a job and like on my free time, too. As well as also, like, you know, making educational content for people. So I genuinely like it, you know, like I have no complaints. I'm trying to get into programming, but I prefer to be a front end dev. Well, I mean, you are technically programming, right? You're working on front end. You are programming technically. But there are different fields of programming, right? Is what I would say. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can invoke the strategy. So to do that, we actually need to use a guard. So I'm just going to honestly copy and paste this because I have it from a different project, because there's no point for me to just, you know, write everything one by one. I'll just tell you what it does, so don't worry. So I'm just going to paste this in. Okay, so basically what we need to do is we need to set up a guard to invoke passport. So you can see over here, local auth guard extends this auth guard, and this is a function that returns a class, and we have to pass in the strategy. So because we're using local strategy, we just pass in local. If you're using Discord, you would pass in Discord. And again, I have videos that talks about this, so go ahead and check that out on my channel. But we would pass in local, and then we have to implement the can't activate method. And all we need to do is just call super.can'tActivate, pass in the execution context. We need to go ahead and call super.login to actually log in, and then return result. Okay, that's all that happens. And then, so this is going to allow you to actually invoke the strategy. Okay. But like I said, all the code will be in a repository, so you can go ahead and check that out. But if you want to learn really like more of it in depth, honestly, I would recommend just joining the NestJS server and asking them about that, because they can give you a more in-depth answer than I could, because they were the ones that implemented everything. What is this theme? This is Pale Knight. CSS is a pain, and the DOM in JS is impossible to understand. Hopefully, I'm not making him lose focus. No, you're not. Absolutely not. I am great at multitasking, and I'm going to be streaming for a couple more hours anyways, so it doesn't really matter, but I'm always glad to chat anyways. Let's see. So let me go ahead and show you this. Let's go into login. So we're going to go ahead and use the use guards hook, or not hook, but decorator, and we're going to pass in local auth guard. And now watch this. Let's go into Postman. So we're going to make a post request to this endpoint. Now watch this. Right now, it's going to say 401 unauthorized, and the reason why is because it's returning undefined for the validate method. But if you look in the console, it should just return, it logs nothing. But watch this. I'm going to go ahead and pass in. And if you look at the console, it logs the email and the password. There you go. And like I said, normally by default, passport local uses username and password. So that's why you need to set this username field to email. Let's see what just happened. I just got a notification. I just got a alert. Did someone? Oh wait. Oh, someone just followed me on Twitch. Huh. So did everyone see that notification? Someone just followed me on Twitch, and that popped up while I was streaming on YouTube. That is very strange. That is very, very, very strange. But whoever that was, thanks for following my Twitch, even though I rarely ever use my Twitch. Maybe someday I will stream on Twitch again. Yeah, that was really weird. I thought it was a super chat, or like someone joined the channel as a member, but that also works too. Okay, so now that we're in the validate method, so basically, what we want to do inside this validate method is we want to use the auth service to validate the user's credentials. Okay, so the auth service has this validate user method, and we'll just take in two parameters, email and password. I personally, you know what, I'm gonna make this an object. I'm gonna make this an object actually. I personally like using objects. Wait, let me do this. Yeah, I'll just call it this. Doesn't really matter for now. Don't want to spend too much time naming. But yeah, name someone in the chat earlier. I'm not sure if that person's still here, but someone in the chat earlier said naming is one of the hardest things. Yeah, that is actually really true because, you know, like naming. If you name stuff improperly, it just becomes a nightmare to, especially if the project becomes a lot larger. You know, we learned big giant MNC skills instead of whole JS. What's MNC? So in the NestJS docs, there's actually a section that talks about this. So if you are interested on a more in-depth guide, the NestJS docs does have a section on authentication. But I'll show you exactly how they do it here. And that's pretty much really like the only thing that we need to do. Basically, you call this validate user method, right? You pass in the user and password. And basically, the validate user method should validate the actual user's credentials. And if we return a truthy value, then that's good. If we throw an error, that means that it's going to return unauthorized. Did you do your front end part? Because I'm seeing back and stuff. Yes, the first 3 hours were all front end. I think we've only spent about an hour and like 15 minutes on front end. I mean, wait, how long have we been spending on back end? Does someone know? I do know that it's only been like about an hour, I think. An hour and a half, I think. I'm not sure. But yeah, if you want to rewatch everything, you can rewatch the first 3 hours, and that covers all of the front end stuff. So the auth service is going to need to inject the user repository. And what it should do is it's supposed to compare. Actually, no. Wait. What am I talking about? It's not going to inject the user repository. It will inject the user service. My bad. That's what I meant to say. And since we are already importing the users module, we can just go ahead and inject it without needing to configure anything else. So inject services users private read-only user service user service. And then if I look at the console, no errors, perfect. So what we want to do is we want to search the database for a user. So I'll go ahead and implement another method called find user. And I guess we should also create a type. Let's see. So that we should create a type that represents the parameters the user can provide to search, to narrow down the search. So basically, conditions basically. So I'll create a type, call it find user params, and we'll have ID, number, email, string, and you can also search by we'll make it searching by ID or email. Actually, you know, let me think about it like this. No. I actually no. I have a better idea. We're gonna implement a method called find user by email. Actually, no. We'll just do this. I have no idea what's going on right now. I just started learning React 1 month ago. Yeah, we're just building a chat application. But you know, no worries. Like, you know, React is like a really big, really popular framework. So there's always going to be new people learning it all the time, which is great. But what have you done so far with React? I'm learning testing and using Axios right now with React. You know, testing. Are you learning, like, what kind of testing? Are you learning testing for front end, back end, or just in general? And welcome to the stream, by the way, John McCants. I don't think I've ever seen you before, so welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. So what we'll do is we will go ahead and call user. And we want to search the database. I think we'll search by email, yeah. So we'll do email. I stream on Twitch. Nice. Oh, wait, whoops. I messed up. Let me fix find user premise. This should be partial. And the return type of this should be a promise of type user, like this. And same thing for create user. Underhade, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. EA6 makes everything simple in JS but hard at the same time. EA6? What are you using for your backend? NestJS. NestJS. Let's see. Let me do this. If we'll do. So here's what I'll do. This is actually a good thing to do. If the user doesn't exist, you should never say user not found. You should just say invalid credentials, because if you say user not found, that tells the person who is trying to log in that the email that they are using doesn't even exist in a database. So you should just say invalid credentials. So that will leave the mystery of whether or not knowing if the email is in the database or not. So that'll make it, like, you know, I think that's a good thing to do that anyways. And we'll just send a status of forbidden. Is it forbidden or no? I think it's unauthorized. Yeah, there we go. 401. So if there's no user, throw HTTP exception. VY, welcome to the stream. And Kit Chowdhury, welcome to the stream. It's Hansa, welcome to the stream. Lots of new people and lots of familiar faces. Welcome everyone to the stream. I am very happy to have you all here. We have been streaming for 4 hours and I'm not even tired one single bit. So I'm going to be streaming for a little bit more because I want to get a lot of this stuff done. Now, if the user is found, what we'll do. So this is how you handle authentication with Passport Local when you're using username and password. Because when you hash passwords, you cannot unhash it, right? It's not encryption. With encryption, you can decrypt it, right? With hashing, you hash it, you save it somewhere, and that's it. You can never recover the original value. So what you need to do is you need to take the password that the user provided, you hash that password, and then you compare the hashes, okay? So here's what we're going to do. And we're going to go back to helpers.ts. Marcel, yo, what's up? Start from scratch? Yeah. Please check your project. What are you referring to? Export async function. Hash password. Compare hash. So we're going to have to create a helper function. So we'll take the raw password and then the hashed password. Let's see, and then we'll just basically return bcrypt.compare. And the first argument is going to be the data, so that's the raw password, and then encrypted is just a hashed password. And if it returns, so I think it returns a boolean. So if it returns true, that means that the hashes are the same. If it returns false, that means that the hashes are not the same. That notification scared the living hell out of me, I'm not gonna lie. But thanks for following my Twitch. I'm not gonna lie, that caught me off guard. Okay. So if the user does exist, we'll go ahead and call compare hash, and then we'll pass in the raw password, so user details, the password. Mr. Lulu, thank you for following. John McCants, thanks for following my Twitch, even though I don't ever stream on it, but thanks for following. Blue Twisted Kid, thanks for following my Twitch. Hashed password. Pass in user password. Okay. And then I think from here we can do one or two things. Let me see how NestJS does it. Do they have if users get to pass, they return a result, otherwise return null. What do I want to do here? I guess I'll just return this. And then what I'll do is inside the strategy, we'll do this. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, whatever I'll show you this right now. Also, Ategi3, thanks for following my Twitch. Is TS TypeScript? Yes, it is. So let me just show you this real quick. So if I were to return true, what's going on here? Oh, I think it threw. Wait, what's going on here? Wait, what? What is going on? Oh wait, I forgot to. There we go. Let me just leave that alone for a second. What is going on? Oh, yeah, I gotta return the user. All right, let me just implement this method real quick, and then I'll show you. So we'll just do return this.user repository .find one by, and then we'll just pass in params. There we go. Supin, thanks for following my Twitch. Do you think TypeScript is worth learning? Can I do everything in plain JavaScript? Yes, you could, but TypeScript introduces lots of more structure. Type safety is a huge important thing. If you come from an object-oriented programming background, you definitely want to use TypeScript because object-oriented programming is a very beautiful and amazing programming paradigm that I would recommend anyone to always consider learning. Once you learn it, everything, like your whole perspective of programming just changes. I promise you that. Once you learn object-oriented programming, your whole perspective of programming just changes. 100%. 100%. I promise you. And if you don't learn object-oriented programming, that's also fine too. But I would say that usually it's really hard to escape object-oriented programming because using objects, right? You are already technically using a part of object-oriented programming. Moncode, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. Glad to have you here, and I hope you're doing well. This is random, but can you make a video of your VS Code extensions? You know, I get so many requests about this. This is actually the most requested video that I've ever had, is make a video on my VS Code extensions. But the truth is that I really don't have that many extensions. Like, if you look at my extensions, I really don't have that much. Like, these are all extensions that are built in, right? The only thing that I have is Discord presence. Docker is already built in. A lot of these are already like built in, you know. And even if I were to make a video on these, it would just be really boring because I don't really even know. A lot of these like extensions are self-explanatory. The only one that I really use is Prettier, Material Icon Theme, Live Server. If I'm ever working with raw HTML files, if I'm ever working with like a local, like, you know, local files, right? I don't really use Java much with VS Code. I use Java with IntelliJ most of the time, so I barely ever use VS Code with Java. But yeah, I mean, I use Prisma. The one time that I used Prisma, I did install that package. But yeah, I mean, even if I made a video on that, it wouldn't really be that informative, to be honest. I mean, you got to understand that these extensions are all built in, and they're all like, you know, extensions that are part of a framework. If we're talking about like, you know, like extensions that do like completely different things, like Discord presence, for example, then yeah, that's a different story. Yeah. Hi, your screen is blower. What does that mean? What should I do after mastering HTML, CSS, JavaScript? JavaScript is front and background, right? Yes. So after you learn HTML and CSS, JavaScript, I'm assuming you mean client side. Once you learn all that, learn backend development with Node.js, which you'll be using JavaScript as well. If you need an example of what to do with backend, I have lots of videos on Express.js, so definitely consider watching those videos. Can you scroll from top to bottom of your extension so I clip it on YouTube? Yeah, I think I just did, but I'll do it again because I just saw your comment. So 1, 2, 3. There you go. Yeah, most of them are just themes, and I really don't use that many themes, to be honest. They're the theme that I'm using right now is Pale Night theme. In case you want to install it, this is the theme that I use. Yeah, these are all my themes. Hopefully that's helpful. Anyways, let me just show you what I want to show you. So right now, inside this value method, I am returning true. Oh wait, what is going on? Wait, I think it threw an error. Wait, let me see. Because it should not be returning 401. Oh wait, did I not register my local strategy? Let me see. What is going on? Wait, what is this? This is a login, right? So we're using local auth card, right? That's correct. So what is going on? Let's see. Login. Local auth card, yes. So wait, why is it not? I'm a little bit confused, if I'm being honest. Am I doing something wrong? Wait, what did I do? I swear I didn't change anything. I did not change anything. But now it's no longer logging. Wait, what is going on? One language for backend, so I can't connect Python to my frontend. Sorry, I don't know programming stuff. I'm new to it. Yeah, you can use JavaScript for both frontend and backend. Or you can separate your backend, or I mean, not separate. You can just use like a different language. Like you can use Python with Flask or Django, for example. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm really confused with what is going on. Because I didn't do anything, and now all of a sudden it's... What is going on? I am so confused right now. Passport local. Let me see. I intend to create a with Pure.js backend. I use. Is Pure like a different web framework? So I already provided my local strategy already, right over here. Okay, and I already am importing the auth module. So from that perspective, that's good. And I'm 100% calling the correct endpoint. Yeah, post slash API slash auth slash login. And we're using the local auth card. What is going on? Because it was working earlier, but all of a sudden it's not working. So I'm really confused with what is happening. So we have auth service, local strategy. Okay. Seems right. Everything seems fine. So I don't know what's going on. Pure.js is WebRTC. Explore peer-to-peer data, video, and audio calls. Dude, thank you for all YouTube videos. I'm a junior dev fresh out of grad school working at a startup where they hired me as their only dashboard dev, and your Discord to help me out. I'm glad to hear that, Fonzo. Thank you so much for letting me know that, and I'm glad that it's worked out so great for you. Explorer is the best web browser for developers. Trust me, bro. Explorer. What is Explorer? Okay, I gotta figure out what this issue is because I don't know what's going on because it was working a second ago, but I don't know what's happening. I think it might be something to do with the service. What is going on? I'm so confused. Why is it not? I am really confused right now. Do I need to like restart the app? Give it some Chipotle. I should. I guess he means Internet Explorer. Oh, I learned to React from basic. Welcome back, Lyrosphere. What is the Discord thing can do? Like, you can make bots and other stuff. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is so weird. It was working a second ago, right? It was working a second ago. I didn't change anything. So, what is the issue? Yeah, I just restarted my... I'm really confused. Let's see. Let me do this. Sir, I want to learn basic of React. I mean, I do have videos on my channel if you want to check that out. If you'd like to learn React. I do have lots of videos on React, so if you want to check that out, you're more than welcome to. Svelte kit. Can I use any npm package in NestJS? Sure, you could. Of course you could. Now, I am trying to figure out what this issue is. Do I need to provide the guards too? I don't think I do. Providers. Something's going on. It was working earlier, so I don't know what the issue is. Like, you guys all saw me call this endpoint and then it logged the 2 arguments and I didn't change anything, so I'm really confused. Is it because I'm returning true? Let me check. Rick Vic 2006, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate that. On Twitch, that is. Is it because I'm returning true? Is that what it is? No, I am so confused. It's not logging anything. This is so weird. There has to be something wrong that I did, but I can't spot it right now. I injected the auth service. That's fine. Right? Async validate user. Okay. Takes in the correct credentials. Good. We didn't really do anything here, and we're not even calling this method. I gotta figure this out. It's something to do with this guard, but I don't know what the issue is. I gotta double check something real quick. We do have passport registered. That is also important as well. We initialized session. We initialized the secret. You implemented a new function to compare password. I mean, that is for this though. Like, let me show you. Like, this is the validate method, right? Validates. It's supposed to call this method, And inside this method, we're supposed to call auth service, and then inside, we're supposed to call the validate user method inside the auth service class, right? And then from here, we're supposed to search the database. We're supposed to compare the hash of the password and return the value of it. But the problem here is that it's not even calling this value method, which is why I'm just really confused right now. I don't know if I don't know what's going on. Let me see. You know what? Let me actually do one more thing. Maybe I may have messed this up. Let me go over here. Maybe I need to import passport module. Is TypeScript a library? No, TypeScript is a language. It's still not calling it. Okay, so now wait. Oh my god, I am such an idiot. Oh my god, I am such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Okay, yeah, I know what the issue is. I am such a moron. I'm sending username instead of email. It should be email instead of username. No wonder why. There we go. Wow. And it was literally right in front of me, and I didn't even look at that field name for like the past 20 minutes. But at least I'm glad that we finally figured it out. I knew something was really weird, but I'm just glad I... wow, that was... wow. Anyways, I'm glad we figured it out. And I don't need to import passport module, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now that we know that everything works, we can go ahead and just... let me just control Z everything. Okay, so now I can show you what I want to show you. So right now, right, if I were to return... if I were to call this... what's going on? Oh, whoops. Okay, so right now you see it says invalid credentials, so it's basically throwing an error. Well, actually, yeah, it's throwing an error because the user is not found, right? And that's happening inside validate user. Whoops. Right, the user is not found, so it returns invalid credentials. But let me just go ahead and show you this. I'm just gonna copy this. Let me return true, and let me show you what happens. I'm gonna click send and see how it gives a 500. That's fine, don't worry. It's complaining about the session. We'll worry about that later. But you can see that when I return true, that means authentication is successful. If I return false, right, that means authentication fails, 401. If I throw an error, let's do forbidden. Watch this. If I throw an exception, it's going to give me a 403. So that's how this method works. So once this method, if this method returns true, that means authentication is successful. If it returns false or throws an error, that means that authentication failed. I'm new at this. Is this for Android app or iOS? It's for web. We're building everything in React. So if you want to watch the first 3 hours, that's what we did everything in React. Okay, anyways. So that's why I'm saying like validate user will return a Boolean value, right? So yeah, it'll throw an error or return a Boolean value. So we can literally just return the value that was returned from this method. And that's really all we need to do. Okay. Although, yeah, okay. So let's just do this. We can just do this. Okay, so now watch this. I can go ahead and try to test out this function. Invalid credentials. So let me go into my database real quick. I actually don't even remember my credentials. So let me just create a new user. So I'll create one. I'll call this Anson the dev. First name Anson. Last name the developer. Wait, what am I doing? Password 123. Create the user. If we try to create again, user already exists. Let's try to log in now. Click send. It's going to throw an error. Perfect. It's working. If I type in the invalid password, it'll tell you 401 unauthorized. If I pass in a user where the email does not even exist in the database, it's going to give you a 401 unauthorized. And that's how it's supposed to work. So if I know JavaScript, do I need to learn TypeScript? I mean, you don't need to learn TypeScript, but TypeScript is in fact going to be the go-to in probably like, I'd say give it 3 more years. TypeScript will be everywhere. Everywhere. Every single guide that you see on documentation will be TypeScript first. I mean, at some point, TypeScript will definitely, be the go-to, but I definitely recommend learning TypeScript 100%. 100%. Anyways. Yeah, so now that we've gotten this this validation thing to work, what we can do, the next thing that we need to do is implement the serialize and deserialize functions. I'm just going to go ahead and just copy and paste that from an old project because I've already made videos talking about this already. But I'll explain what it does, so don't worry. I'm not going to leave you all empty-handed. Okay, so essentially what we're doing is this. So we're creating a class, and this class is called Session Serializer. And this class is going to import, or this class is going to extend the Passport Serializer class that comes from NestJS Passport. And basically this class in NestJS has 2 methods that you have to override, serialize user and deserialize user. They're exactly the same functions in Express when you use sessions and Passport in Express. They're the exact same thing. Okay, but I'll explain what these 2 methods do in just a second. But before we do anything, let me go ahead and just inject the auth service like this. And then we're going to basically need to, actually, I don't think we'll inject the auth service. We'll actually inject the user service. Yo, Tam, what's up, man? Long time. Yo, I hope everything's good, man. It's been like what? I think it's been like 2 years since we've actually talked one-on-one, but I hope everything's well. Are you still where you are right now? Like, I don't want to say where you are. I mean, I don't know if you care or not, but are you still where you are right now? Or are you somewhere else? What do you think about Svelte? Svelte. I have never really looked much into it. I've seen some videos about it, but I think it's cool because it's like compiled, right? It's like compiled. Yeah, well, that's good, Tam, and I'm glad that everything has worked out so well for you. I remember, I think you've definitely came a long way, and that's good. But yeah, I mean, if you're in the same place that you are, I'm actually planning a trip probably in 4 months. I mean, I don't know if you mind. I mean, do you mind if I say it on stream? Because I don't know how comfortable you are, but I just don't want to, like, leak anything. But yeah, like, but yeah, I'm basically, traveling to Japan in like 4 months. And I've always wanted to go to Japan too. And I live on the West Coast now, so it's a lot easier to fly to Japan from California. I mean, I don't live in California, but that's where I would fly from. And I've always wanted to go to Japan since I was a kid. And it's a really nice place there. So I'm definitely gonna, yeah, if I go there, I'll definitely hit you up. I actually, completely forgot that you were there. But yeah, when I go, if I do go there in January, I'll definitely, do I still have your Discord? I don't know what happened, but add me on Discord. Add me on Discord, and we'll definitely keep in touch as the months go by. As a pro developer, VIP, I tell you to use Notepad to write your code, then run it somewhere. Notepad, like the Windows Notepad. I know there's a program called Notepad++. I know one person that have used it. I've never used it before. You have my Discord, I'll hit you again. I don't know what your Discord is, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, just add me on Discord. My Discord tag is Anson0003. Yeah, just send me a request. Long stream today, yeah, Lassie. Welcome back. I think you were here earlier. Yeah, you were. Welcome back to the stream, man. I just realized NestJS is like Java Spring. Yeah, that's literally what I always tell people. I always tell people that Nest is the Spring Boot of Node.js. Anyways, so basically, this Session Serializer class extends Passport Serializer, which is a wrapper class that NestJS provides for you. And you want to override the serialized user and deserialized user method. And what you want to do is exactly what you would do in Express. So let me explain. So serialized user method takes in two methods. It takes in user and a done function. Okay. All you would do is just pass in the user object as a second parameter to done, and you pass in null for the error. And then for deserialized user, you basically want to search the database for the user, and then you want to return that user by calling the done function. George, thank you so much for donating $2. I don't know why it doesn't show me the YouTube. I can't click on the URL. Wait, let me see. What is this? Let me see if I can copy it. But yeah, thanks for the $2, George. I really appreciate it. I can't even copy it in Streamlabs, which is kind of whack. Can I copy it? I don't know why there's a copy feature. This is so weird. Like, I don't know if I can show you all this. But like, there's a copy feature, but it just doesn't work, which is really weird, if you ask me. I mean, if you want to, if you want, like, just like ping me on Discord, because my DMs are closed right now. If they are, I mean, I don't know if they are, but just DM it to me if you can. I mean, not DM it. What am I talking about? Just like ping it, or just send it here. It doesn't matter. I will approve it. Don't worry about that. Do I use GraphQL? I have used it. It depends on the project, but usually I try not to use GraphQL unless if I really need to use it. But GraphQL is amazing. Whenever I used GraphQL before in the past, amazing. That's all I can say. Amazing. Hi Anson, could you explain to me the concept of limited token for chat? User must have coin diamond for chat. You develop a free chat, I want to pay it for chat, could you? I'm not really sure what you mean by limited token, because that's kind of like a vague term. I'm not sure what you mean by that, sorry. It's gone over here. Oh wait, find user ID, user.id. There we go. What I will say is this. Let me see. Also, if you all are new to the stream, or if you have never joined my Discord server before, feel free to join my Discord. You know, it's a great place to just chat and get help with code. And you can also just chat with me there if you want to. I don't mind. But yeah, if you want to join, the link is right over there, or you can just click on the link in the description. Feel free to join. Let's grow this community to as much as we can. Like, we must top up for chat, buy coin for chat. Do you mean like a virtual currency or something? Is that what you mean? I'm not really too sure. Like a virtual currency or... Okay. So I just registered the session serializer, so that should take care of serializing the user into the session. But that will not persist the session. That will have to be configured ourselves with session store. So let me go into my console and let me show you what happens when I now log in. It will not throw that error anymore. Wait. There you go, no more error. Before it threw a 500 and it threw an error regarding the session, but now you can see that it is no longer there anymore. And if I look at cookies, you'll see that I now have this cookie SID that is on that is stored on the client side, and you can see that this is the cookie. Okay, and there you go, that works. That is how you do it. But obviously this session is not persistent, so we'll have to next persist the session. And that is really easy. We'll go ahead and just use I forgot what it was called. Let me bring it up for you real quick. Oh yeah, this is, by the way, for those who are new, this is the chat. This is the React project for the chat. Welcome back, VY. So for those who are new to the stream, or if this is your first time visiting and you're interested to see what we're doing, we're basically building a chat platform, and this is what the UI looks like right now. We've just been working on the backend for like the past couple of hours. Yeah, let me go ahead and just do this real quick. Let me set up the session store right now. I'll show you how we can do this. So we'll have to create a repository for session. Connect type ORM. Make the chat platform support bots. If we get that far, maybe we'll consider it. Maybe I'll consider that. That's if we get that far. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and install type ORM. Connect type ORM. And I'll go ahead and create an entity that will represent the session. And let's go ahead and go here. So what will we do is this. We'll go into entities, create a new file called session.ts. And we're basically just going to create a class for the session. And we're going to need to implement iSession. So this is an interface that comes from type ORM or connect type ORM. Okay. Now let's see. All right. And we do need to just have 3 fields. So we need expired at, which is when the session expires. And the data type of this will be bigint. How do you feel about TDD? You know, honestly, at my old company that I work for, we actually put emphasis on that. I mean, I think the concept is good, but I think that it's also really annoying sometimes, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I think the concept is great, but I think sometimes it can be really annoying. Because it's just like, you have to write the test first, and then you write the code. But then that requires you to know in advance what the functions are going to do. And then you have to write the code around the function. Which I think that's not the end of the world. But I think it's not a bad thing if you can properly do it, right? Yeah, I think it's fine, honestly. Like, if you can actually implement it well, I think it's great. Well, Anson right now is not doing TDD. Haha, yeah, I'm not doing TDD at all. I personally, if I'm being honest with you, I personally don't like it. Because in my opinion, I think that here's what I believe, right? I think that if you write your code in a good way, right? If you structure it in a way where you're not like, you know, writing like just like putting everything in just one method, and you have different methods being called, and you have each layer taking care of itself, you can very easily write the test case. But again, the whole purpose of TDD is to implement the logic based on what the test does. So it forces you to write the code based on what the test is supposed to do. But then, you know, one can argue, well, wouldn't the other way around work as well? You know, some people could argue that too. But, you know, again, you know, some companies follow TDD, some companies don't. You know, it just boils down to what you prefer and what the company requires you to do. But in general, I would say testing is very important in writing code. Like, you 100% need to test your code with unit tests and end-to-end, 100%. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to go into the main.ts file, and we need to set this up. So we need to go ahead and do this. Let's see. Const session repository. RRM, welcome to the stream. How are you, man? Or woman? I hope you're doing well. You know, I really don't like this freaking... I don't like how get repository is deprecated, because now I can't get the... Because now I need a data source for this. Goddamn. Nest module type ORM module. Get repository token. I think I can just use get repository token. I think maybe that will work. I hope. Let's hope. Is it null? Okay, good. It's not null. All right. So now what we want to do is we want to do this. we want to go over here and set the store property to new type ORM store, like this. And then we're gonna pass in. Actually, we're not even gonna pass in anything. We're just gonna call .connect and then pass in session repository like this. And this should, let's see what's going on. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, that's right. This is not getting. What's the new way? Wait, hold on. Let me Google this real quick. Type ORM get repository deprecated. Yeah, I don't really like this because now, let's see. Because in the new type ORM update, you need to use a data source. But the thing is, we're using, let's see, we're using type ORM for root. So the question is, like, how do we even get this to work? Let me see the NestJS type ORM. Did they update this? Let me see. Let me check the NestJS package. I'm not too shabby. I've been Discord server for a while, and I never knew you did Minecraft plugin tutorials. I only thought you did Discord bot stuff. Well, I mean, I don't normally make Minecraft plugin tutorials, but I've been wanting to for a while. And I was like, you know, why don't I start now? And I dabbled a little bit into it. And I was like, you know what? I actually, you know, enjoyed it. I have made some Minecraft plugins before. Well, I mean, not made Minecraft plugins. Let me phrase that. I have played around with the Spigot API before. But I was like, you know what? Why don't I diversify my channel a little bit? You know, bring in new viewers. I think that's a great way to do that. And yeah, I actually, here's an exciting thing for those who don't know, and you know, for those who are interested. I actually have a JDA Java Discord API series that is going to be published. First video will be out on August 22nd. So if you're interested, you know, you can look forward to that. I just don't know how I can learn TS quickly and effectively. Just code. Well, don't worry about learning it quickly. Just make sure you learn it. You know, like don't put a time constraint on it. You know, worry about learning it. I think you can make an app data source and put the app data source in for root. You think so? That's what I was guessing too. That's what I'm wondering. Oh wait. Look at that. So look at that. Look at that. Okay, perfect. You were right, George. You were right. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. That just made our life so much easier. Mahesh, the theme is called Pale Night. Yeah, our stream today has been amazing. Like, we had so many people chatting. This is the best stream I've ever had, if I'm being honest with you. Best stream since, like, 2 years ago, when I would stream all the time, I've never had chat this active like 2 years ago. And we actually, this is actually crazy. Like, our stream, I checked, like, our stream gained like 200 subs. That has never happened before. So that is just freaking awesome. And I am, like, really happy to see that. Like, I am just I just don't have any words. Ken Zix, welcome to the stream, man. I think you're new here. If you're not, doesn't matter. We welcome everyone. All right, well, I just want to tune in, but really well done. All right, RM, take it easy, man. I hope you know, you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, or you know, I don't know where you are, but you know, hopefully you enjoy the rest of your week night. Your stream was in my recommendation. Well, that is great. Yeah, I'm glad that we're reaching lots of people, lots of new people. That is too. All right, so let's go ahead and create the data source. So const export const app data source equals new data source. And then, yeah, we can just pass in all of the properties. So let's do this. Okay, and what we'll do is in the docs, it says this. Okay. So I guess all we do in the mod, we just do app module. Is that, I guess that's all we do. So let me try this. So I guess what we do is we call for root, and inside this we implement the constructor, and then we just do this. I guess is that it? Is that it? I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Let's save. Let me also make sure. Oh wow, that means I don't even need to export entities anymore. I could just do this. Since now everything is literally in one file. There we go. Okay. Bro hit the algorithm. Yeah, we did. And welcome to the stream, bro. Ha, I'm from the US. We're located in the world. I am located in Arizona. Apollon Hellas, welcome to the stream. What theme is this? Pale Knight. What about Twitch? Quite a sizable amount of audience there. You know, I have tried streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, because what I would do, this is what I did 2 years ago. On Streamlabs, I would stream on Twitch, I think, and then on OBS, I would stream on YouTube. And I would just interact with both chats. But honestly, I really like YouTube streaming. Like, you know, YouTube is obviously where I started. I always will have a soft side for YouTube. And, you know, every one of my viewers came from YouTube, so I will always stick to YouTube. But I will, if I ever stream on Twitch though, I will plan on streaming other stuff like video games. I have been playing Red Dead Redemption. Well, I haven't played Red Dead Redemption for like 2 months. So I remember streaming on Twitch 2 months ago. And some people were watching it, I think. But yeah, if I ever stream on Twitch, I'll mostly just stream like video games and stuff. But I don't know, we'll see. So I know JavaScript, but do you think I should really get good with JavaScript before learning TypeScript? I mean, you don't need to get super good with JavaScript, because you can definitely learn TypeScript. You can actually learn TypeScript without learning JavaScript, in my honest opinion. But I think you can learn both at the same time. I prefer Prisma, it's very easy to use. Oh, by the way, there's a platform called Restream. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I remember that. Restream. You can stream on both. You can stream like. Don't you have to pay for it though? Or is it free? I'll have to look into that. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I do remember that though. Like you can just stream on multiple different platforms, which is great. All right, let me get the repository. So const session repository equals data source. Let me fix this real quick. No, it's free. I use it for free. All right, I'll definitely look into it. Maybe I'll stream on Twitch and YouTube again. We'll see. Hey, I'm new to coding. Any tips for getting started in Python? Well, I mean, the question that I would ask you is, what resources are you learning? And a couple of the tips I just give you is just, you know, practice, right? Like literally just practice every single thing. You might think that you know it all, but always just keep practicing. Repetition is a great way to help yourself, you know, retain knowledge, and obviously dabble into new things and try pairing together different things. Like for example, if you're learning about variables, right? Practice declaring variables. Practice printing out variables. If you're working with math operations, use variables, add them. Like, you know, if you're declare a variable that's of type number, then add that number to another number, and then see what happens. Just you know, play around with it. Be curious. You know, my advice is to just be curious. Like if you're learning a language, always be curious. If you're learning anything, you just need to learn how to be curious. Python is great fun. You can literally do anything with it. Yeah, you can literally do anything with it, and it's really easy to set up too. Okay, let's see. Everything works well. Wrong driver. What's going on here? Did I do something wrong? What's going on? Why is it complaining about the driver? Unable to connect to the database. Let's see. What's going on? Wait, how do I... Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I am doing something wrong. How do I configure this? Wait. Do I just do options? Do I just do that? I think the problem here is that in, let's see. Let me resort to this. Hi, is this will be saved in your channel after? Yes, it will. It will. You know, let me try this real quick. Let's see. If data source is a part of the current type order module. Shashank, welcome to the stream. Where can I learn TypeScript? YouTube is a great place. There's lots of crash courses. I actually have one on my channel if you want to check it out. But YouTube is a great place. I'm trying to see if I can find like yeah, I really don't like this new change to typeworm, to be honest. It adds a lot of annoyance, if I'm being honest. Not crypto chat, but dating app user must have top up Gitcoin. The concept that where the money goes from me. Gonna flow this core later, got other work to do. Alright, no worries, Samrat, and welcome to the stream. Alright, yeah, you know, I think I could just do this. Let me try this. Because I'm pretty sure if I were to console log this, all the options should be whatever it was that I set. But the problem here is that the environment variables are not being picked up from this file over here. Yeah, they're not being picked up in here, which is a little bit annoying. So maybe, I guess, let's see, what could I do? I'm trying to think, what could I do? Fun watching your streams again. Keep it up and glad we connected. Gonna bounce for now. All right, take it easy, Tam. Hope to see you later. I'll definitely hit you up later. Let's see. So it's complaining about these environment variables. Yeah, that is not good. And honestly, I wonder if I could do anything here. No, that's not good. Let me see if I can find something on the docs that will help. Let's see, use factory. So what does this do? This, oh, I see. I think I understand what's going on. Let me try this. Imports config module, inject config service, use factory, config service, config service. Whoops. And then, yeah, I guess it just takes all of this. And let's see, data source factory. Receives configuration. The thing is, I don't even really need this, I think, because the only thing that I really need is just the controller, or not controller, what am I talking about? The session repository. I think this actually works fine for us. Yeah, so we have the repository. That's good. In the database, I should have everything. And hopefully there are no issues with reading the database right now. So it's complaining right now. It's definitely complaining about the session. No metadata for session found. Yeah, I knew something was going to be wrong. I think we need to return the data source. Let me do that. And then maybe that will work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure right now if I try to create a new user, it'll probably complain about that. Yeah, see? Yeah, something's definitely wrong. Do you know how I can do functions in CSS? I've been well, I mean, CSS is a style. CSS is like, there are no functions in CSS. I think maybe SCSS does. I'm not sure if SCSS has it, but CSS, it's just style sheet. It's just a style sheet. Type ORM or Prisma. I prefer type ORM personally. Yeah, I think we need to return the data source. I think we need to. Yeah. Data source factory. And here they just create a new instance of the data source. But of course we don't want to do this. We want to, let's see, this is annoying because I definitely need the data source from over here. But because it's not going to read the correct, yeah, that's really annoying. And I can't create a new one, so what do I do? What do I do? I could inject the data source wherever I want, right? Yeah, this is really complicated, if I'm being honest. const new data source, return data source. Yeah, I honestly don't know, but I guess we can just return a new data source. Let's just do this. All right, and does it work? Nope, it's still complaining about session. Yeah, it 100% is not going to work this way. What if I did this? What if I did this? What if I took this data source? Yeah, what if I, you know what if I did it like this? I have an idea. But then now it's complaining. Okay, what properties are required? Bro, there's 2 pills for me. Red pill, legalize nuclear bomb, apps and such. I think you should use Prisma. Type. Okay, let me do this. Let me... Data source. Let me do this. Zealino, welcome to the stream. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Okay, perfect. So it is okay, perfect. So I think what we could do here is we could set the host to options.host. Is it even? I guess we can't. But I mean, at this point, we have our environment variables, so. Wait, I don't understand why I cannot access those properties, though. It makes no sense. Driver, database, entities, extra. Where's the port property? I don't get it. That is so weird, but you know what? That's fine. We'll just go ahead and do this. I'll figure out a better way to set this up. But now it's complaining about access denied for user using password no. I guess environment variables aren't even right over here. This is why I really absolutely hate the new update. It's so dumb, in my opinion. Alright, we can't even set password too, I think. Well, we could, but now it's not even setting the options. So what's going on? Yeah, this is really frustrating. Denied for use. Yeah, I think it's because of... Is it because of what? So the environment variables are fine. Let's see. Does your Minecraft look to work for multiple versions of Minecraft? No, I don't think so. I don't even know if you can make plugins for Minecraft. Does it? I'm not even sure. Can you wait? I mean, can you play Minecraft mobile with other users on like a desktop server. Like not Minecraft Realm, but yeah, I don't know what's going on over here. It's complaining about the password even though the password is there. Yeah, I don't think you can do it this way. Damn, this is really weird. So what other option do we have? Because we need the data source instance somehow. Like there's no way that we can. How do you reference? Is there a way to reference the data source? I will find out right now. Let me Google something. I think you can only inject the data source, but not. I think you can only inject it, but not. We 100% need the data source. That's 100%. I do remember the mobile client can play with desktop client, so yes. Is it only for realms or is it for an actual like self-hosted server? All right, what if I did this? Let me try this. What if I did this? What if I set the type of this to be a data source? And set it to be null. And I will go ahead and do this. I will. Actually, no, I wouldn't even be able to. Hold on, wait. Yeah, I can't. I don't. I'm out of options. Honestly, this is really weird. Let's see. Is there any other option that we have? So frustrating. Data source type ORM NestJS global. Downgrade version. I could. I mean, I think I could just use. Hold on. You see, like the thing is, like this actually works, but the only issue is that if I were to have my data source defined inside, because it's able to connect, right? But if I have my data source defined here, it does not pick up the environment variables. So I guess I gotta manually. Let me see. Like, would I have to import nest config or something? .env. Like, that's just kind of dumb, if you ask me. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm just gonna downgrade the version because I really am not a fan of. I am honestly really not a fan of this update. If I'm being honest with you. Um. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this update at all. It is really lame, if you ask me. I'll figure this out. I'll figure this out later. I don't want to spend too much time on this, honestly. I don't want to waste too much time on this. So, yeah, I'll just downgrade the version. Honestly, it's whatever. So this is what version? Type or let's see. Yeah, I'll just do this for now. I don't really care. Let's see. Now it's complaining about the connection. What is it complaining about now? What is it complaining about it now? What is going on? Let me see. Oh god, let's see. Okay, so I'm getting an issue with get repository session. Huh, interesting. Connect type ORM. Connection default was not found. Yeah, I'm just gonna download the version. Let's see, what version are we running on right now? 0.3.7. Let me find the version that I was using before. So the version that I was using was let's see 0.2.37. Hey, what icon pack am I using? I think it's material icon theme. Yeah, I think it's material icon theme. Let's see. Gotta fix some other stuff. Kind of sucks that we can't use the latest version because of this issue, but it's whatever. Who cares? I think that update was really annoying, but it's fine. All right, now that we finally got this working, we should be able to just log in. Let's just make sure that everything works. So I can create records. Okay, and then I can log in. There we go, and you can see I have my session ID over there. And if I go into the database, select passwords from sessions, I can see my session ID over there. So that means that we have persistent sessions. I have the same icon pack with you, but icons aren't the same. I don't know why. Let me see. I use Fluent icons. Do I even use this? I don't even know. Fluent icons, file icons. I honestly don't even know what icon pack I use. Is there a way to check? How do you check? Secret, how are you? Hi, my idol. Welcome to the stream. I think this is your first time here. I've never seen your name before, but welcome. What's one thing you would change about or in programming that would make every programmer's life easier? I think the only thing that I would say is, I would just say access to resources and documentation. If you have good documentation, you can learn anything, in my opinion. I'm gonna use the bathroom. BRB. Alright, sorry about that. I am back. My theme is Pale Knight theme. Pale Knight's theme. But yeah. We haven't even gone to the hard part yet. Most of the stuff that we've been doing is just like configuration. But we've gotten all of the authentication stuff done and sessions, so now we can just commit all of this. So implement auth sessions. Cool. All right. So now, what do we want to do? Let's see. I have so many tabs open up right now. Let's see. Cobalt 2? Is that like a theme or icon theme? What kind of theme is that? Okay, so I think we are pretty much good to go with the backend. Let's see. We have create user route. We have login route. So now all we need to do is just really connect the backend with the front end. So we can just go back to our front end and connect everything together. So let's go ahead and do that. Why don't we? So let's go here. So let's see. We'll go into our React app and I will go ahead and do this. Let's go into register form. And what we will do is this. We will need to set up API call to the server. So I think honestly we should use React Query for this. I personally don't really use React Query that much, but I think we should use it. I mean, I should force myself to use it is what I should say, because it's a really good tool that it's really popular. Lots of people use it, and it's usually the go-to recommended library for querying data. And it also takes care of managing state underneath the hood, so you can literally just use that. But I've never really been a fan of React Query, to be honest. Not that I don't like it, but it's just because like I just personally like doing things myself. So I think for now I will not use React Query. You know what, let me look at the docs real quick and see if I want to set this up with React Query. Yeah, why not? I'll just use React Query. Who cares? I'm so indecisive sometimes. But yes, I'll use React Query. Hi, is this live gonna be available to watch later? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You will be able to watch it later. Don't worry. So I'll install React Query right now, and we'll go ahead and just use it. So close all my tabs. I have so many tabs. Yeah, so we'll install React Query, and then now we'll go into our code, and then we will go ahead and set up a post request. So first we need to, of course, go into app.tsx. We need to create an instance of, or actually maybe here, in here, there we go. We'll go ahead and create an instance of query client. So query client equals new query client. LMA, whenever you show your Windows terminal, I feel like watching some movies with hackers. It does feel like that, doesn't it? Like you have a Windows terminal with a bunch of different tabs, a bunch of different colors. Let's see. All right, let's take this. Wait, let me wrap it. Let's do this. Query client provider. There we go. And now we can go ahead and make a post request. Let's see. Wait, so am I supposed to install Axios with React Query, or like how does this work? Hold on. I'm kind of confused. What's the keybind on split tab on WinTerminal? I think I set this custom. I'm not sure. Actually, I think it should be. I think by default it should just be Shift Alt D for right hand side, and then Shift Alt minus to go on the bottom. And then if you want to move it, you can just do Shift Alt and then use arrow keys. It's pretty cool. I like it a lot. Kahi, welcome to the stream. I think you're new here. I've never seen your name before, but I'm glad that you're here. We have a lot of new people today in our live stream, which is amazing. Okay, so you have to use React Query with Axios, right? I remember that, right? Because basically you're just passing in a function. It doesn't actually make the API request for you. You need to do it yourself, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so I think we need to... Oh, you don't need to use Axios. You don't? So, I mean, yeah, don't we need to pass in a URL or something? I think I just do Control-Shift-W. Control-Shift-W, I think. You know, I wish they actually showed you what fetch to-do list function was, because sometimes it's just like really confusing, but it's fine. Oh, okay. So React Query doesn't actually fetch the data. It just calls a function that fetches the data. Okay, you know, now, okay, I get it now. If that is the case, honestly, I am not going to use React Query. My bad. I mean, I still think it's great, but I'm just gonna for now use Axios without React Query. Because I like handling it myself anyways, so I'll just do that. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. I still think React Query is a great tool though, because React Query can manage your state and it can also refetch data. I still think it's great, don't get me wrong. Love this. Welcome to the stream, Victor. How are you? I hope you are doing well, Victor. Alright, so we're going to create a file called api.ts. We will be using Redux later on, if we get to that. So don't worry. Import Axios from Axios. Export async function. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and do this post create post registered user. Wait, what am I doing? Async, export async. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll set up environment variables for our React app. So let me create that real quick. .env.development React. One second. Adding custom environment variables to the React app. So I'm going to set up an environment variable for React real quick. So React app API URL, HTTP localhost, port 3001, just like that. And I should be able to get the environment variable like this, like that. We will have to restart the app though, but it's fine. So oh wait, let me also fix this. So let me add /API. There we go. So we can do /API, and now it's just /auth/register, like that. That is the URL. And then we will need to pass in config, and for that it'll just be const. Wait, let me put this over here. Const config equals wait, what am I doing? Wait, why did it auto import that? That's annoying. With credentials set that to true, which means that it'll send the cookies to the server from the client. That's why you want with credentials set to true. Okay, and let's just restart the React app real quick. Let's see. Yarn start, restart the app. So right now what we're doing is we're connecting our front end with the back end. And then we'll implement registering and then log in from the front end. What's going on over here? Oh, I gotta go into index.tsx. Delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this. There we go. Perfect. All right, so what I'll do is this. I will go ahead and create a type. Create user params. Okay, and we will need to pass email, first name, last name, and then password. Okay, and then the data will just be this. I'll type this. And oh, I actually forgot this as well. So the second parameter is the body, the request body, and the third parameter is config. There we go. I don't know why I didn't complain about that though. It's kind of weird. Anyways, let's go ahead and take this function. Let's go inside our register form component. And what we'll do is we'll go ahead and call this function and pass in data. And now that we have defined the data type, we can just type annotated with create user params. And we'll make this function async. And oh, what's going on here? promise void is not signed up to the type. Oh, this is new. This is new. They didn't complain about this before. Types of product data and data incompatible. Oh, I think it's complaining about. I think it's complaining about the data type actually. Yeah, it's complaining about the data type. Let's see. Oh, I know what it is. I know what I could do. Use form. I remember this. I could just do that, and then I could set default values too, like this if I want to, and now have IntelliSense for email. I could do that if I want to, but I'm not gonna do that. Okay, there we go. There's a new VS Code extension that translates text error message into human readable ones. Really? I did not know that. I'll definitely look that into. In your opinion, for typing data objects, is it better to use types or interfaces? I personally like using types because I feel like interfaces, in my honest opinion, and this is only because I come from a Java background, right? I personally believe that interfaces should really only be used for defining a contract between a class and using that class to implement that interface and implementing the actual abstract methods. That's just my opinion, though. But you can use whichever one. Honestly, I really don't think it matters too much, right? Because in the end, you can just cast it to the correct type or the interface. So I think it doesn't really matter, honestly. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. Let's try creating a user. So we're gonna pay close attention. Wait, why is it talking about a WebSocket? Oh, I think that's from. Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's try creating a new user. And if I click on this button, it's going to say 404 not found. Okay, so it seems like it's not picking up the environment variable. Or is it localhost? Well, wait, it is. But why is it saying undefined? Let's find out. React app API URL. React app API URL. Okay, so I have that there. Did I do it wrong? Let's find out. Let's find out what is it that we are doing wrong. React environment variables. Oh, wait. env development. Well, I've always done it this way. Because you can have a .env.development file, and you can also have a .env.production file. And so when you build your app for production, TypeScript will use all of those. React app, yeah, it's the same one, right? And then if you were to reference it, let me just check. Process.env. Let's see. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I did restart it earlier. Like I did restart it earlier. If I did restart it earlier, but I don't know why it wasn't picking up. I'll try again. You know, actually, you know what it is? I think it's because this is the old client. I think it's because it's the old client. Yeah, I think it's because it's the old client. Let me refresh though. But I did refresh, so it's weird. Yeah, you see, I don't know what's going on. Localhost 1000. I mean, let me look at the React version. This is React version 18. Wait. Wait. Okay, I think they changed it in 18. Cause when I did this was React version 17. Let me look something up. React. Oh, do you need to install .env? Oh wait. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Do you need to install .env? No, you shouldn't need to install .env. I mean, is that, I mean, okay, do you need to install .env in the new version? Yeah, that's the thing, like, it didn't, yes, that's the thing, like, in the past, at least, like, in version 17, you didn't need .env, because I'm looking at an old project, and I'm looking at the package.json file. Maybe in the newer version you do need it. Maybe, I don't know. Let me look at this blog post that I found. Let me see. I'm looking at this blog post and it doesn't say anything about installing .env. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, and React version 18 was released not so long ago, I think. So, version 18. This is React. We're just building it in desktop app. Yeah, I had the same React app URL. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Look at where the file is, man. I put it outside of the folder. Wow. Today is just not my day. Today is just not my day. Today is just not my day. Alright, that should fix that. I am just blind. Today is just not my day. Just not my day today. First it was the username field in Postman, now it's this. What's next? Alright, and yep, we have a CORS issue, so let's go ahead and fix that. Let's go into Nest, source, main.ts, app.enable CORS, origin, HTTP localhost port 3000, and then we'll set the credentials to true. There we go, and now we can make requests. And did it return? It returned a 201. It did. And if we look at the database, you can see that new user that was just created. Perfect. And if I were to try to create the user again, it's going to return an error because it says 49 conflict. Okay, good. All right, so obviously right now we are not handling any errors. I am not going to do this right now because I really want to get to the sessions, because I really want to actually I care more about the logging in part, so I'm not going to worry about, like, you know, handling the errors right now. I will do that later. So right now I need to go ahead and set up the sessions for the front end. So we'll go into the login form, and what we'll do is this. So I'll go into my types.ts file. We'll create a type called login user credentials params, and it's just going to be email and password, like that. And we'll use that to type annotate this use form because it's a generic type. What are you going to use for error handling? Error boundary? I'm just going to use try catch. I've heard of error boundary before in React. I've never really practiced it before, but I really should at some point, you know, because, like, it's not good to not do stuff like that. But I'll just be using try catch though. But you know, I've always done it with try catch. I'll show you in this stream. I'll show you. If you stay around, I'll show you. Okay, so let's annotate this. Okay, so we'll call our API export const post user post login user async. Data is going to be user credentials axios.post, and then we'll do API URL slash auth slash login. I can't type today for some reason. Pass in data config. So we'll call post user URL, data, make this function async, wrap this in a try catch. I'll install a package called React Toast. I think that's what, or Toastify. I don't know what it's called, but it's a package that can toast messages, which is great. I love it a lot. All right, so let's watch what happens. Let's open up the tab. If I try to log in, it's going to throw an error. You can see that it gives us a 401, which means that the user is not authenticated. But watch this. If I go ahead and if I take this email and if I pass this in as the field, if I log in, it's not going to throw an error. It actually will return a 201, which is good. So that means that we have successfully logged in. Now watch this though. Let me actually do this real quick. Let me move this to their tab. Let me actually clear up my cookies real quick. So I do want to show you something. Okay, so pay close attention right over here. Let me move this back here. I just have to make sure that there was nothing stored on my local host. That was a secret. Why you return to and log in? Well, that's what it does by default, but I can fix that. It's just the default behavior. It was a default behavior from Nest, but I can override that. Don't worry. So watch this. If I click login, look what happens. I now have the cookie on the client side. So all we need to do is we actually just need to redirect the user to the conversations page right over here. And we can see that we have the cookie. So now we'll have to also implement like a custom validation to ensure that the user is not visiting pages that they shouldn't be able to visit. But we can see that this works, and that is great. So we now have the cookie, so we know who is logged in. Okay, so what I will do is this. I will go ahead, and this is really where React Query shines, but because we're not using React Query, we're gonna have to do this ourselves, but we'll do it ourselves. Const loading, set loading, let's use state. And what I want to do is I actually want to actually, you know what? I'll do this later. What I will do is, upon success, I will just go ahead and do this. I will go ahead and navigate the user to the correct page. So we'll call use navigate, and we'll just do navigate to /conversations like this. So watch this. Now, right now, everything is going to look like it happens like weirdly. Like it's going to look really choppy because it's not going to look smoothly. But we'll fix that later. What's going on? Network error. Let's see. Did I do something? Did I mess something up on the back end? What's going on? This .user service .find user is not a function. Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. What just happened? Why would that not be a function? Let's go into our code. Maybe I messed something up. Clearly is a method, so why would it complain? Oh, wait, I'm inside. Wait, let me go on session serializer real quick. So let's go here. Wait, but it is though. Did I not implement that? I did implement it. So why would it complain about? That is so weird. User service. Oh, wait, I know what it is. I injected the wrong token. Services.author should be services.users. There we go. Alright, that should fix it. Okay, now this should work. There we go. You can see that it just navigates us to conversations. For now, we will leave it like this. Okay, for now, we will leave it like this. We'll make it a lot more smoother. We'll add, like, you know, spinners and stuff. We won't worry about that for now, because let's focus on the main thing right now. So let's go back to the conversations page. So we will need to actually validate each page to ensure that the user is actually logged in. And I think with React Router 6, it's actually a lot easier to do it in React Router 6. So I'll have to actually check this out in the docs real quick. I have a question. I'm new to programming. Why some people create a new file for one line of code? Well, it's the point of it is to separate everything as much as possible, because you don't want to, because like, for example, if you have one file that has everything to do with a user, right? And even if it's one line, right? You keep it in that file. And if you have something that is supposed to be something completely different, let's say, I don't know, posts, right? You don't want to keep that in the same file that relates to users. You want to separate all of those things because they shouldn't really belong together. Let's go into here. Is there anything on authentication? There is. Wow, this is a lot. Okay, this is going to be pretty interesting. Alright, let's test this out, I guess. I guess we're going to have to copy some code. So let auth equals you auth, use auth. So we'll create a custom hook too. And basically this will just literally call, I'll show you get. Why am I even making this async? I don't even need to put async. So we're going to call /auth/status, and I'll show you how this is going to work. So we do need to pass in the config as well. Okay. And so basically we're going to call this endpoint. So we'll use useEffect. Const user set. So what we'll do is we'll call get auth user, and I'll use a try catch as well. Actually, no, I'm not gonna use try catch. I'll use .then.catch. Dash Codes, welcome to the stream. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Lots of new people today. So welcome everyone who is brand new to the stream. If you're new to the stream, don't be shy, say hi. I try to respond to all chat messages. So if you're new, if you're watching, if you're lurking, don't be shy. Say hello in the chat. Makes me happy, makes everyone else happy. Everyone loves making a new friend, right? I know I do. MD Tausif Hussein, welcome to the stream, man. I don't know how long you've been here, but welcome to the stream. Sammy Soul, welcome to the stream. See, there's a lot of people here. Y'all are just hiding. The Patter, welcome to the stream. Cassio, Maciel, welcome to the stream. How are you? Martin, how's it going? Leafy Wrath, Sanusi, Sammy, Bin, use Google. What's going on here? We're building a chat app. See, there's a lot of you here. You guys are all shy. You guys gotta be more social. I'm just kidding. I mean, I can understand sometimes some people just want to watch and they really feel like chatting. But it doesn't hurt to say hi sometimes. But I totally get the vibe though. But I'm happy to chat with you all and answer any questions. But yeah, it's good to see you all here. I'm happy to have you all here. Hi, could you please explain why did you use state without use valid, like false or true? Oh, I mean, I only did that as a placeholder. I'm gonna put something later because I don't have like a user type defined just yet. I'm gonna fix that in just a second. Sri Harsha Ravati, welcome to the stream, man. How are you? Yeah. Wow, our chat is super active today. We have lots of great people here in this chat. Happy to be streaming to you all and chatting with you all today. Do you have the outline of the content? Do you mean like what we're building or the code? Well, this is what we're building right now. All the code will be on GitHub later. You know, honestly, why don't I just commit the code now? So, because there's a lot of you here, you know, why don't I just go ahead and just create the repositories right now, so that way you all can just, you know, get live updates to it. So at least, you know, yeah, why don't I do that? You know, make this more interactive. Let's do this chat platform React. Why don't I do that? I should have done that from the very beginning. So as I am pushing code, you guys can all, you know, pull the latest code. Why don't I do that? I have no problem doing that at all. And I shall create the repository for chat. What was it called? Chat platform? NestJS. I like the steps. I kind of want to watch this like a well, yeah, you are more than welcome to, because this live stream will be available later on, so you can definitely go ahead and watch it. I'm using Electron and I'm going to learn React so I can get something different than HTML, CSS, JS. I am an intermediate JS developer. I've been using it for a long time. Yeah, you know, Electron is a great framework. I have never really built an app before. I've played around with Electron, but I've never really built an actual app with it. I think it's great though. I think it's great. Get remote add origin, and I'll just go ahead and let me just move this here real quick. Whoops, give me 1 second. Okay, so okay, so yeah, if you guys want to get the code, it is all over here on my GitHub. The link to my GitHub is in the description. You're more than welcome to do whatever you want with this. Yeah, it's just these two repositories, so you can go ahead and clone them and then run the project and then, you know, do whatever you want with it. Have you ever heard of World of Coding? I have never heard of it before. I have not. Isn't it better to create a PW instead of creating a resource-hungry Electron app? Well, I mean, the Electron app is really just for users who want to use it on their desktop. Because, like, for example, Discord was made using Electron. Well, I mean, the Discord desktop was made using Electron. Nice pick, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, obviously, like, you know, Electron is. I mean, I think maybe now they may have migrated to Tari. Maybe, who knows? Who knows? Okay, so here's what I'll do. We're going to go ahead and use this use auth hook. So we'll call this, and it will also just return user like this. And let me go back to here. So basically what we want to do is, if we want to check if auth.user. But my only concern is, does this work even if it's asynchronous? Does it work? That's my concern. Is, would this work if it's asynchronous? That is the question that we must find out. Wait, how did I do this again? Wait, hold on. I'm not sure why the type annotation is not popping up right now. Tari series? I've never used Tari before. Are you Korean? I am not Korean. Any specific reason you'd like to go SQL database? I like SQL because it is amazing with a bunch of relational data. I personally love using SQL. used MongoDB in the past. I don't have anything against it. I just think that it is just perfect when it comes to relational data. What is that? A function component, or what is it? React dot. How do you get that children prop? Hold on. TypeScript React children prop. I don't know why it's not. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. Because normally it works, but did they change it in the newer version of React? Yeah, that I don't know. That I do not know. Let me look at let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll just do this. Children React dot React node. Here we go. Amazing live stream. Please do this kind of stream every week. It'll be very useful for us. You know what? I'll try. I can't make any promises, but I shall try. Thoughts on Prisma? I think Prisma is great. I just personally prefer Type ORM. Anson, did you use a map for creating chats on sidebars? And what framework are you using to build your page? I'm using React, and yes, I did map through mock data to get all of those things on the side. Can you show us the API.ts file? I don't even know that person's still here, but this is the file over here. Yeah, I guess they changed a lot of stuff. I guess they changed a lot of stuff, but now yeah, now it's complaining about this. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But it's a little bit annoying, if you ask me. Let me see. I 100% need the children. I 100% need this children type, but it's complaining about it. I mean, I could also just do this. I could also just do this, I guess. So if auth user, we want to navigate to the login page. So let's do that. What is location? Sorry, but I need to go. Gotta think of other ways to make a chat up. Alright, try Bui. Thanks for stopping by. You've been here all stream, I think. But, you know, I'll hopefully see you later. Okay. So that's what they're doing here. They're just navigating. And then what they do with require auth is they go ahead and pass that right over here in any page that needs it. So I think what we'll do is we'll go inside our app.ts. Siach, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. How are you? I hope you are doing well. So for element, we'll just do require auth. Pass that here. Why is it complaining? Oh, because it expects children. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this because normally I could just do FC and then children would just be there. You can try this React FC props with children. Type children is not assigned. I guess, yeah, we gotta wrap this in a fragment. Can you please take a break? I gotta go toilet real quick. Yeah, I gotta take a break. I mean, I'll just, why don't I just chat a little bit? You let me know when you come back. I don't know how to pronounce your name, and I don't want to butcher it. Yeah, I think maybe it was because of the fragment. I think this is fine. I think it was the fragment that was the issue. But it still is dumb how you need to add the children as a type. That's just really dumb in my opinion. Because before you never needed to worry about that, you know? But I guess now you do, but it's whatever. Okay. Where's our chat application? Let's go over here. Okay, so you see how right now it just redirected me? And even though we actually are authenticated, but because this is asynchronous, that's the problem. So you can see right over here that user is undefined for whatever reason. But even though we do have the cookie right over here. So let me delete this real quick. And let me log in to an account. So why do I do this? I'll just delete from users, delete from sessions, and let me recreate another account. So let me go over here. We'll create an account called Anson. Actually, this is login. Right over here. Anson. Okay. Create account. Okay. Anson@gmail.com. And let's go ahead and log in. Okay, so we did log in. Or wait, yeah, we did log in. And you can tell because we have the cookie here. I deleted it and now it's here again. Why don't you type string for one type? I'm not sure what you mean. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so user is undefined. Okay, so here's the problem. The problem here is that we are logged in. Okay. But when we call use auth, right? User, I guess all of this happens. Wait, hold on. Give me 1 sec. The credential is true. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Let me do something real quick. Let me remove this. And let me go into the conversations page and let me go and let me actually try calling this manually and see what I could do. Welcome back. We didn't do much, don't worry. I was just fixing a little bit of the types, but right now we're just actually testing everything, so don't worry. So let me try calling get auth user inside here and see what happens. Okay, so it's undefined, which is not good. Why would it be undefined? Did I accidentally... Oh, interesting. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, wait, I am an idiot. I completely forgot to go into auth. I forgot to implement the route. Right over here. No wonder why. Silly me. Alright, so what we need to do is this. So we're going to need to revisit the guards. So I'll show you how we can do that. Don't worry. Let me just do this. Yeah, no wonder why I was returning nothing, because we were not returning anything. Or no wonder why I was logging null, because we just weren't returning anything. But now that we are going to fix that, it should just work just fine. Give me 1 sec. I'm probably not going to stay long, but I want to pop in and say how awesome you are and how much I learned from you. Thank you, Aaron. I think Aaron. I guess your 4 is an A, but however you pronounce your name, thank you. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me whenever I hear stuff like that. So I definitely really appreciate the kind comments. The symbol @ is for NestJS. Well, it's not specifically for NestJS. It's called a decorator. It's actually TypeScript It's actually a feature in TypeScript, but a lot of other languages have decorators as well. So just look up decorator TypeScript, and then you can learn all about it. But yeah, it's not only NestJS specific, but it is something that you would use a lot in NestJS. So yeah. Okay. So let me go ahead and show you how we're going to return the authenticated user's data. So basically for this status endpoint, it's just to get the status of the user. So what we want to do is this. We want to go ahead and use the use guards decorator, and we want to pass in this authenticated guard. So I created this a couple hours ago, and all this does is it just literally checks to see if the user is authenticated. So what happens is inside this can activate method, we're switching to HTTP, and we're getting the request object, and we're calling rec.isAuthenticated. And if we are authenticated, it will return true. If we're not, it will return false. So all we need to do is just pass in that authenticated guard. And you're going to actually use this guard everywhere in your application to protect your endpoints. I have never used Next. It looks decent. Yeah, NestJS is a great framework for React. I've used it in the past, and honestly, I really like it a lot. Okay, now how do we get the auth user? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can get the auth user. So in Express, so let me show you the Express way. In Express, right, what you would do is you would get the request like this, right? And then you would reference rec.user like this. And then you would return that, right? Let me go and show you in the console. Let's see, sing forbidden. Why is it saying forbidden? That's weird. Oh, do we need to maybe we need to relog in again? Because I think I did. Yeah. We need to. I think we need to relog in again. Guilds, welcome to the stream. How are you? No, we don't need to relog in because the ID is right over here, and the cookie ID should match if I look right over here. Let's see. Do I need to relog in? Let me try. Okay, let's look at our database. Okay, so we have, okay, perfect. Okay, I don't know what was going on with that other session. Anyways, so we are logged in. So why would it return a 403? That's the interesting part. Because, let's see, am I calling the right endpoint? API auth status with a GET request. Yes. Okay, we are calling the correct URL. Why is it giving a forbidden? Did I do this incorrectly? Let's see. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Hold on. There we go, wait. I finished 6 months of a course. I've learned HTML, CSS, React, Node, various frameworks, and SQL. In your opinion, could I be able to start work with these knowledge? Of course. If you know React and a backend framework, and if you know a database, and if you just build a couple projects, you are good to go. You are good to go. Yeah, I don't know why this is giving me a 403. That is really weird because what am I doing here? Let's see. Nest is backend, yes. React is frontend. Let's see. So now it's giving undefined. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I think I know what might be going on. Yeah, I think I know what the issue is. Okay, yeah, I know what the issue is. I know what the issue is. In our login route, we actually need to do this. Do I need to redirect the user? I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't. Let me do this. I don't, because I actually re-logged in successfully, so let me just set this to a 201 real quick. Ein Netzi. I don't know how to pronounce your name, and I don't want to butcher it, but welcome to the stream. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Let me check our API real quick. Maybe our API does not have the cookie as well. Well, the API, our API does have the cookie, so that's not a problem. But I don't know why it's returning null though. Is there something wrong with the backend? I shall check. It keeps giving me a 403, which is really odd to me, because I'm not sure what is causing this issue. Like, it won't reach our database, so I don't know what's going on. Let me look into guards real quick. Could you please show your npm package installed? Sure. I mean, all the code is on my GitHub, so just go on my GitHub and look at the code. If you don't, my GitHub link is in the description, right over here. Just go on this, and let me see. Can I send this to you? Do I have YouTube chat open? Where is my YouTube chat? Well, the link in the description is in the link is in my description. So just go my GitHub and then look for this repository, chat platform NestJS, and then you can see the package.json there. But I'll open it for you if you need it. Yeah, because there's a lot of dependencies, so it's hard for you to see. Let me save this real quick and refresh. So right now we're in the guards, right? So we're able to go inside here, but for some reason rec.user memorize what documentation? Hold on. Okay, so we're able to log in, and now if I visit this GET request, I should be able to use the same cookie, right, to log in, but I don't know why it's complaining about it. It's saying it's supposed to expire tomorrow, the 22nd. Could you, let's see. Well, you mentioned, how are you coding with a NestJS documentation, by the way? I mean, I don't memorize documentation, but I do know a lot of stuff of NestJS, because I do still have to resort to the docs, but sometimes there's some things that I do remember how to do, so yeah, it's a mix between the two. Is the 403 because of the access denied, because of the token? I don't know what's going on, because it's really weird. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Andrew. Nice to see you here. Nerd, yes. In fact, I am a geek. Just kidding. Well, I like, actually, no, I am a nerd. I love learning and I love reading, so I will definitely agree with that. If someone called me a nerd, I'd take that as a compliment. Anyways, what's going on? I really don't know why it's complaining about this, because I should be able to be logged in, but it's the guard that is... Something's going on with the guard. I don't know what the issue is, because I don't know what's going on. Rec.dot is authenticated. Something happened here, but I don't know what's the problem. Unless something changed, I don't know. Because it's been a while since I've actually used NestJS, right? But I don't think much would have changed, to be honest with you, you know? is Nest and Node the same? Well, I mean, Node is the runtime. Node runs NestJS. The Node.js is the virtual machine. So without Node, you cannot use Nest. Yeah, I don't know why it says false though. Is it something? Is it because of our session serializer? Did we deserialize the user correctly? Maybe, I mean, it serialized the user. Huh. So it's not even logging anything inside here. Interesting. Okay, so it is logging undefined for user. Okay. Where is it logging undefined? I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, and we are sending cookies too. Is this something with CORS issue? Let me check. Is the token in the header? It's not an issue with the token. The issue is, I mean, we're not using tokens. Like, we're not using JWT, so we don't pass anything into the header. It has the cookie. Well, I mean, the cookie is in the header, right? So it's using the cookie, but for some reason it just doesn't want to recognize that, which is really strange to me, if you ask me. But my cookie secret is in fact over here. The cookie is being returned, but I don't know why. Let me just console log this real quick. Let's see. Yeah, something's not right. Something's really odd over here. I will say that 100%. Also, let me combine my tabs real quick, because this is, I have so many tabs open right now, so it's hard to kind of like see what's going on. Oops. No, it's not because they're on different ports. So we're inside deserialized user. Is it not searching the user? Like, what is going? I'm really confused. What's happening? So it doesn't even log. Hold on, wait. What's going on here? Deserialize user. Why is it logging a? Oh, okay. I know what's going on. I know what the problem is. Okay, yeah. It's logging a Boolean value for user, which is not correct. And I know exactly why it's logging a Boolean. It's logging a Boolean, or the value is a Boolean because inside our strategy file, we are returning, I believe we're returning a Boolean. Yes, we are. Yeah, this is not good. This is not what we were supposed to do. So earlier in the tutorial, when we were validating, or what am I saying tutorial? Earlier in the live stream, what we did was we implemented this validate user method. And what this method does is it calls the database, searches for the user. If the user doesn't exist, it'll throw an HTTP exception. If the user does exist, we compare the hash. Now this compare hash method compares the raw password to the hash password from the database, and it returns a Boolean. And yeah, this is not right. So what we need to do is we need to do this. We need to say is valid. I'll call this is password valid. And then what we'll do is we will turn, let's see, is password valid. We'll use a ternary operator. So if it's true, we will return the user. If it's not, we will just return null. And now what's going to happen is in So what's going to happen here is this. So when we return validate user, let me actually fix this real quick, because validate user should actually return a user or null. And so now over here, the return type is supposed to be a user, okay? And it will return a user. Okay, so that should fix everything. Yeah, I kind of like, this is like the first time that I've done it this way, so maybe that's why it was really weird to me. But now if I log in, we shouldn't have any issues. And if you look at the console log, you can see that the user object is now being logged. And now it should actually, there we go, perfect. Yep, that was just really, yeah, that was really a little weird, but well, I'm glad that I was able to figure that out. Yeah, I don't know why I did it that way earlier, but anyways, yeah, I'm glad we figured it out though. I'm glad we figured it out. Anyways, yes, so now we are logged in. So now on the client side, let's go ahead and test everything out. So if I refresh the page, you can see that status is still giving us a 403, which is I mean, yeah, I think it makes sense because we actually deleted those cookies, so I think we might need to relog in. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. We have the user object now, and if I refresh, we have the user object. Okay, so now let's go ahead and go back to here, and let's delete this. Okay, and let's go into app.tsx, and let's go ahead and add that required auth component again, and let's see what happens. So it seems like a user is undefined, which is not good. Okay, so you can see that inside app.tsx, user is undefined. That's happening on line 37. And then what happens is on use auth, it gets the user. So the reason why I don't like some of these examples that they give is that it doesn't tell you how to handle it when it's asynchronous. Because right over here, you can tell that user auth is not defined, obviously, because this thing is asynchronous. So I think what we need to do is this. Let me do this. Crispy Chicken, Alexito. Welcome to the stream, Alexito. And it's not to go. Thank you very much for this content. God bless you. I'll follow you every day from now on. Thanks, Painzor. And if you're not in my Discord server, please do join my Discord server. It's the best place to chat with me and everyone else. So definitely do join the Discord if you're not already. But I hope you're well, and take it easy, man. So what I'll do is this, or actually, wait, what am I doing? Wait, wait, before I do anything else, I haven't even set the value for user, so I actually should fix that first before I even try to do anything else. I already joined. I already love that place. Awesome, man. Well, take it easy. I hope to see you later. If not, I'll see you in my next stream, or, you know, just hit me up on Discord. Export type. Let's see. What do we want to do? Let's call this user type. Let's just call it user. And the user, so one thing that I will do is I will exclude the password. Don't worry, I'll show you how to fix that. But we will type annotate. This type will include ID, email, first name, and last name. And what I'll do is this. I will type annotate use state to user. What am I doing here? User. Can I import that type? Doesn't want to. There we go. And this can either be user or undefined. And what I'll do is this. I will go ahead and call set user. And I know data is going to be a user type, so I'll just do that. And I'll also additionally do this. I will go ahead and type annotate get auth user. So the Axios response will be user type, like this. Okay, so that means this data type has type annotation, so we can reference data, and then we can reference all the properties on the user, which is good. So I'm going to call set user, and let's go ahead and actually see what happens inside here. I wonder if it handles asynchronous well. That is my main concern, because if it doesn't, then we're kind of screwed. So right now you can see that user is undefined for some reason still inside app.tsx, but it's not even calling. It's not even logging anything inside require auth, which is what I'm interested in. So let me see. We set user. Okay. The data was being logged in use auth. You know, it was being logged here. Okay, but for some reason, when we call use auth, it just doesn't want to do anything. So it seems like it's calling. So it seems like this require auth is being invoked first, and then, okay, yeah, I think we'll have to definitely use a set loading. Well, we'll definitely have to track the state of the API call. And I'm also gonna do this. And what I'll do is this return. And let's do this. So if, okay, so let's see, how do I want to do this? Set loading to true. Once we have set the user, set loading to false. And then once, if there's any errors, we will set loading to false, like this. Okay, and then we'll return user loading. All right, let's refresh. Let's see what's going on. Loading false, false, false. Okay. Oh wait, what am I doing? Wait, true. Oh, okay. So it was at first true, but then it turns into false. Okay, good. So let's see. But it never sets loading to true, which is not good. Huh, interesting. Do they have a use auth? Here they use the context, but then what does the context take care of? So what's going on here? Yeah, the issue with this is that this is like some fake asynchronous code. So of course this would work, but how does it work against asynchronous code? That is our challenge. So this use auth hook is only going to be invoked when I visit the conversation page. So on line 37, it is logging auth. But the problem is when we call, I mean, what if I did this? Do anything now. So the problem here is that, okay, so we're logging auth, right? But are we logging on line 39? Yes, we are. Okay, so I think maybe what we'll do is this. If auth loading, also log loading. Let's see if it logs loading. Never logs loading. That is not good. That is actually not good. So now it logs loading. Okay, so I guess what we'll have to do is we'll have to set the state of loading. Okay, well now this doesn't even update. So let's see. What are I passing these as dependency variables? Will that change anything? Set loading to false. Okay, so loading is still true. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. This is really weird. I guess instead of using a hook, I could just, let's see. If I were to do this, What if I did this? I just would find it hard to understand why it would not update the state, but I mean, we are updating user and then we're also updating loading inside here and here. So maybe we're missing something. Not loading, not loading. So it doesn't even give, so require auth doesn't even give our hook a chance. Let me actually see if I can find a solution on Google. React router 6 async authentication. There has to be an async guide online somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. How many monitors do I have? I have 3. I have 3. And it comes in handy sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I have too much, but I think 3 is the best for me. What are we working on right now? We're working on chat application. Well, right now, well, specifically, we're trying to figure out the authentication for this, but it's being really annoying. What theme am I using? I am using Pale Night theme. Which one do you prefer? 2 standard monitors or 1 large monitor? I honestly prefer 2 monitors because I like having it as 2 separate displays, and then I can literally just see. I can separate things a lot easier from me. But there are some monitors like where you can actually treat them as 3 monitors. I know there's like this 50-inch monitor that you can treat it as like 3 different displays, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try this instead. Let me do this. I'm not gonna use this. Do I have a vertical monitor? I mean, I have a monitor that I could mount vertically, yes, but I usually just use it as a horizontal. I actually really don't like. I actually really don't like the vertical mount, to be honest with you. Because the reason why is because when I tried mounting it, the color just looked really weird. So I just decided to just change it back to horizontal. So what if I did this? Okay, so returns loading. So what we'll do is we'll set loading to false inside here. And then inside here. You are still live. Yes, yes, yes. We are still live. Okay, so if loading, we'll return loading. Okay. If let's see. And I guess I'll also set this up as well. If floating, return this. So if loading is ever false, well, actually, let's see. If floating, return loading. And then I guess from here we will return. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, do this. Does this work? Okay, so you see how it says loading over here? And now it's infinitely looping, so we'll have to fix this. Okay, what if I were to delete the cookie? Let's see what happens. Okay, there we go, so it relogged us out, perfect. Alright, so I think this is a better solution, honestly. Yeah, so what I'll do, so pretend like, let's do this, right? Let me show you this, so. Let's pretend like we can add the delay, so watch this. And so what we'll do instead of returning loading is we'll just return like a spinner to test the authentication, and then yeah, so we'll just do it like that. Yeah, so I guess instead of using the hook, we'll just do it like this. So I guess that's fine. Let me also create an instance of controller, and then we will just go ahead and return a cleanup function, controller.abort. Okay, cool. So I will just delete this file, I guess, for now. I don't really need that. And this will do us, this will literally help us out. So I'm gonna create a new component. I'm going to call it authenticator route.tsx, take this whole component, export const authenticated route. Let's import everything. Use effect. It does kind of suck though that we can't use the hook, but it's fine. I don't understand why though that would be a problem, you know, like, I mean, was it the way that we handle it? I just fail to understand why. I'll try that one more time actually. Here's what I'll do. Let me import this here. And I will go ahead and just put the hook up here, use auth. And we'll copy this, move this in here. And we'll just paste this over here. Everything literally over here. So I'm trying to wonder what is it that caused the issue. So what if I did user loading like that? So now if I took all of this and then called use auth, and then what we'll do is this. Bro, why are you doing authentication this way? Look kind of, I mean, I'm not sure what you're talking about. We're not even doing authentication. We are just protecting our routes. Are you creating a chatting app? Yes. What do you eat for breakfast? I usually just eat, well, I mean, usually I actually usually just eat oatmeal. But yeah, I'm not really sure what you're talking about, Skia, because we're not doing authentication. We've already done that already. We are protecting our route, and I'm not sure what it is that you are confused about and what makes this counterintuitive. But I'd love to know. I'd love to know what you are thinking. Okay, so this is working great. Let's try logging in now. Okay. Cool, so it's working. And if I delete this, you know, let me change this timeout real quick to 1 second. You have to eat eggs for breakfast every day, please. Yeah, eggs are actually good. Actually, you know, I used to actually make an omelet every single day. I would do, what I would do is 2 eggs, and then I'll do 2 servings of liquid egg whites, because they're actually really cheap in calories. They're only like 25 calories serving. And I would actually, and then I would add 1 slice of cheese, spinach, mushrooms, and I think that was it. I don't think I added anything else. I kept it really light. It was like about 400 calories. And it tasted really good, honestly. With ketchup, it tasted really good. Okay, so I think this is great, honestly. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, this is good. So now if we try to access this, it's not going to work. Perfect. Yeah, honestly, I like it like this. I think maybe I just needed to check this. So maybe that's why it wasn't working before. So, yeah, but I think now we got it, though. Yeah, I think we're fine. Though I do wonder... Let me actually do this. One more thing that I will do, and I will go ahead and... Let me do this. So if it's loading, it'll return loading. If user return children, otherwise return navigate. Okay, I think this is fine. That's meant healthy spinach for the wood, my guy. Yeah, spinach is great. I don't know why people would not like spinach though, but I like spinach personally. Okay, yeah, honestly, I think this is good. A good way to protect our... yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I just messed up on the if-else statements. I think maybe that was my problem originally. But I'm glad it's working. So that's good. Okay, cool. So we tested out to make sure that if it's not logged in, they will be redirected to the login page. If they are not logged in, they'll redirect to the login page. If they are, they can visit the conversation page. Okay, so now that we are on the conversation page, we are good. Yep, perfect. And I think the other routes will be protected as well. I think, yes, it will. Yep, it will. Will it actually? Yeah, I think it should. We are already... Let me just double check. Conversations. Yeah, I think it will protect all of the routes. And because we already passed authentication the first time, it doesn't even matter. So watch this. I'm going to go to Conversations. Conversation panel. If I click here, perfect. If I were to visit a route like here directly, it will also go through the authentication. If I were to delete the cookies right now, deleting the cookies will log us out, but obviously we'll create a logout feature. Don't worry about that. It will redirect us. Perfect. So it's working great. So that is awesome. So yes, this is a great way to do this. Let me actually commit real quick before I do anything else. This, and then I will go ahead and do this. How can you know access using components use auth as well? I will show you. Yes, you can use the use auth hook again to do it. But we'll actually set up a context somehow. I am just not sure how we're gonna set that up. So I have to look at the example again. But we'll figure it out, don't worry. I'm thinking let me actually see how they do this over here. Because they do use a context. So yeah, I think what they do is after So what happens is after they get the user from the API, they just update the context. So right over here, if you look right over here, they call set user. And this is actually wait, not this one. Which one is it? Oh wait, you know what it is? This auth provider. Yeah, so this auth provider function actually returns the user as a value. So we can actually do that somewhere. I think inside maybe authenticator routes. But let me see how they use auth provider. Let's see. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. It's something to do with the it's something to do with the context that we'll have to update. So don't worry about that. We'll figure that out later. For now, I'm not gonna worry about that because it shouldn't be like a complicated fix. So let me just remove all of this real quick and fix this up. Okay. Cool. So now, what do we need to do next? So we are able to log in. That's good. So now I think the next thing that we'll need to do, of course, is we'll definitely need to, I think, fetch all of the users' conversations. And we'll fetch all the users' conversations. So we need to set up an endpoint for that. But yeah. So let's see. NestJS is so underrated. I honestly think it is. Rosalind Charles, welcome to the stream. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, in my opinion, I personally think Nest is underrated, if you ask me. Boy Long, welcome to the stream. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, right now we're just figuring out what we need to do next. I think, it wouldn't hurt to work on. I don't think. I think it wouldn't hurt to work on the context right now. Would you do a deployment on the dashboard series? Deploy the project? Maybe some other time, but not right now. Rosalind. Well, that's good to hear, Rosalind. I'm glad that you're doing well. I am glad you're doing well. Did you also make that UX UI design? I did. I did. Do you like it? Hopefully you guys like it. And girls. Hopefully you all like it. You like it? Awesome. Don't you think that you can get rid of the use effect and implement the protected route functionality? Don't you think you can get rid of the use effect and implement protected route functionality? I'm not sure what you really mean. Because the whole point of the use effect is to fetch the API from the server. And you want to update the state of the component, because a hook is technically a component, yeah. And you want to update the state, and you're returning that data, and then you can reference it later. So use auth basically is going to call this function, and it'll just call these React hooks. I mean, there's no difference than moving this inside here. I mean, how else would you call the API and update state? I mean, you could call the API directly, right? But if you wanted to save the state somewhere, which is what we want to do, we would have to use the use effect hook, because you cannot modify state without using. Well, first of all, you cannot modify state without using the setter function, and because everything is happening, because we're getting the data from API, we need to use effect. Looks good. Well, I'm glad you all like the UI. I'm making a Discord-like app with React and Nest, and so this would be helpful. That is good. Yeah, a lot of people like making Discord clones. I don't blame you all. I don't blame you all. Who knows what? I mean, I don't know. I think every developer should at least try to make some application, with WebSockets. In my opinion, that's what I honestly think. That's what I honestly think. Anyways, yeah. So I think the next thing that we'll do is probably take care of the context. So I'll probably just start that right now. So let me see, utils context. User context. I'll call it auth context. So we'll export auth context, and what we will do is we'll provide everything with auth context provider. So auth context dot provider, like this. Okay, so now the next thing is we will need to obviously get the actual user. So let me see what they did here. So for here, what they did was they just returned auth provider, and it gave you value and children. But where do they call auth provider though? So they call it here, and when you call this function, because remember, components are really just functions. When you call this function, I guess what happens is they'll give you a sign in, sign out, let value. So then where does it then? I guess my next question is this. 1, 2. I see. Wait. So it's wrapping this whole thing and then require auth. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that really matters with the user. So I've never done it this way before, but we'll have to figure this out. Let's see, default value. Have you had a chance to try bun? I have not. Heard a lot about it, but never had a chance to do so. All right, let me try this. Let's go into this. Let me see something. I will go into here. All right, so I guess we set the user, and then I guess we could also update the context as well. So we'll update the context. So how do I want to do that? Yeah, I think what I'll do is this. Let me fix this up real quick. Let's see. I'm new in React, but I'm old in JavaScript. It's easier for me to code in React. Let's see. I can't remember what the type was that I wanted to set for this. I just can't remember what it was called. But I do know that I need to set this somewhere. Let's see what's complaining about over here. Let's see. The theme is Pale Night. Huh, interesting. I need to set the type to void. This is the same. I'm doing the same way that I've done it before, so I'm really confused why all of a sudden. Yeah, I think React changed a lot of stuff. Well, not a lot, but like Because like this is how I would do it before, so I'm really not sure why right now it is giving me this issue. It's really annoying, honestly. Cause what the hell is? Let me check this real quick. Payment status context set status. Let's see. Yeah. Oh wait, I know what it is. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, I haven't coded with React for so long, so I'm kind of rusty, you know. This is actually like my first project after like about like what, like 6 months, so 5-6 months or so. The problem is, like, you know, after a while when you don't code for too long, you kind of just forget a little bit of things. Like, you don't forget the general knowledge of everything, but like it's just like the small things will like kind of like, you know, it'll come back eventually though. But yeah, I kind of messed up over here because I did void. It should be arrow function returns void. Yeah, okay. All right, so this is going to be the method to update the context. So what we'll do is this: use context auth context, and I think I could just do this update auth user like this, and then I can just do update auth user like that. I don't know if I really I don't know if I will really need this user type, if I'm being honest with you, because I can just literally do this. Let me do this actually. What's going on over here? Oh wait, hold on. Here we go. And then instead of, yeah, so I could just check the context instead of checking the state. I think that's actually a lot better. So let's just test if any UI changes occurred. What's going on over here? Yeah, I think now we gotta go into the app.tsx file and it's gonna complain about this. Yeah. Let's see. I think there was a reason why they did it the way they did it. So let me do something real quick. Hold on. Yeah, this whole code is like, I'm trying to understand this because I'm getting tripped up by the way that they did this, because they have this use auth and then they have, I'm just still trying to understand what is going on, because like they have this require auth function and then it calls use auth, but then use auth just uses the context. Okay. And I think auth provider is what's the important part. So if we look at it like this, auth provider is this function that has the user state, and then we just return. So I think maybe I think we have to do this actually. Let me see. Let me try this. What do I want to do here? So if I were to create an auth provider like this, I would have to return value, which is just basically this object. Because if we don't do this, we'll have to define all of those variables all the way up top in the app, which, I mean, we could do that. It just depends on how we want to do this. So let me see this. What if I did this? User set user use state user like this. And then what if I were to, instead of value, I'll pass in user, and then I'll pass in for update auth user, set user like this. Because I could also do it this way too. And then now anywhere in my code, if I update auth user, it should just be fine. So if I go over here, conversations, there we go. And if I log out, it will go ahead and navigate me back. There we go. And then now anywhere in my code, I should be able to just call use context. So for example, I can go into conversation channel page. I can do use context, auth context, and I can just easily grab the user detail like this. And watch this. So let's log in real quick. And there you go, now it shows my username. So that's another way. There's endless amounts of ways to handle this. But, you know, of course, obviously, it's not easy to figure things out. Like, it takes some time to figure out, like, a proper architecture that works. But with authentication, I've never really enjoyed working with authentication in React. But, you know, it takes a little bit of tweaking to get it to, you know, work the right way. My first project in React, I used Python as a backend. That's good. Python's good. Which framework did you use? Flask, Django, Combine C with Performance, Spring Boot. Spring Boot is great. Let's see. I think you can also move the use effect part, which fetches the auth user and put inside auth context file. Auth context inside here. I mean, you could, but like it's a hook, so why would you want to separate that? I mean, if anything, what we should do is we should actually take this and move this back into its own hooks file instead of putting that in the same same file over here, you know? I think, yeah, the problem earlier, I think, was just the if statements, because it wasn't tracking the loading state correctly. But now it should be fine, though. Use socket or Firebase. I'm using socket. WebSocket. BDDY, how are you? Welcome to the stream. What is the right-click command you use to add imports? I don't use any right-click command. There we go. Yeah, so I think this is okay. If there's any issues, we'll revisit it. But for now, everything seems to be okay. I don't have any issues with it so far. So the authentication is good. So now, I think the next thing that we'll have to do is I just right-click and auto-add import. Oh, wait. I'll show you. So what you can do is this. So, for example, you hover over here. So this is what I did. I deleted the last name. And then I typed in a T, and then I hit enter, and it automatically imported for me. That's what I did. Am I using local storage or cookies? Cookies. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I think everything's fine. If there's any issues, we will revisit this and fix it. Fix added auth context. Yeah, if there's any issues, we'll refix it. Don't worry. Because, you know, that's the whole point of coding, is you'll always run into issues all the time. But we will fix it as we go along the way, so don't worry. I'm going to push all the code to GitHub, so that way you all can pull the latest changes if you want to. But, you know, if anything, if you want to make a pull request, you're more than welcome to. I don't mind. You can go ahead and make a pull request. That's not a problem with me. And I'd be more than happy to look at your suggestions and see what you all would recommend. How are you doing multi-terminal? I am doing multi-terminal. Well, so right now I'm using a program called Windows Terminal. And what happens is I can actually just do Shift-Alt- and that'll open the pane down here. And I can do Shift-Alt-D and that'll open up on the right-hand side. I can use Shift-Alt and then I can use arrow keys to move it around, change the size. And I can open it more like this. Like that. It's pretty cool, honestly. I like Windows Terminal a lot. Okay. Thanks for sharing GitHub. I've been meaning to learn WebSockets real time. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Steve Potts. And welcome to the stream. I'm glad you are here. I'm glad everyone's here, actually. You know, I'm actually really happy that every single one of you are here chatting. Makes me happy. We got lots of new people watching, which is amazing. I actually didn't realize this, but I went on the live stream video. And I saw that there was actually 4,000 people, like it has 4,000 views, which means that we had a lot of people watching. And the statistic says that most people are coming to this video from browse features, which is great. which means that we're getting recommended in a lot of people's channel, which is amazing. And we have 214 likes too, which just shows that there's a lot of new people coming in. What are you coding? We are building a chat platform. So just to show you the progress that we've made so far, we have logging, we have login system, we are protecting our routes, and now all of this right now that you see as fake data, we'll have to implement that ourselves. So the next couple things that we'll have to do is this. We will have to, let me open up this real quick. So we'll have to create a conversation between two users. That will not require a WebSocket yet. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'm going to go ahead and remove all of the fake data real quick. So let me do this real quick. Let me go into conversation page. Let me go ahead and remove this. I'll just pass in an empty array. Okay, so what we'll do is we will go ahead and click on this button, and then we will allow the user to, I'll show you how we're going to do this. We're going to basically display a modal, and that modal is going to have a form, and then the user can select what user that they want to chat with. I think that's how we'll do it. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. A lot of new coders, hard to get by now. There's a coding knowledge. Yeah, true. This will be similar to Messenger. We're not trying to make it like Messenger, but I'm not going to deny that it might have similar features to it. I'm liking how this is going. I'm quite impressed. Well, that's good, and welcome to the stream, Argo. I'm not sure if you've been here before, but welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So in the conversation sidebar, here's what we're going to do. And keep in mind that we have not done anything with Redux yet. Don't worry, we will eventually use Redux, but don't worry about that right now. The whole goal is to avoid using Redux, but sometimes you just cannot avoid it. And using Redux is not a bad thing. It's just that a lot of people tend to have a confusion with not knowing when to use Redux. So they add Redux into their application, and it just adds more complexity, even though they don't necessarily need it. If you can solve your solution with, if you can solve it with context, you should. But for now, we don't need Redux, but I know for a fact eventually we will need Redux, and I'll explain a little bit more on why we possibly would need Redux. Is it okay that my project doesn't use Redux? Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Like, Redux is, trust me, you'll know when you'll need Redux when you need it. Trust me, you will know it. If you can get away with doing a lot of stuff without Redux, then you're golden. But you will definitely know when you'll need it. Anyways, so what we'll do is this. I will go ahead and first off, let me do this. I will go ahead and create this. Wait, what am I doing? Why do I have my Russian keyboard enabled? Sorry about that. I accidentally switched keyboards for a second. Conversation create button. I'll actually create a new component over here. I have had to use it at some point, but completely forgot when. Yeah, Redux is a great tool. There's a high learning curve to it, but learning is very important. In the industry does use Redux a lot. Like when I was working as a software engineer, we used Redux. We didn't use Redux Toolkit, we used the old Redux. But Redux Toolkit is amazing. I actually played around with it because one time there was this project that I was working on, and what happened was I needed to migrate it to Redux, and I tried migrating it, and it made things so much easier. And the documentation is great, in my opinion. And yeah, the Redux Toolkit uses immer, so modifying the state is so much easier. Like, I'm not even joking. So let me go ahead and actually just do this instead. And so what I want to do is I want to make it so that when we click on this button, it's going to go ahead and display a modal. So I'll show you how this is going to work. I'm getting familiar with my first programming language, Java. You can imagine how confused I am. XD. Yeah, I mean, Java was the first language that I learned when I went to college, and honestly, I liked it a lot, but I hope you enjoy learning it, though. Abgi. Alright, man, take it easy. Hope to see you here later. Yo, your live stream inspires the code today. Thanks, man. Hey, welcome to the stream, Fabian. I hope you're doing well, and I'm glad to inspire. Damn, whole other world for me. Yeah, Java is a different breed, but it is a good language. I will always say that. Sometimes I don't like it, but it's okay. Okay, so basically what's going to happen is this. When we click on this button, we want to basically display a modal. For now, I'll just pass in an empty arrow function, and it won't do anything. But here's what's going to happen. We're going to go ahead and return... let's see. Actually, how do I want to do this? You know what? You know what? My bad. Let me fix this. I'm just gonna do this. I'm not gonna bother with this. I'm going to delete this. And I'm just gonna wrap this inside a div instead. Because I really don't want to worry about that right now. So what we'll do is this. When we click on this, we want to display a modal. So what I'll do is this. I will go ahead and I'll go ahead and let's do this. Set show. Yeah, the theme is Pale Night. Did you do a computer science A level? Is that a high school class? Or are you talking about college? Because I didn't take AP Comp Sci in high school, but I went to college and I took the introductory class and I took data structures and algorithms and all that kind of stuff. College. A level, well, I mean, I don't know what A level is, but I will just tell you that I took the introductory level and I learned all the basics of Java, and we had some programming projects and we had tests and all that kind of stuff, so yeah. So when we click on this button, it's going to change the state of show modal. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to add a modal component somewhere here. So what I'll do is this. Let's do this. I'll just call this overlay. A level is a form of diploma in the UK. Oh, are you from the UK, Jake? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Yeah, I'm from America, so we just... I think it's a little bit different here. No, but we have them here. Oh, really? Okay. Huh, that's interesting. I never knew about that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just basically creating a styled component that's going to represent the overlay. So the overlay is just going to be a dark background. So the height and width is going to be 100%. And we'll set the background color to a really dark color. So we'll do 000, but I'll obviously just change it up a little bit. And we want to add, actually no, I'll just, we'll do black and then we'll just change the opacity like this. There we go. Position will be fixed. Yeah, it will be fixed. And we're going to have content centered. So we'll set the display to flex, justify content center, and then align items center as well. And what we'll do is we'll take this and then we'll just return this component instead. Like that. Overlay. And now watch this. I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I think what I'll do is right over here. I'll actually add a fragment instead. So show modal and overlay. And now watch this. See how the overlay is displayed now. We do need to change the z-index for this because we have two items that are positioned with fix. So let me set the z-index to, I'll just do, let's see, I'll do 2 and then I'll set the z-index for, yeah, I'll just do, you know what, for now I'll just do 10. I'll just do 99. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and do this. There we go. So this is the modal. Well, this is the overlay. We'll add like a modal here, which will be a form, and then this is going to allow the users to create a conversation. So I'll show you how that will work. Fun to watch after HTML only basic CSS, yeah. CSS is amazing, honestly. In my A level, it's not like AP. What is the final product supposed to look like? Well, I only have this right now, so this is what it's supposed to look like. Could you tell us about your education regards programming from start to finish? Sure, I can tell you a little bit more about myself. So I went to college and I studied computer science. I took a bunch of comp sci classes, obviously, and I also took a bunch of math classes for the comp sci degree. And during my, I'd say during the end of sophomore year was when I started actually working on projects. And the only project that I really worked on was a Discord bot, but I learned new things as I was developing Discord bots. And so what happened was I would develop a Discord bot and I would add new stuff, starting with databases, and then I would, dive into other stuff like, writing web applications, learning Express, and then I would learn all about like saving, data to a database and all that kind of stuff. Like it's a lot, but it all started from that comp sci degree, from learning the basics of Java to going on Code Academy and practicing HTML and CSS and JavaScript and just being curious. And I think that's what got me to, uh, where I am today. But of course, that could technically be anyone if you have the right mindset. If I had a horrible mindset, I would have never been able to become a programmer or be able to even get a job as a programmer. So if you have the right mindset, you can definitely become a software engineer or anything related to software engineering and then get a job that you enjoy. And software engineer pays a lot too. So if you're in it for the pay, then I don't blame you. Let's see what I want to do. Create conversation modal tsx. Do I have an example of Nest with type ORM 0.3? I think I did with my latest type ORM crash course. Yeah, the latest type ORM crash course uses Nest or uses type ORM 3. 0.3. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I learned coding Foundry VTT for my D&D games. Do you have an example of this? Yeah. Check my latest type ORM with NestJS series. The crash course. How difficult is a software engineer? How difficult is software engineer? I think I've just secured it by making a web calculator. Are you asking like how difficult the job is? I mean, I would say it's not. I would say this, right? If you know what you're doing, obviously you'll be fine. Like if you have the capability to learn, to go through the code base, to communicate, I think you'll be fine. But I guess computer is not top necessary to get a job in front end. Nowadays most companies don't even bother caring about a computer science degree because I've worked with a lot of people, and I still work with people right now who have went to a coding boot camp and they got a job as an engineer, right? And I've worked with people who have went to college, studied English, for example, and ended up as a software engineer. So you don't really need, nowadays especially, you don't really need a degree. Back then maybe it was really demanded, but now not anymore. It's changing, times are changing, times are changing. Let's see. So what I'll do is I will return this. Did the Discord keyboard arrive? Yeah, I got it like about 2 months ago. Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and implement a form. So what I'll do is this. I will go ahead and create a new file called create conversation form.tsx. And I mean, I don't know. Do you guys want me to design the form first? I mean, I guess I'll show you how I would design this from scratch. Just give you a little bit of information on how I go about designing. Depends on the company. Most things are looking for engineers, but basically need people with coding knowledge. Yeah, as long as you have coding knowledge, the company doesn't care. Like the interviews that I've had, I mean, I did have to go through coding assessments, but the questions were more focused on your actual knowledge. Like I will tell you this, I had an interview with a company last year in November, and I had like, I think I remember correctly, they asked me like, I had a total of 5 interviews. Two of them were behavioral. One of them was just asking about like getting to know about yourself, and then the other one was primarily on React, right? And it just showed that they care more about your knowledge of, you know, they care more about your knowledge on the frameworks that they use than the degree itself, you know? They care more about that. Algorithms are spooky. Yeah, they are. Zulisify, welcome to the stream. How are you? How hard is it to make a Discord JS bot? I'm interested in making one, and I'm taking a JS course on Code Academy. It is not hard, I would say. If you're familiar with JavaScript, it should be pretty simple. If you want to learn how to make a Discord bot, I do have a tutorial on my channel from start to finish. You're more than welcome to check that out. Exactly. What do you use for design? What's the tool? It's called Figma. Do you use NestJS? I don't actively use it, but if I ever need to, I would. I have used it before. Actually, you know, my portfolio website that I built it with NestJS actually. And so I'll give you an example. So this is my website, and I'm not trying to plug my website or anything. I just want to show you. So this is my website. If you were to look up my website on Google, it would be SEO optimized. But the reason why I built my website with Next, and the reason why it makes sense, is because of SEO optimization. That's one of the things, right? So I can manage my website to pop up in higher ranks on Google search. That was actually the primary reason why, but also because of the server-side rendering, because I have like a CMS to load up projects and stuff. So that's an example of why you would use Next. But yeah, shameless plug, but not really, but who knows. Should I go to college for software engineering or just do training? Honestly, like if you do a boot camp, I think you should be fine. It also depends on where you are too. Like for example, in America, if you live in New York, if you live in San Francisco, if you live in Austin, if you live in Seattle, those cities, honestly, like there's more openings too, and there's more employers that will care less about your degree and care more about your skills, you know? Do you know how to make a CNC not for botnet used for checking accounts? I'm not sure what that is. Never knew Figma has dark theme. Should play it with a bit more. Hi there, Anson. Well done. Abdisimad, welcome to the stream. We have a lot of people here. If you're brand new, you know, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you all for joining and chatting with us. But yeah, let me go ahead and just finish this. So this is how I would design something in Figma. So I'll take this, make this black. Wait, this is a frame, sorry. Whoops, what am I doing? No, okay, there we go. It's a rectangle. Select this, change the opacity. And then now what I'll do is I want a rectangle, so I'll hit R on my keyboard and I'll draw a rectangle like this, and then I'll use these align horizontal centers. So I'll just click that and this to align it to the center. Play around with this. I honestly don't think Figma is hard to use, in my opinion. You just have to play around with it. That's really all it is, playing around with it. So yeah, really, you know, I can just also change the border radius of this like that, and I can add a header. Are you coding in Linux or Windows? I'm using Windows. I'm actually going to upgrade my computer soon. Well, not upgrade my computer. I'm going to upgrade the RAM. I have 32 gigs of RAM right now. I'm going to probably buy 2 more sticks so I can get 64. And I'm also going to add more storage to my computer because I'm actually running out of storage, surprisingly. Do I use WSL? I do not. I have it, but I actually don't use it. Do you have any recommendations to someone like me doing front end but can't design and UI UX because didn't have any creativity? Here's my suggestion, right? This is what I used to do. I would go on dribble.com. This is a really amazing website. I would go on Dribble, and what I would do is I would just search up designs, right? I would just search up something like chat app, something like this. And I didn't do this. Before I made the stream. But this is what I would do if I just couldn't think of an idea, right? Before, I had no idea on what I could possibly design. So what I would do is I would just go on these apps and I would look at designs and I would practice implementing these designs in my application. And I've done this for about 2 years, and now it's just like, I could think of a design from scratch, but sometimes I still get stuck because sometimes you get bored of doing the same design over and over again. But this is a good way. Just look at something like, for example, click this. Now, obviously, don't click on something that's so complex. Look for something that's simple. Try implementing that in Figma as well as the framework that you're using, and then just keep doing that. And then one day, try doing it without it, and then you'll see how far you've came if you can build the entire thing without needing to look at anything. Like for me, for example, I'm being honest, like this wireframe that I designed, I didn't need to look at anything because a lot of these components that I've designed, I have designed the same thing before, just change the colors. You just have to be exposed to different designs in order to actually build a tolerance to it, so you can recognize the patterns. In my opinion, I think it's just about recognizing patterns and then being able to use that to your advantage to think of different patterns. That's just how I see it. But of course, everyone's different. You can also look up a channel called DevEd. Is that what his name? DevEd? Yeah, DevEd. And Gary Simon, those channels, like both of them, they actually focus a lot on design, UI, and UX. They're great channels. I would highly recommend you watch them. You can learn a lot from them, is what I will say. Let me add a border here too. How old were you when you learned JavaScript? I learned JavaScript when I was in college. So maybe like about a couple years ago. I was like 19 when I first stepped into college. Honestly, maybe one day I'll show you all my first website that I ever created, because my first website that I created is extremely ugly. You know what? Actually, let me see if I can find it real quick. We have a lot of people here. Why not? Let me see if I can find my first ever website and show you all show you all where I came from, and hopefully you all can get a laugh out of it. Hopefully you all can get a laugh out of it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Can't find it. Let's see. I'm still finding it. It's somewhere. I have it somewhere, but because I was looking at it the other day. But I'd show it to you all because, like, my first website was absolutely garbage, if I'm being honest with you. And the whole point is to showcase that, as long as you just start from somewhere, and if you stay consistent, you will make it eventually. That's just how I see it. Start somewhere, be consistent, you will eventually make it. And that just goes for really anything in life, in my opinion. My first websites were super ugly too. Yeah, I like iOS for React. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Linux is better depending on what you are doing. I have used Linux before, but I'm not really a fan of it, to be honest with you. But I'm willing to retry using Linux again. Maybe sometime in the future, who knows. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, like, when I first started, like, the only thing that I focused on was just, getting content on the actual page and not actual design. But it just takes time. It just takes time. It just takes time. Eventually, though, like I said, you'll build an intuition. It's not easy the first couple times, but after a while, you'll build intuition, and then it just becomes so much easier. You'll be able to just figure things out with breeze, It just becomes really easy. But it never was meant to be easy, though. That's the thing. Like, if you keep thinking it's supposed to be easy and then you fail, it's just gonna make yourself feel less confident. And then next time you try to tackle on an idea, you're gonna feel a little bit more reserved and you might not want to try, you know? So that's why it's just like, don't think of it as easy, don't think of it as hard. Just tackle the problem step by step, and eventually you'll be able to look back and see how far you've came with the progress that you made. But yeah, I can't find it for some reason. Damn, I can't find it. But yeah, it was trash. Like it was really trash. That's all I'd say. Anson, do you offer paid training for coding or software engineering? Do I offer paid training? You know, why don't you send me a friend request and we can talk about it in DMs if you want. Let me get my Discord server for y'all real quick. I used to like 2 years ago, and then I kind of just stopped doing it because I just got really busy. But you know, send me a DM and we can talk about it private, and then I'll see what we could do. It's not that I don't, but it's just that I haven't done it for a while. So, but I could though, you know. But yeah, just send me a DM and we'll talk more about that. Anyway, so let me continue with designing this. But yeah, feel free to join my Discord server though if y'all want to join and, you know, chat with all of us. Yeah. Anyways, let's see what do I want to do. Okay, so basically we'll just call this. We'll create a title called create a new conversation. So something like this, right? And I could bold this, I can unbold it if I want to. I can also set the bold to semi-bold, depending on what I like, right? You could also add an icon here if you want to. Seven Mood, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm so happy to see you. It's been a while, man. Like, I hope you're doing well. I don't know how this video got into my recommendation. I haven't even studied React yet, learning backend currently, but so far I'm liking this. Well, I'm glad, and welcome to the stream. Abuday, I hope I pronounced your name right. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. We've been streaming for almost 8 hours, and I am not tired one single bit, but I am happy that a lot of you all are liking the stream. But yeah, I'm glad you like it. And you know what backend technology are you learning right now? Are you learning Express, Fastify, or are you more of a Python person? Like, what are you learning right now? So what I'll do here is I'll go ahead and add this box, and actually this is actually going to be an input field. So I actually did this a while ago. I made like some kind of search box where you could type in the user's name or their email address, and it will show you it'll show you everything. But I think I'll do something different this time. I'll have to see. But let me change up the colors a little bit. I think this will be an input field though. We won't make it super fancy. Let's just build out the actual implementation first, and then we'll get into the more complicated stuff. But yeah, like it'll have something like this. You know, it'll have a stroke. Let's change the opacity of it to maybe something like this. Let's see. Express PHP. My G, you sure you stay hydrated? Yeah. I'm probably gonna get some water in a little bit if I need to. .NET lol. Yeah, we got lots of people, lots of diversity. You know, you have PHP developers, you have Express developers, you have .NET, you have Spring Boot, you have Django, Python, you have Rust, you have Golang. Like, there's just so much. Is there someone who unironically uses PHP? I mean, actually, PHP is actually still widely used, believe it or not. You know, PHP was the go-to back in the day, in the 2000s and early 2010s, right? And even today, lots of websites are still powered by PHP. Obviously, the new ones are not going to use PHP, but old websites still use PHP. Okay, so this would be, okay. And I guess what we'll do is we'll add a text field where the user can enter their message. Optionally, I guess. I guess we'll make it optional, because the whole point is we want to make sure we create the conversation. So something like this. I don't really like the border, so I'll change it. And that this is the beauty of designing, is there's no right or wrong answer. It's just what you like. Obviously, there are some rules that you should follow when it comes to design. Like, you know, don't put colors that are blinding users. That's definitely a rule, right? But, you know, like, yeah, you can just play around with the colors, and if you like it, then you can keep it. If you don't like it, you just always fix it. I'll leave it like this for now because I just want to keep it simple. But I'll add an extra button down here. And also user accessibility and experience is also good too. Yeah, I mean, like if you're making a new website, yeah, if you're making a new website, I mean, you could use PHP, but I mean, Laravel I think is still a great framework in today. You know, I think Laravel is still a great framework. So I'll set the border radius of this button, and then I'll just create some text. Create conversation. And I'll also unbold this, change the font to, let's see. Let me change the font over here to maybe 18. If my level is between intermediate and proficient JavaScript, do you recommend me to learn TypeScript? Absolutely. Well, you don't even need to be an intermediate or a professional to learn TypeScript. You could be a beginner in JavaScript and still learn TypeScript, in my opinion. Where can you learn it from? Well, you can go on the official TypeScript docs. You can also look up a crash course on YouTube that goes over TypeScript. I know Brad Traversy has one. I have one if you prefer to watch mine. But, you know, there's lots of resources. The docs is always the best place ever. Is this a web design application or just creating a template? This is Figma. It's used to create wireframes. Right now, I'm just showing you all how I would design like this, you know, this form, for example, from scratch, right? But yeah, like Figma is a great tool for prototyping without having to write any code. And let me change this to maybe 12, maybe. Yeah, let me zoom out a little bit. Okay. Cool. So I think this is great for now. Obviously, you know, this is, I think this could be a little bit better. I honestly don't really like I don't really like this stroke, to be honest with you. I might remove it because I really don't like it. Here's what I'll do, I think, yeah, this is what I'll do. Let me take this. Wait, what is going on? Why can I not click? No. Okay, here's what I'll do. I will, wait. Oh, you know what it is? I accidentally, hold on. I think I may have accidentally, wait, what am I doing? Wait, hold on. This rectangle is in, I think this rectangle is somewhere else. Let me fix this real quick. It's 5, and then take this, place this here. And what I'll do is I'll change the color just a little bit. Maybe I'll make it a lighter color so the user can at least see it a lot easier. Like that. Honestly, I think this is the best I could do, honestly. Maybe I could do a lighter color and add some opacity. I don't know. It doesn't really look nice, in my opinion. Yeah, I'll just leave it like this for now. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement this form. So what I'll do is I'll go into React. And let's go over here. So let's do export const, create conversation form. And then what I'll do is I will go ahead and turn a form like this. And do you use some CS library or just vanilla? I mean, I'm using, I'm doing everything. Oh, I'm using styled components, but in terms of actual CSS that I'm writing, I'm doing everything from scratch, vanilla CSS. Only vanilla CSS. But, you know, that's just me personally. I just prefer doing everything myself. But you can always use Tailwind if you like to have utility styles that you can just inject into your application without having to worry about it. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'm not only gonna have a form. Actually, wait a minute. Okay, so our modal is gonna have a couple things. One, we need the header. We need the header, and I'm not gonna really worry about a footer. So I'll just have the header, the form, and then the button. Yeah, it'll just be the header and the form. So let's do this. We'll create a component called modal header.tsx. Are you talking about this Figma? This app is called Figma. Figma, F-I-G-M-A, Figma. Figma. Here, I'll leave it like this for now. So for the form, we'll reuse the same form fields that we had, I believe. Do I want to? I have no clue. Yeah, you know, I don't think I'll reuse the same. Yeah, so I'm not going to reuse these forms that I created earlier. I'll just create new ones from scratch, I guess. Even though that's not really good, because you should create it once and then reuse it in your application, but I really don't care. So I'll just do it the way that I want to do it for now. Because if I were to reuse input, or I mean, I could change the, there's nothing stopping me from changing the container. So let me try that real quick. So all right, so now let me go ahead and do this. Let's go into conversation sidebar. Create conversation modal. Okay, so input field is probably somewhere over here. Yeah, right over here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I think I will need to probably change the color of the container. Because if I were to do, watch this, if I do input container, I have this. I mean, you know what? I'll reuse it. Yeah, you know, it's not that bad, so I'll reuse it. Who cares? Okay, so let's do this. So, let me do this. Hold on. What am I doing? Modal header. I want to create reusable components. Are you using WebSockets? I will be using WebSockets, yes. I don't understand any of this. Well, it's fine. I mean, even if you don't understand it now, at some point later when you become more proficient with React, you'll look back and be like, you know what? I can't believe I didn't understand this at some point. Because, you know, right now you're still new to the framework, so it'll take you some time to, you know, learn the framework, understand what's going on, all that kind of stuff. But I promise you, if you keep learning, if you keep building projects, if you keep, you know, being curious, you're going to understand all of this someday. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. Okay, I'm going to create an index.ts file where I will create all of my reusable components, because I cannot think of any better way. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So let me just take this. I normally wouldn't do it like this, but, you know, I'll just do it like this for now. So I need a modal header, I need a modal content. So that'll be, actually I'll call this modal body. No, I'll call it modal content. I'll call it modal content body. Can you please check out Manting? What is Manting? I was gone for a few hours, and how far have you gotten with your project? We've done a lot, actually. We have finished authentication. Right now we're building a modal for the form for the user to fill out so that they can create a conversation with the user. Okay. Yeah, let's just put this here and put this here. I'm gonna go into style components right now. And I'm going to create the style for the modal header. So export const, modal header style. Okay. I will definitely check it out 100%. I will 100% check it out for you. Okay, so for the modal header, well, first of all, the entire color of this modal should be 12, 12, 12. So how do I want to do this? Well, I think we need a component to wrap the entire modal. So let's do this. Let me create export const modal container. How'd you do auth? JWT and quick storage? I use Passport. Have you heard of Passport before? And no worries, welcome to the stream, Safety Pin for Keeps. I'm glad to have you here. But yeah, I use Passport, if you ever heard of Passport. And we use local authentication. We did not use JWT, we used cookies and sessions. Hello from India, welcome Shashank. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm currently learning Passport with local authentication. That is great. Yeah, authentication is amazing. Once you learn it, you literally can build any application. If you learn authentication sessions and session stores, in any framework, you can literally just build any application with any framework you want. Yeah, Passport. Yep, Passport. So now instead of returning a div, I'm going to return the styled component like this. Okay, and now watch this. So we're going to take this modal container, and I'm going to go ahead and take this whole thing. Whoops. I'm going to go ahead and wrap everything inside a modal container like this. And modal header, we'll have to create that because we did not create that. Let's go into here. So modal header will be imported from index.ts. So there we go. So now if you look over here, it's really hard to see. You know what? Let me change. Yeah, I don't know if you can see this, but I don't even know if we can even see anything. Hold on. Background color. What should I set the modal to? I guess I'll set the modal container to a width of, let's do 650 pixels. Can you see it? It's really hard to, yeah, it's really hard to see, but it's there. Yeah, I know what to do. Let me set some padding. Actually, no, we won't do that yet. Okay, I'm off, man, to bed, but looking forward to your next stream. All right, take it easy, safety pin. Take it easy. Is Passport some wrapper around OAuth? Well, Passport is basically a library that allows you to plug in authentication into your project. It's not specific to OAuth, but you can use OAuth with Passport. You can also use OpenID and I think SAML as well with Passport. So it's a great library. It's a great library. What extension are you using for styled components? I don't think I am. Because I think the styled components extension that I used a while ago got deprecated. But I have not bothered installing a new one. So you know what? Let me install it real quick. Why don't I? Do I need to restart? Hopefully I don't have to restart Visual Studio Code. VS Code style components. Yeah, the one that I used to use, I don't know what happened to it, but yeah, that looks way better. Looks way better. Okay, so we'll need to set up the header. So we'll go into our styled components file. So we'll set up the styles for this. So width will be 100%. Color. And we don't even need to do that. So we'll return this instead of a div. And now watch this. So now what I could do is inside modal header, I can do an h1, create a conversation. Can someone forcibly backdoor the program you're building? I mean, if they hack my computer, or if they like get access to a port on my computer, probably. What theme are you using on VS Code? Pale Night is the name of my theme. Pale Night. Pale Night. All right, let's fix this up a little bit because right now you can see that the width is going out. We have to fix this, so we can do this. Box sizing, border box. That did not fix that. I think the reason why is because in our form we. Oh. Why would that do that? Let me see. Create conversation form. Do this real quick. Okay, yeah, I guess I gotta set a width on that. Yeah, we'll do that later. We will. Yeah, we'll do that in a bit. Let me do this. And now I can just import the module. Is the TSX file system for styling React file? Well, the TSX is specific for TypeScript, right? It's basically the equivalent of JavaScript XML. So for your JavaScript React project, you use JSX. For TypeScript, you use TSX. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so we have to fix the width. I will add some padding, but that padding should only belong... actually, you know, wait, let me fix this. Let me remove the header. The header should go... Wait, no, wait. Okay, so, no. So here's what we gotta do. We have the container, and then we'll need to have a content body. So, yeah, that's gonna be this that's gonna be that right over here. So let me fix that. So, export cons modal content body style. Wow, I admire your programming skills. Keep it up. Thank you. Another dead channel. Got you. Thanks. What do you mostly code? Another dead channel. What do you usually code? Like, what kind of projects do you usually work on? Like, what is your expertise? If you were to tell someone what your expertise is, what would you say? Yeah, no worries, Shashank. Okay, so I want the header to be on top of the content body, and then in the content body, I'm going to set padding. So we'll do top. We'll just do 18 pixels. Let's see how that looks like. Yep, you can see that. It is really hard to see the. Yeah, it is really hard to see the. Yeah, it's really difficult to see the background. I'll change the background actually. So let me do this. We'll do this 17. No. No, that looks ugly. You know, I'm really tempted to just honestly changing. Yeah, honestly, I might actually just change the input field color. I think what I'll do is this. Let me see if I can do this. I want to change the input field to be a lighter color, but it's not the input field that we have to change. It's the conversation. It's the input container. You can see that this is the color over here. So what I'll do is this. I'll go ahead and set up a custom type that we can pass in. And then we'll type annotate this styled component. So style.div, angle brackets, and then input container props. So that will be imported all the way up top, right over here. And then what you want to do is you want to set, basically here's what you want to do. You want to go ahead and get that background color prop. Like that. So this function gives you this prop object, and you can just do prop.background color, or you can just destructure it. But I'll just do prop.background color. And if there is no prop, if there's no background color prop, we will just pass in that string. We'll just pass in this. So watch this. So now what I could do is for create conversation form, I can pass in background color, and let's just do FFF. And watch that. There we go. Let me change this to this color, 16. Now you can see that it's more visible now, which is good. Okay. Cool. So let me also add the label as well. And what do I want to call this recipient? Okay. Cool. I will also add some padding for our header as well. Let me do that real quick. So the header padding is going to be the same as the content body padding. So let's go over here. So the padding for our body style is 18. So we will also set the padding for our modal header to 18. Actually, I'll only do padding for left and right, and then for top and bottom we'll do 10 pixels. Well, actually, you know what? The problem here is this H1 that's giving me issues. Let me change this real quick. Let me do this. I have so many tabs open. Let's go over here. How often do you go live? I mean, you know, I don't really go live that often. Like, I mean, the last time I went live was like, let's say about a week ago. But I should honestly try to go live some more, honestly. I should try maybe sometime. But, you know, the reason why I never really went live that much is because I kind of never really had much ideas for building apps. But this was just something that I thought I would do. And I think, you know, a lot of people like it, which is great. So I'll probably do more of these live streams. You know, because I generally like live streaming, and I think, you know, when we do fun projects like this, it's more entertaining. Let's see, create a conversation. Let's see. So I think I'll change this to an H2 instead. And I'll go into modal header style component right over here. You should go live around 7 or 8 a.m. instead. What time is it for you? I mean, what time zone are you? Because right now, because I'm in Arizona, so I'm actually in a really, really, really late time zone compared to, like, for example, like 6 a.m. for me would be 3 p.m. for someone living in, like living in Austria, for example. You know what I mean? But yeah, like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. for me, for 10 for other people. But, you know, I mean, honestly, it just depends. Like, you know, like I go live whenever, and I'll always leave like the live stream as a VOD available for other people. So if they ever want to watch it, they can do that. But yeah, you know. Let's see. For me, it's 6 p.m. So you must be in like. So where are you? Where are you, Mubarak? If you don't mind if you don't mind sharing with all of us. 9:30 p.m. So it's basically like 12 hours and 30 minutes ahead over there. Wow. What is this margin over here? Oh, you know what this margin is? It's this. Yeah, okay. It's this. It's this input container. It has to be this input container. I don't know what this margin is. You know, let me do this. Okay, yeah. You know what I'll do is I'll do this. For the header, I'll just add some. I'll add margin. I'll add margin top. I'll do 10 pixels. Okay, that's good. I'll change the padding to a little bit more. Let me do 24 pixels instead. Yeah, this works. Let's also set the modal container to have a border radius of 10 pixels. There we go. All right, so that's pretty much good. We'll just need like a text area. Austria is 18 o'clock right now. So what is that? That's 6 p.m. right now. Yes, it's 9 hours. I actually went to Austria. Anyone here from Austria? Is there anyone here from Eastern Europe? Anyone here from Austria, Germany? Anyone? No one? Maybe. There's got to be someone here from Austria, right? Or Germany. I'd say Germany or Austria. Sorry, my laptop turned off, but I don't have a set of unique stills. The only thing I have is CSHL. I barely know how to use them. I mean, listen, you're just starting out, right? Like, I'm sure you just started out learning, and you know, just give it some time. Be patient with yourself. Don't pressure yourself too much, right? Just give it some time, and I'm sure, you know, I'm sure you'll improve over time. You know, if I say Czech Republic, does anyone know? Yeah, I know Czech Republic. Switzerland. Yeah, Supreme, you're still here. Wow. Yeah. I saw your comment earlier when you said you were from Switzerland, and I was saying how I love Switzerland so much. But I was in Austria before, and it's a really beautiful country. I've never been to Austria before. It was my first time. And just seeing the architecture in Vienna was really nice, just riding the train and all that kind of stuff. It was really nice. It was a different vibe compared to America. Anyway, so let's continue. So we need another form field, and that is just going to be the a text field. So I guess I'll do this. I'll do input container, and then instead of input field, I will do text area. So we'll have to create a custom text area. And we'll make the message optional. Let's see. Let's see. So I'm gonna add some. I'm gonna add like a. I'm gonna add something here in a second. Just give me a bit. Or I could do it a different way. Let me do this. Actually, no. I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna do it this way. Jordan. Wow. I can't learn well because the good learning websites have outdated content. No, there's a lot of websites and YouTube videos too. It just depends on what you want to learn. Like the thing with programming is that there's always going to be new videos that will be made on concepts. Like you'll find so many different React videos from like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, right? People will always make those videos over and over again because React always changes, you know. React is always going to be changing. React is always going to be changing, so I promise you, like, I mean, if you need help finding resources, I'd be more than happy to help you. Just make sure you join the Discord server and just ping me and I'll get back to you later. And if I don't get back to you by the end of today, I'll get back to you tomorrow. And if I don't get back to you tomorrow, you can ping me again. Be annoying. I don't care. You can be annoying. You can just keep pinging me until I give you a response. Villages are the most beautiful place in this world. I hope I visit there. You know, I've never really got a chance to visit a village, like a small village in a European country. I would love to someday. I'm going to scroll up real quick, and I'm going to look for the properties I set for input field, and we're going to set that for text field. Yeah, this should be fine. Though, I don't know why I set the margin manually. That's not good. Actually, you know, I'll leave it like that. Yeah. So, we'll go over here, and we'll go here. That. So now, instead of a text field, it's now instead of an input field, it's a text area. And I want to set resize, no resize. I think I could do that by going over here. Do you need my Discord link? The Discord link is in the description, but I can send it to you right now. If anyone here isn't in my Discord server, feel free to join. I'll send the link over here. That's my Discord server. My first project document tracing system will be released tomorrow, made in React, C, and Python. Nice. Tracing system. I use Python for machine learning. You know, someday I would love to get into machine learning, but I've never really gone to that day yet. You know, I guess I'm kind of scared of machine learning, but you know, someday I'll definitely look into machine learning. Someday. What are your thoughts about Bun? You know, this is like the 4th time that I was asked about that, and I've heard about it. I've heard about Bun. I haven't really like looked much into it, but I'm guessing because so many people are asking about it, it's probably like super popular, right? Is that what it is? Is it really that popular? Because a lot of people have asked about it so far, so I'm curious. To visit, yes, but it costs a lot to live here. Yeah, Switzerland is very expensive to live. I've looked up the cost of living. I mean, even visiting too, like it's a lot more expensive compared to other parts of Europe. But I mean, I think it's worth it though. I'll definitely visit Switzerland. I don't know. When do you? Let me ask you this: when do you think would be the best time to visit Switzerland? What is your opinion? When do you think would be the best time to visit Switzerland? I also want to remove the scroll bar as well. In winter, okay. Yeah, I guess it's because of the snow, right? My problem with Python is I know the basics, like everything, but picking up modules was so hard. I quit Python and went to web dev. Yeah, so you mean like learning new modules, right? Like, I mean, learning like how to use other libraries. Yeah, that could be a little bit confusing sometimes, but try using like a simple library. Like, I'm sure there are simple libraries. Like, look up a simple math library and play around with it, and look up the documentation too. Documentation is something that every developer needs to learn how to read. Ankita Berman, welcome. Thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Do I even have alerts for subscribers? Do I? How do I do that? I think there's a way to configure alerts for subscribers, but I only have it enabled for members and super chat. And yeah, that's it. I don't think I have it enabled for subscribers though. Oh, it's fine. Maybe I should enable. Do you guys think I should enable it, or do you think it would be annoying? I didn't enable it because I thought that it would be annoying I mean, I don't mind, but like I don't know if like people would get annoyed from that. Let me see. Anyways, let me continue with this. So I need to go ahead and do this. I want to add some margin. And we also need to add a button too, so let's not forget that. So let's just add margin. We'll do margin top. Well, let's do 8 pixels top and bottom. So now it'll look like this. So now we have some spacing. I think we'll only do. Yeah, I think this looks great. Honestly, I actually really like this. Honestly, wow, that's awesome. Now, should we reuse the button that we created earlier? Create conversation. You know what? Why not? You know, it looks nice. We also need to prevent default, otherwise it's just going to do that. And now I might need to restart React, because now I don't think I will get live updates. Oh, there we go, I fixed it. Alright, yeah, honestly, you know, I'll leave the button like this. I don't like Python before, then I found that I can use C in Python. Then I switched to Python because of C. Well, you must really like C. You know, I actually used C when I was in college, and I didn't hate it, but it definitely was a lot different than... It was definitely a lot different compared to Java. I will say that. Alright, so we're done with our create conversation form. Awesome. So now let me just fix up a couple of stuff. I'll fix up the header a little bit. I don't really like this header. Maybe I'll change the margin top to 32 a little bit. You know, what if I did top and bottom? Or... Yeah, no, that's not good. I'll just do maybe... What did I have before? 24? I'll do 28. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Honestly, I like it. I like it. What do you all think? Do you guys like it? You don't like it? D. Thompson Dev. Why does your name look so familiar? I think I remember you. But yeah, I recognize you. How's it going, man? I remember you from the Discord that we were both in 2 years ago with the other YouTube developers. But yeah, I hope everything is going well for you. I only in soft developer for 7 months and got a backend role today. Really? Wow, congratulations. What will you be working on? Like what technologies will you be using, do you know? Alright, Anson, I am off for today. Take care. Alright, Shashank, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope to see you in my next stream, man. It was a pleasure having you here chatting with us. Alright, okay, so I'm happy with the way this header looks. I really like this font. Honestly, I randomly discovered this font when I was using Figma. I really like it. I don't know about you all, but I really like this font. Anyways, so what we'll do is we'll need to set up an endpoint where it'll actually create the conversation. So we're pretty much done with this modal. But what I will do is I want to make it so that I can actually close this modal, because right now we can't. So this will require a little bit of trickery. So I'll show you how we can do this. So it's gonna be a little bit difficult. Okay, so I think if I remember correctly, we need to add a ref on the container, and we need to compare the target. I've done this before in a previous. I've done this before, but I can't remember exactly how to do it off the top of my head. So I'm just gonna cheat a little bit and look at an old. I'm gonna cheat a little bit and look at an old project because otherwise we're just gonna be here forever, you know. So let me just do that real quick. Let's see. So yeah, so I think if I remember correctly, what I did was I added a ref. I think it was onto the modal. Yeah. So here's what I did: const ref equals, and then I think I used use ref. I think, or create ref. Would you say React is the hardest from all JS? Absolutely not. I would say the hardest is Angular, 100% Angular from my experience. Are you coding 8 hours straight? Yeah, you know, surprisingly, it has been 8 hours straight, though it doesn't feel like it's been 8 hours. But yeah, we've been here for 8 hours. Wow. I am surprised that we've even made it this far. I am surprised. Yeah, it has been 8 hours, hasn't it? That's incredible. I can't remember the last time I've actually done this for 8 hours, you know? It's been so long since I've coded for 8 hours straight on live stream. Waiting for your new Discord JS version 14 dashboard series. Yeah, maybe it'll come at some point. I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I'll make one, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Do you all really want another dashboard series? Because I think you all are sick of dashboard videos because I've made so many of them. Welcome to the stream, Raphael. Hope you're doing well. What are you using for WebSockets? We're using NestJS's gateway package. Do you recommend skipping class components? Absolutely. If you're building a new app, do not use class components. Their class components, I think, are only... Yeah, don't use class components. It'll be a Socket.io WebSocket gateway. Actually, I've been here before, but I changed my name. Oh, what was your name? Hopefully I remember it. Okay, so let's see. Alright, watch this. So, if I click inside the modal, you're going to see that close modal is not being logged. If I click outside of it, good. So, basically, to close the modal, all you need to do is just create a ref. And basically, you could use this ref and add it to the overlay style, which is the entire background. And then, whenever you click on the background, you just compare if that ref is equal to the target. And if it is, you can just close it. If you don't know what React refs are, basically, you can use that to attach, basically with refs, right? A lot of times you can use that to focus on input fields manually. You can do imperative animations, you can, do media playback, a bunch of other stuff, but primarily you can use that to attach it to a React element, which is good. So then you have an actual reference. Don't you need a break? Probably not. I mean, you know what? I will go get some water real quick, so I will be right back. Give me a second. Alright, I just got some water. So let me just drink some water real quick. I tried learning a bit of React today, but found it a bit complicated. What of it did you find complicated? Well, I'm not saying React is easy, per se, but if you're compared to Angular, I would say Angular is way harder. I'm using a database. I'm using a SQL database. I'm not gonna lie, I learned making dashboards from your videos. That's great. I'm glad that I was able to teach you something. All right. So what we'll do is for this modal, we need a method. I'll show you what method we need. So right over here in conversation page, or no, wait, where is it? Sidebar. Yeah, right here. Okay, so we're going to need to pass in a prop. So we'll pass in the set show modal prop. Let's go here. Give me a second. So here's what I do, right? Like you're probably wondering, well, how do I know what data type to type annotate this function, this property? All I do is I just hover over the actual type that I want to pass in. So set show modal, I'll hover over this value. I'll copy this whole thing and I'll just paste it like that. And that's how I'll know what I want to type annotate it with. So let me import dispatch instead of using react.dispatch. And then now I can just do FC props like this. And I can just go ahead and get the set show modal prop. And there we go. And there's no issues with that. And then now when we go ahead, and let me create another function. I'll do this. Handle overlay click. And the same thing with the data type with the onClick event. You just copy this whole thing, paste that as the parameter. And let me, I don't know why is it complaining about mouse events? Wait, what's going on? Oh, wait, whoops. Okay, there we go. And then what you can do is just copy this, paste it there. And then now you can just take this, delete that, pass in handle overlay click, and there you go. I'm a beginner to all this stuff, and coding more than 2 hours makes you, oh, yeah, you know. It's been a really long time since I've coded for 8 hours straight. I'm not gonna lie. Bcrypt versus Argon 2. I'm not sure what I mean, I know what Argon 2 is, but I use Bcrypt though. Alright, so watch this. So now if I click on the overlay, the modal disappears. There we go, perfect. And if you want to be more cool, you can go ahead and also do this. You can add, let me show you this. You can go ahead and add an event listener on key down. And you can check to see if e.key is equal to escape. And if it is, you can just use the you can just use the double and operator, and just call set show modal and set that to false like that. And also one more thing is that you want to use a cleanup function to remove the event listener when the component unmounts. Otherwise, you'll run into an issue where the event will trigger twice, which is not good. So now, if I were to do this, what's going on with our app? Something wrong with our app? Oh, there we go. Okay, so watch this. If I hit escape, it will go ahead and close. So that's good. Just want to show you that real quick. So yeah, we pretty much have this modal able to be closed using the escape key, or when we click on it. We could also just add like an X button over here, which I think maybe I'll do that real quick before we continue. We're not really in any rush, you know, like, you know, we've actually made so much progress, which is great. Let's see. I want to add a close button, but I'm not sure. Should I? Let me see. Maybe I'll use React icons, but I'm not sure which React icon library I should use. MD. I don't even know what this icon looks like, but I'll try it out. See what it looks like. Yeah, we could use that. That's fine. Size 32. Set the color to red. Now I'll leave it alone. But what I do want to do is I do want to move this to the other side. So I'll have to use a display of flex. So go into modal header style. We will set display to flex, justify content, space between, and align items center. Whoa, what's going on over here? Oh, wait, let me add box sizing. There we go. What is going on with this? Why is that? Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because of the H2. I think it might be because of the margin. Yeah, it's because of the margin. Let me add the margin inside the header itself. Yeah, there we go. And we can also make it so that when we click on the X, click, set show modal, set that to false. What are your thoughts on Tailwind? Tailwind is great for utilities. I've never used it before, but that's the only thing that I know that it can do. But I'm sure that there's a lot of other stuff that it can do, though. So, anyways, we are done with this. Let me go ahead and just make this commit. Alright, cool. And I will also push the changes as well. Real quick before I continue. But yeah, Tailwind, I've never really used it before. If you click on modal, no. If you click on it here, if you click outside, it will close. If you hit escape, it will close. If you click on this X button, it will close. Why Nest over Express? Well, Nest is more opinionated and it provides proper structure for your project. And even if you use Express, eventually you'll end up yielding towards some kind of structure for your application if you want to have a clean code base. And it makes you wonder, you know, why use Express when you could just use Nest? Nest also has a lot of classes and modules that it provides for you that does things for you, and it just keeps everything organized. And honestly, I like it a lot. That's my take on it on Nest. But I'm not saying Express is bad though, because Express is still great for prototyping quick applications from the ground up. Compare Mongo and SQL, because I use MongoDB and my friend said Mongo's slow, SQL's fast, and that's kind of true. So using Mongo bad? Well, Mongo's not slow. It's just that Mongo's use case is for data that is not relational, and you can very just easily insert data in the document, and so you can just pull one document and get literally every single attribute. But if you have like data that is relational, you're better off using MySQL for that. It wouldn't make sense really to, you know, use a relation. It wouldn't make sense for you to use MongoDB with a bunch of data that should be relational. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't use MongoDB like a relational database, is what I'm saying. It's not that MongoDB is bad though. And if you run into issues where MongoDB is slow, it's likely an implementation issue and not the database itself, because MongoDB itself, like, databases are optimized to perform, right? If you have code that is ridiculously slow, it's going to obviously make it look like the database is slow, when in reality it's just the code itself that you wrote. Okay, so what was I wanted to do again? Okay, yeah, we need to create an API endpoint for creating the conversation. So here's what we'll do. Let's go into our Nest app. Let's create a new module. Yay, we're going back to NestJS. I know some of y'all are bored as hell of front end. Maybe some of you, who knows? You know, it's okay. Front end, you know, I used to hate front end so much because I just was so bad at handling, you know, just building CSS. But, you know, front end sometimes is really fun. Thoughts on Firebase? I barely use Firebase, but I guess it just depends on the type of app you're building, right? Like, if you're building an app with Google Cloud, maybe Firebase is good. So it takes away handling the data layer, which I think is great. The Baku. Yo, Anson, I have one question about missing dependency use effect. Should we actually pass in all the missing ones as it prompts us, or just the ones we need? Does this have any consequence? Okay, so yes, the linting issue that it complains about in Visual Studio Code is really annoying, but I'll explain to you. So when you use use effect, right? If you don't pass in the dependency array, that means that use effect hook will render every single that the use effect hook callback will call every single render, right? So every single time your component renders, that callback will invoke. Okay. If you pass in an empty dependency array, the useEffect hook will execute once on render, and no matter what happens to your state, it will never change. Okay. Actually, let me rephrase what I said earlier. Any state changes that happen without the dependency array will re-render your code, which is why sometimes when you don't have a dependency array, that's why sometimes it will look like your code is it will call that callback function over and over again. Now, when you have situations where you only want to update the state based on a value, or I'm sorry, let me phrase it. If you only want to call the useEffects callback only when a value of your state is being updated, then yes, you should pass in that variable name in the dependency array. React, the ESLint complains about it. I don't know why, but it's just really weird. But yeah, you're pretty much right. Only pass in the ones that you need. Okay, passing an empty dependency array just basically means you only want the callback to execute once, and nothing, not even state value being updated, will call that callback function again. Thoughts on Angular? Angular is a great framework. And yeah, you can also have more than one useEffect too, which is also good. Is that Daniel? Wait, is that you, Daniel? Names look so familiar. Yeah, I can't believe I remember that name. See, I have good memory. Don't use Mongo as relation DB and you'll be fine. People are using Mongo as relation DB, and most of the time you'll have some sort of relations in your DB. Yeah, true. That's why I never use MongoDB, because I mean, it depends on the type of application you're building. Like a while ago, I built an application for, I think it was image upload, and I think for that project, I used MongoDB if I remember correctly. I can't remember. Like I built that project back in September last year, and I did that live. And I think that was actually the last time I streamed for like 8 hours, because I remember streaming from like 7 to like 3 p.m. I developed many web apps using jQuery and PHP. Should I learn React? Absolutely, because jQuery is pretty much dead. Because all of the stuff that you could do with jQuery, you can do with regular JavaScript. PHP is still pretty much alive, so you should definitely not ditch PHP. But jQuery, absolutely ditch jQuery. And learn how to manipulate the DOM without using jQuery. So let's generate a module. Let's call it conversations. And this module will take care of handling conversations for us. So basically, when we click on this create conversation button, it's going to just call the API. It'll make a post request to the /API/conversation endpoint, and it'll create a new conversation. And I'll explain a little bit more about the logic that API will do in just a second. But here's what I'll do. I'll generate a controller. So let's do NestG controller /conversations, and I'll just do controllers for now. So I'm just gonna rename this to tests and move this file outside here. And I'll create a service as well. Okay, I enjoy DOM manipulation in jQuery. I think React make more world user. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, like, you know, I mean, I'm not saying jQuery is bad, but, you know, like, you know, it was created a while ago. Like, jQuery was created, like, a really long time ago. And at that time, its use case made a lot of sense because JavaScript didn't support those features. But because now that JavaScript does support those features, you could do it a lot more easier with using just regular JavaScript, right? I think, yeah, like, you don't need jQuery at all anymore for that reason. Why did I create a thing called services? It should be called, wait, what am I doing? Wait, what am I doing? Wow, I messed this up. Let me fix this real quick. Is it a monorepo for your frontend and backend? Not yet, but I probably will use Lerna at some point. But for now, we don't really need it because we only have 2 projects. But Lerna is a great tool, though, to run all your projects at once. Do you watch anime? If so, could you make a tutorial on how to make an anime API that generates random anime images, PFP, and GIFs? GIFs, please excuse my poor English. I don't watch anime. Yeah, I don't really watch anime. But how to make an anime API? I mean, there are anime API databases that exist out there, and I'm sure you can use that to your advantage, in my opinion. If you try Googling it, maybe you'll find something, I think. You don't manipulate DOM React, just render itself. You can't. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, okay. You could, but like, it's not recommended. You know, instead of using like document.getElementID, you should just use refs to get the actual target node from the DOM itself. And let me just fix this. All right, so we're good. So let me just delete this, change this real quick. Conversation service. Well, actually, I'm not going to import it like that. I'll do services dot conversations and then use class like this. I'll have to go into this enum and define this. Learn is deprecated, so I think you should use yarn. Wait, really? Learner is deprecated? Wow. I haven't coded for like I haven't coded like a huge project for like 6 months, and so much stuff has changed. Crazy. Wow. All right, there we go. So we fixed everything, so we are good to go. And I probably should fix this as well. I never heard of NestJS. What's that? Backend? Yes, it is a backend service. Are you using WebSocket? We are going to use WebSocket very soon. But right now, I'm setting up the API to create the conversation, and I'll explain a little bit what this is going to do in a second. But don't worry, we're almost there. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to set up a post request to get the conversation. So, or what am I talking about? Create the conversation. Sorry. Okay, so watch this. So we should see that it mapped this API route. So if I go into Postman to test this out, you'll see that right over here. /API/conversation. Conversations. If I make a post request, it'll return a 201 and perfect. Let's also make sure that this post request is protected. So we can do that we can protect this whole entire controller by using use guards and then passing the authenticated guard that we created earlier, which is this right over here. So this will protect our route. So watch this. If I make a request right now, it will work because I have my cookies. But if I close that, if I delete that cookie, and if I click send, it'll send a 403, which is good. Yeah, so there is NestJS and there's NextJS, and then there's also Nuxt.js as well. Next.js is a node framework, yeah, for React. But yeah, Nest.js specifically is for backend. Oh wait, what am I talking about? TS. Oh, well, TypeScript is a language, and TS files are for TypeScript compiler to interpret. So it's not specific for APIs. It's just the file extension. Like for example, like if you're developing in JavaScript, you would do .js. Okay, so now we can make protected calls to this endpoint. Good. Okay, so let's see. What is the conversation payload supposed to look like? And also one more thing that I got to do is this conversations.ts export interface conversation service. Are you using WebSocket? Yes, I will be using WebSocket. We're gonna handle that in just a second. TypeScript is basically just JavaScript, but it's a bit strict with types. Yeah. And it's a superset of JavaScript. It has a lot more features. Like, for example, implements. This is a feature specific to TypeScript. JavaScript does not have that. Okay, and so this we'll call create conversation, and of course we'll need to pass in the request body, aka our DTO. So I'll create a new folder. I'll call this DTOs, and we'll create a new file called create conversation.dto.ts, and the class is just going to be called create conversation DTO. And so what will represent the conversation? So I think the way that we'll do this is like this. So we'll need the, I guess the author's ID is what I would like. I don't really care about getting the author's name or the I don't really care about that. I really mostly care about the IDs. Angular looks so much different. Yeah, it is really different compared to React. It's a different beast. It's a great framework, in my opinion. I loved using it, but it's a different beast. Okay, so the conversation needs information like this. So we need to know who created the conversation. So I guess we can do created by, and then this will be a number because this will be the primary key of the author of the user. Okay. We'll also need the recipients. Let me see. I'll explain a little bit why I'm going to do it like this in just a second. Okay, I'll call this author ID and then recipient ID. So, okay. I think that's really it. Oh, okay, I'll also do message. And this is going to be a string. I'm using MySQL. Okay, so let me explain this as well as I can. So the way this is going to work is we're going to have the author ID and the recipient ID. And what we need to do to ensure we don't create a duplicate channel is we need to query the database and check to see if the author has a conversation with the recipient ID, right? And vice versa, because think of it like this, right? Imagine you are creating a conversation with another user, right? That is you creating it with the user and you're sending the message first, right? So even though the user did not create the conversation, the recipient didn't create it, but you created it, that conversation belongs to both of you. So the next time the user needs to get, so that user technically owns that conversation too, right? So what we would need to do is we would need to query the database using the author's ID and the recipient ID. And if it returns null, that means that conversation channel does not exist. And if it returns, if it returns true, that means that there is already a conversation channel between author and recipient ID. So what we'll do is this. Author ID will be a numeric type because we're working with the database primary keys. Is not empty. And I think that'll be it. Same thing with recipient ID. Message is optional, remember, so we'll leave that alone. I wish to learn Next, but I am still an amateur on React. I am following your tutorial though. Are you following which tutorial? The one for Next or React? What's the @ sign? That is called a decorator. And how many years of experience have you as a software dev, and how you learn and apply new technologies, learn to write thousands of lines of code, keeping your steps in mind, blah, blah, blah. I had an internship in college when I was I think it was in 2019. Yeah, 2019 I had an internship. No. Was it? It was 2019, yes. It was 2019. So it was 3 years ago. I did an internship. Before that, I was just doing my own thing. I was working on my own projects. After the internship, I just worked on a project for one of my friends for his business. And I got a job as a software engineer, and I worked there for about 2 years, I think. And yeah. So I'd say about like 3 years, I'd say 3 years. I'd say 3 years. And how do you learn and apply new technologies? Well, you just have to challenge yourself, and you just have to be a person that is creative and open-minded. And when you see something new, you should always question it and, you know, play around with it and see what you could do with it. That's the best way to learn anything, is just be open-minded and always be curious. You know, there's always going to be new software that's going to be created by open source and companies. And, you know, just play around with it, you know, like download the package, open up Visual Studio Code, implement it. That's literally how I learned a lot of stuff, so I can make videos about that. Yeah, obviously, like, you know, when you're new to this, it seems really daunting, but I promise you, the more you do it, the better you become, and one day you will be a pro at it. Not saying that I'm a pro, but I would say that, you know, I'm always working on figuring things out, you know, so you never know. But anyways, yeah, so we'll go ahead and, you know, I'll leave it like this for now. I'll leave it like this. Okay, so this will create the conversation. And yeah, you know what? Actually, I will do this. I'm going to actually make it so that message is not empty. So we'll make the message field required. Yeah, we'll make it required. Okay, so now what I can do is I can go ahead and use the body tag, and then I can call the parameter name create conversation DTO. Wait, what am I doing? Conversation DTO. Should I call it DTO or should I call it payload? I think it'd be a better name if I call it payload, to be honest. But we'll type annotate it with create conversation DTO, like that. And remember, this is a post request, and we have the validation pipe enabled globally, so it will take care of validation. So watch this. If I go ahead and console log this, I'll do that real quick, and I'll send a post request using Postman. If I click send, it's going to complain. It says author ID should not be empty, and author ID must be conforming to a specific constraint. So it should be a number, and let's go ahead and just pass in some JSON. So let's do that. Let's do author ID 1, recipient ID, recipient's ID 2, and then message. Hey there. And there we go. So now if you look over here in the console, it is going to log the payload for you. And then now we're going to have to do some validation. And I'll tell you how we can validate the conversation and what we'll do. So what I'll do is in the create, well, first let me do this. Let me go into types, and I'll create a new type called create conversation params. No. Yeah, I'll call it this. Should I learn Figma UI UX as a front-end dev? I think it's worth it because, well, again, it depends, right? Like, if you're working for a company and you probably will rarely have to actually design it from scratch. If you're working for a big company, you will rarely ever have to design the frame, the wireframe from scratch, because you'll usually have a design team that'll do it for you. All you have to do is actually just implement the design that they built for you. If you want to freelance, it's definitely worth learning how to design components and design UI and stuff. So I would definitely recommend it. It just depends on your end goal, really. You know, it really just depends on your end goal. If you only want to work for a company that has their own design team, then you never have to worry about that at all. But I still think that knowing it helps a lot, you know? So we'll do author ID number, create a recipient ID number, and then we need the message string. I am working in org design team, does it for me, just wanted to make my own projects, yeah. Oh yeah, then absolutely, definitely learn it. There's lots of resources out there. DevEd is a good channel. Gary Simon is a good channel. Go ahead and check those out and learn from them. Let's see. So what we'll do is for this interface, create. Let's do. You know, let me do this conversation. And we'll do this params, create conversation params. And then what I'll do is we'll need to, of course, create a type ORM entity for conversation, because what we have to do here is we need to query the database to see if the conversation exists. So what I'll do is I'll first just pass in this payload like that. And I'll go into utils type ORM entities. Before I do anything else, so let me just go ahead and do this. Implement conversations module and controller service. Just do that real quick. All right, and then what we'll do is we will go into entities. We'll create a new file, call it conversation.ts. And we'll just create a class for the conversation entity like this. And then you want to use the entity decorator. And then you want to go ahead. You don't have to do this, but I personally prefer to manually set the name for the table to the name of the entity with an S to denote that it's a plural. So conversations. And then we'll use a primary generated column decorator to set the primary key. And now if you go into our database, you'll see that you'll have, well, you should have, oh wait, we have not added the conversation entity yet. Let's do that real quick. Let's go ahead and import conversation from the entities/conversation file. We'll add this to the array, and we'll also export it manually if we need it for whatever reason. And that should automatically add that for us. Thank you for taking time to read our comments, answering. Yeah, no worries, Ayasudin. Absolutely. Someone follow me on Twitch. Fanzo Garbanzo. Thanks for following me on Twitch. Let's see. All right, so now we should have the table. There you go. Let me zoom in a little bit more so y'all can see this. Describe conversations. There you go. You have only the ID field. Perfect. All right, so what do I want to do next? I want to go ahead and set up a couple more fields. So, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? So every conversation is going to belong to a user. So how do I want to do this? I am trying to think. So if I were to use a one-to-one relationship, or not one-to-one, let's see. Every user has many. So if I were to use a many-to-one relationship between a conversation and a user, what field would I need to map it on? That is the trick question. Because I'm thinking, what if we were to do a many-to-one relationship, right? The hardest part is knowing. Here, the problem here is that how would you know what ID to map it on? Because you have two different IDs, right? You have the recipient and the author ID, and you wouldn't know which field to actually map the ID to that relates to the user, which is really the complicated part. Let's see. So yeah, I think I'll just do it like this. You are coding for a straight IR. How do you focus for such a long time? Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I would say, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. I mean, I'm used to this. Like, I've done this before, so it's like nothing to me. Like, I could sit down, code for like 16 hours straight if I really needed to, but do I want to? Probably not, but sometimes, you know, once in a while I'll do it. But, you know, I haven't, again, you have to understand that I haven't really coded much for a very long time. So this is like my first big project that I'm doing after like 5 months. So I'm just not bored, you know, I'm just not bored. And I'm determined to finishing as much as I can today. At least the very basic level of implementation, at least the very basic feature of just chatting with people. Okay, so honestly, I'll just do it like this. Column author ID. So we'll always assume that the author ID is in fact going to be the creator. And then we'll always get the recipient ID. But again, you see the problem here is that here's the problem, right? Yeah, this is actually really difficult because let me see. Let me see. Let me see, because this is the difficult part. If I were to do it this way, right, we wouldn't really know. Or would we? You have author ID and recipient ID. Okay, so how would you actually get the conversation, right? You would use the user's ID, but then how would you know which to apply to? Would you apply to the author ID or would you apply to the recipient ID? Yeah, I remember this now because I've done this before. So I'll have an extra column, and then I'll just do this. User type. It's not really the best thing to do, but I'll just do author. I'll call it identity, and we'll just set the type to be identity type author or recipient. I'm going to call this conversation identity type. So this type will allow me to know whether or not we are going to, let's see. Actually, wait. No, yeah, no, that's not good. Because, like, even if we were to create it, yeah, no, this is not good. Because if I create the conversation and I set the author ID to my own ID, and if the other user needs to query if the other user needs to have their own conversations queried, right? How would we know which ID to use? Would we use author ID or would we use recipient ID? That's the difficult part to figure out. Hey, what backend are you using for the project? Some annotation look like Symfony. We're using NestJS for the backend framework. Let's see. Yeah, because even if I set this type, whether it's an author or a recipient, like this metadata, you can think of it like metadata, right? It still doesn't even it still doesn't really do anything. Oh, okay, actually, you know what? I have an idea. I think here's what I'll do. Trying to think. Damn, this is actually a really complex problem to solve. The other thing that we could do is just have like an array of recipients, but I don't know how well that will work with querying in the database. Because if I have a conversation, if I have like a participants, let's say if I have participants, which is an array, so that means conversation is going to have a one-to-many. But how would we query conversations though, right? Because how do we know? I mean, I guess it actually wouldn't be difficult because we could actually just query the database and then I'm pretty sure there's a way you can query a one-to-many. Let me see, query one-to-many with condition type ORM. I think there's definitely a way to do that, but if we can't figure it out, we'll definitely do it this way. Yeah, no problem, Thebod. Composite key, something like it. Because I need to know how we're going to treat the data. Like, for example, like if it's an author ID. And the thing is, we'll never know how to distinguish author and recipient, you know? That's the problem. You know what? Let me look at something real quick because I remember I did this before. I'm going to see how I did it before. And maybe that can help me. I'm going to cheat a little bit, don't worry. Type ORM, entities, conversation. Let's see. Because I remember doing this before, but the use case that I did it in that situation was way different. And the reason why was because it was really easy to distinguish. But now it's actually quite difficult. Yeah, I am trying to think recipients. Honestly, you know, I'll just do this. Honestly, I'll just do this. We'll do a many to one. So a user can have many conversations, and a conversation can actually wait. One to many. Okay, no, I have an idea. So a conversation can have many participants. Okay, I have an idea. Yo, what's up, Hype? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Long time no chat, man. Hope everything is well. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you are. I don't know if you're still on vacation, but I hope you have been enjoying your vacation. All good. Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Thanks for stopping by. Have you been working on any? Well, I mean, what's new with you? Like, have you been, doing any coding, anything with life? Like, what's new? Okay, so I think what I'll do is this. I will do this. So, should I map it to participant or user? Because like conversation, like I think at this point this is actually a many-to-many relationship. I'm just waiting to start uni. I'm not really on a project. Oh, gotcha. When does university start? What is Nest? Nest is a backend framework. There's a chat app I created using jQuery PHP. I see the covers in DB by having message from message to. Oh, okay. Yeah, like the thing is like when you create the conversation, right? Oh wait, you're right. Wait, you're right. You're right. Oh wow. You're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right. So we can do so, but I mean, wouldn't that be author ID though? Because like, here's the thing, right? Like, okay, so I think what we could do is we can query the database created by. No, yeah, no, this wouldn't work. Or am I just not understanding it? Because like, if I have it created by, what difference does that make between the author ID? Right? I guess if I had a created by field, I can compare created by to author ID, right? And I can say, okay, if conversation.created by is equal to author ID, then we're good. If conversation.created by is equal to recipient ID, then that's a different story. But what if it's the person who did not create the conversation though? Right? Think of it from the participant's perspective, because the participant is the one also that is involved with the conversation. So how would the participant be able to query those chat conversations, right? So if you were to query it by the participant, the recipient, it just would be really, yeah, it just wouldn't really make much sense, because you would never know who you would never know who the recipient is, because the user itself can be a recipient and the author. Yeah, I think the best thing to do is honestly go about it with the participant approach. So let me just create, or I mean, maybe not participant, maybe user. So in TypeORM, there's a thing called, I mean, in SQL, there's a thing called many-to-many. So I think we can just use a many-to-many relationship. And it makes sense because a user can have many conversations, and a conversation can have many users. But based on our application, the conversation will at most only ever have 2 users. And so when we query, we'll have to do some kind of filtering on the array somehow. You can save both IDs even the conversation was made by one person. Yeah, that's true. But then again, you wouldn't know which field to query on first, right? Because you would have to query field A or field B, is what I'm concerned about. Yeah, it's a little bit complicated. But I'll try it like this. My G is still going ham, 10-hour stream. Yeah, we're going, you know what? Let me see. How many subs do I have right now? You know, because like we gained so many subs today. So when I started streaming today, I was at 16,000. You know, let me actually look at my social blade. I'm not gonna stop streaming until, let's see. Let me look at my social blade. I think we gained like 300 subs today. That is insane. That has never happened before, ever. Yeah, so I think earlier today I had 16,600 subs. And now we're at 16,936, and we're still gaining more subs every single minute, which is amazing. So maybe, honestly, I probably won't stop until, let's see, maybe if, yeah, you know what? Let's go for 17,000 subs. Let's go for 17,000 subs. Can we go for 17,000 subs? We'll find out in this stream. 20,000? You want to go for 20,000? I don't even know if we can go for 20,000. Should we go for 20K? Do you think that's even realistic? I don't know. I mean, I think we've had lots of success with our stream being recommended to a lot of people, which is great. But 20K, I don't know. Let's see. 20K seems really optimistic. I mean, 70K is pretty easy. We can definitely go for 70K, but 20K, I don't know. 20K is pretty optimistic, but we'll try. We shall try. Let's see. It's 10 o'clock right now, so if I stream for another 8 hours, that will be a 17-hour stream. Maybe we'll go for a 20. What about 24-hour stream? 24-hour stream? Maybe. Should we go for a 24-hour stream? That means I would have to stream for another 24 minus 9 is what? 15? I would have to stream for another 15 hours, so that would be... I'd have to stop streaming at like 2 a.m. Yeah, I don't think I could do that because I have work tomorrow, so I don't think I could actually stream for 24 hours. I would, if it was a Saturday, I would, but because I'm streaming, because I have work tomorrow, I don't think I could do that. Anyways, so yeah, so user and conversation. So basically, the user is going to have let's see. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna create another entity. Let's see, participant. So I think what I'll do is this. I'll create another entity that will have a one-to-one relationship between the user and the chat participant. And the chat participant will have the many-to-many relationship between the conversation. I think that's how we'll do it. I just hope that there's no issues with querying though, because if there is, this will be a little bit complex, but we'll figure it out at some point. Yeah, a lot of people came from recommendations, which I honestly never even expected that, to be honest with you. Like, I just randomly decided to stream, and then I looked at the view count and I looked at the amount of subs we were getting. I was like, wow, holy crap. I guess the algorithm is working for us in our favor, which is great. It's 8 p.m. right here in Greece. Wow. Yeah, so you're like 8 hours ahead. Can I see what the site looks like? Sure. This is what it looks like right now. So right now we're working on some backend stuff. Okay, so let's have a primary generic column. ID will be number. So I guess let me change to chat participants. Okay, so realistically, I'm only really using this. I'm really only using this class kind of like a proxy, because I really don't want to include everything inside the user, because you want to normalize your data as much as possible, you know. Bro, I don't know why I dislike Nest. It just gives so many Angular vibes. You know, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of does, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, NestJS was actually built on, it was actually inspired by Angular. Like, everything about Nest was inspired by Angular. I can watch this stream later, right? Yes, you can. It will be available, don't worry. Okay, so we want to set up a many one-to-one and many-to-one. So here's what I'll do. Alright, how do I set that up? Let me look at the docs. How does this work? Question as many-to-many category. Okay, so I guess for our case, we would need to put it on the... Where would we put it? The Angular vibe probably comes from that at before each annotation. Yeah, that is also true. That is also true. Which database am I using? I am using MySQL right now. Well, I mean, that's the only database that I will be using. Let's see. So a question can have many categories, and a category can have many questions. So a chat participant can have many conversations, and a conversation can have many chat participants. Now, my only concern is how would the other side be able to get all the other categories. I mean, not categories. How would the other side, like how would categories be able to get all the participants is what I am concerned about, right? Because you see over here, oh yeah, okay, there we go, bi-directional relations. Yeah, this is exactly what we need. Yep, perfect. That was my concern. Okay, there we go, answers my question. And you see what I mean? This is the beauty of amazing documentation. This is a perfect example of having great documentation that actually answers the questions that you might have. So we have a bi-directional relationship. So I think, yeah, we'll do this. So on chat participant, we will go ahead and set up this. So a chat participant, let's see. For now, we'll just worry about the conversation. So let's do many, too many. So we'll do arrow function, and it's going to map to the conversation entity, and then it's going to pass another callback function, and there'll be conversation dot, and it'll have to be the property that we'll have to define on conversation, and that will be named, I believe, participants. Wait, conversation dot participants. Is it? Wait, is this? Hold on. Category and then conversation maps to questions. Yeah. So this right over here is going to be participants. Wait, no, wait, conversations. There we go, yeah, there we go. And over here, I got you a sub, man, keep it up. Thank you, Armagun. Is that how you pronounce your name? Armagun? Hopefully I did not mispronounce it. So now on the conversation, Thomas, okay. I'll call you Thomas. So on the other side, we'll need another many-to-many, and we will need to just do this. So many-to-many. So this maps to chat participant, and then participant. Like that. And then we'll go ahead and do. Actually, I messed it up. Sorry, give me 1 second. I messed it up. It's supposed to be participant. I think it's supposed to be participant dot conversations. Yep. Perfect. Yep. Participant dot conversations and conversations dot participant. Yep. Okay. And I think on the chat participant side, we do want the join table. We need it on one. We need it on one. Yeah. So I think here we'll have it. So join table. How can you stream so long? I don't know, man. Like, I honestly don't even know myself, but you know, I'm determined, so that's all that matters, right? That is all that matters, is I'm determined. I mean, also because, you know, we have a lot of people in the chat talking and watching, and that also motivates me to keep going too, which is nice. When you have like an active chat watching and stuff and like chatting with you, like it just gives you a different vibe. So, you know, I think that's definitely one thing that is helping me stay focused and stay determined on, you know, building this whole project out. And also because I genuinely want to build this out too. Let's go for 300 likes. We're at 255, so we need 45. We need 45 left. Let's see. All right, so hopefully I have no issues with this. So now we'll go into index. We already have a conversation imported. So it will complain about participants, so that's fine. We will import that right now. Let's see. I'm going to rename this to participants. I don't really like this name. Yeah, I'll name it to participants. For the algorithm to snowball, yeah. I was actually surprised that we had so many likes. I didn't notice that until like 2 hours ago, which is crazy. Alright, let's change it to that, and then we will go ahead over here and import that real quick. So participant. Alright, there we go. So that should fix everything. Alright, I'm not sure how this many-to-many will work, because I mean, I know what they are, but it's been a while since I've actually used many-to-many relationships, but I hope there's no issues with querying the data. Okay, yeah, there you go. This is the junction table. Yep, this is the junction table. Yeah, I remember this now. How fast is your internet? I have fiber, so 1,000. What is it? 1 gig, I think, right? Yeah, like about like 960 megabyte. I think it's 90. I think if I remember correctly, it's fiber. It's fiber. Anyways, so let's see. Okay, so if I query if I query a conversation, it should be able to give me the participants. If I query a participant, it should give me the conversations. Okay, I think querying shouldn't be bad. I think it should be okay. In my honest opinion, I think it should be fine. Okay, so now make the backend distributed. Let's see. So let's see. How do I want to do this? Conversations. Let's see. Yeah, I think. Let's go over here. So if we have participants that can be in a many-to-many, then let's see. What I'll do is this. So I'll inject the conversation repository. So first thing I'll do is I'll go into imports, and then we'll import type or a module for root, or no, for feature. And then we'll go ahead and import conversation like that. And I think we might need participant. And what I'll do is I will inject the services. Wait, no. Inject repository. And then I'll go ahead and inject conversation like this. Let's type annotate this real quick. There we go. Thanks for the follow on Twitch, Tim Dominando. Okay, we'll also need to create a chat participant as well, so this is going to be fun. Oh wait, I forgot, we also need a one-to-one participant. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we'll have to do here, so let me do this. Let me fix this up real quick. So one-to-one. So it's a one-to-one from user to participant, like this. And I think we need to do join column as well, if I remember correctly. And then the participant doesn't really need to do anything. So from here, Congo, you got sub, yeah, thanks. And Twitch. Even though I don't really use Twitch so much. Let's see. Alright, so in the conversation repository, we want to create a conversation, obviously. Are you developing? No. Not at all. Not at all. Why? Okay, so ideally primary generated, but I think the important thing is we need the participants. So how would I insert this into here? Does it show? Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess just save it like normal. So we would just do conversations, Let's see. Yeah, I think what I'd do is this. I would have to get both of the participants and just save it to the database. I think that's really all you have to do. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. Make the backend distributed with WebSockets. Well, I mean, right now we're only just focusing on the small things. Like we're not even at the point where we can even talk about stuff like that yet. So yeah, I think we'll have to get the yeah. So let's do this. Inject repository participant. You know what? Let me actually create another module. I am praying that this will work, because if it doesn't, then we'll have to figure a different alternative. But I'm sure it'll work. I think it'll work. Let me generate a participants module for our participants, because we don't want to keep everything in one module, because they're two separate domains. You have conversations, you have participants. They're two separate domains. So all your ORM types will be managed on the client side on the same folder as a website, or will be deployed on Heroku, for example. Well, no, they will not be managed on the client side. I'll actually have to recreate those types. But you can actually create like a third repository that has all the types, and you can just like share that repository. That's one way they can do it. I think I'm good for now, but thanks for the suggestion, Sarav. So let me see. Let's do this. So NestG. I'm only going to generate a service first, so slash participants slash services slash participants. Yeah, I'm not really worried about scaling because I'm really only just building this for fun right now. So yeah, and plus, even if we were to scale, there's lots of different options too. Like you could use Kafka, you could use RabbitMQ, horizontal scaling with sharding and load balancers. Like you can also use a message broker too, which is also a good idea. But you know, I don't know. Like I'm not really worried about that right now. I don't really like the CLS sometimes, but it's fine. Let's see. So what I want to do here is I'll also create an interface. So participants ts export interface I participants service. And this interface will just need methods like find participant and then create participant. And it's going to return an instance of our participant like that. Let me see. So let's implement this interface. And we'll set up a constructor. We will inject the repository for participant. So participant like this. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna fix that in a second. You're right. And let's implement those two methods. I'll just manually do that real quick right over here. There we go. Let me just fix this. Let's go into module. Let's set up the service real quick. So let me go into types, or no, constants. I changed my name. It should be Thomas Cat now. Yep, I can see it. Yeah, I can see your updated picture too. Awesome. That's awesome. Subbing because I see React Next Nest. Thank you, Chess. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here. Let's see. Participants module. All right, so this should be fine. And I will also have to export this as well. So I'll do this. And then I will also need to import type ORM and then call the for feature method and then pass in participants like this. I might need conversation later, but we won't worry about that for now. So now in the conversations.module, I can go ahead and do this. I can just import participants module like this. And there's no errors. And then inside here, I can just inject services dots participants and then private read-only participants service, and we'll type annotate it as iParticipant service like that. And so now I should be able to just invoke those methods from this other module. And this is why Nest is great, because you can create modular code instead of having to just define things multiple times, which is also another rule that you should follow when it comes to developing your code. So now what we'll do is we'll need to search for the participant. So const, let's see. Yeah, so we'll have to do this. So this will be an async method. And there's two types of participants. There's the author and the recipient, but it doesn't really matter. But we'll rename we'll rename them separately. Because in the end, it doesn't really matter who's the author and who's the recipient, right? It doesn't really matter who, like, what matters is like who created it. But that's a really easy field that we can add. Is your front end React? Yes. Let me show you. It's done in React right over here. So there you go. Let's see. So what I'll do is go on over here and I'll just call this author participant. I'll just call this author. I don't really want to name it too complicated. And then const recipient equals awaits. And so what I'll do is I'll have to obviously pass in the ID. So we'll need to pass in the ID from params. So what I'll do is for the participant, find participant method, here's what I'll do is I'll go ahead and do this. Create a type. I'll do export type, find participant params equals, and we'll just set this to be, we'll have one property ID, and we also should make this a partial as well. So let's go ahead and fix this real quick. So let's go over here. Let's implement that. Okay. And then what we'll do is when we get the params, we will go ahead and do this. So return this dot participant repository dot find one, and just pass in the params, right? Because obviously params only has one property currently, and it's ID. Or you can just do explicitly ID number or ID params.id like that. Oh, but obviously that's just redundant. So nice, happy coding. Thanks, Chess. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so find participant. I'll also create an additional method, and I'll call it a find or create participant. So we're streaming 24/7 to 20K. I don't know how many subs are we at right now. I can tell you that in just a second. I am at 949, so I think we gained about 20 subs since then, which is actually good. I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'm at 16.9K, by the way, in case if it hasn't updated on YouTube side. I'm at 16.9K. I don't know if we'll hit 20K though. A miracle would need to happen in order for us to hit 20K. But what color theme am I using? I'm using Pale Night. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, just had to use the bathroom. Whoops. But yeah, anyone who is new, welcome to the stream. Got a lot of new people join in, which is great. Thanks. What is a variable? Think of a variable like a container that holds a value. Any value. I subscribe and hit the bell. I hate JS, but learning a lot about React. Great. Thank you, Derek Stevens. And welcome to the channel. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Alright, so is that TypeScript language? Yes, it is. I absolutely love Anson's Minecraft plugin series. The next step, I think, is to create a plugin handler. Do you mean... Oh, I think I might know what you mean, but I'm not sure. But I do have... I will say this. I have a lot more videos for the Minecraft plugin series. I just haven't edited them yet, because I have recorded them, but I have not edited them yet. So I will probably get to editing them probably this week, and I'll be uploading them later. Mad Lads, welcome to the stream. How are you? Alright, so find or create participants. So we'll need 2 parameters, I believe. We'll need actually only 1. Yeah, only 1. But no, I'll leave this alone for now. I'll leave it like this. Okay, so we'll find the participant and then we'll create one if they don't exist. And the participant is really just an instance that we're going to have to attach to the user property. So what we'll have to do is this. Actually, wait, no. I know what we need to do. 9 hours ago, yeah, 9 hours ago. I love JS and React. Thumbs up for upgrading your knowledge, and this is so much fun. Well, I'm glad that you like it, Prowl. Yeah, I meant command handler, so I'm saying command handler would be good. I tried coding one, but it's way out of my skill set. Yeah, true, true. I only know about the command executor interface, but I don't know about a command handler. I'll have to look into that. Okay, so if the user object is, if the user entity is going to have a one-to-one relationship with the participant, the first thing that we will do is actually check the user object and see if the participant is null, and if it is, then we will create one. If it's not, then I actually don't even think we need to call find participant. Yeah, this is actually, yeah, we don't actually need this. We will need it only for the recipient. So watch this. Watch this. So let's see. Oh, also I need to do one more thing. I actually need to show you all how you can actually get the user, the authenticated user. Let me show you that real quick. Let me show you that real quick. Yeah, we're almost hitting 10 hours. Since I'm new to just what is async usually used for? Well, basically async is a keyword, right? And it basically tells the function, well, it basically tells you that the function itself is asynchronous. And what that means is that that function can execute and it can finish at a later time. And so the problem with that is that if you run that function that is asynchronous, it will not finish on time and it'll run the rest of your code. So that means that you'll have something that is running that might happen before you need to do something else. So that is basically what async means. That it happens and it finishes at a later time. So in order to handle that, you have to use async await, or you could use promises as well. Hopefully that makes sense. And if it doesn't, I'd be more than happy to clarify. Let's see, I need to look for my decorators. Where is it? Let's see, authentication. Alright, I found it, I found it. I found it. Let's go into utils. Let's go into decorators. Let's do this. And then I needed to create another authentication. I need to create a custom type real quick. I use Rust, by the way. Rust is a great language. It's a really popular language. Be smart. Stop the stream. Why would I stop the stream? Can you give me a scenario where I'll use async if you're up to it? Yeah, sure, Trendless. I will definitely show you one right now. Let me just finish this real quick. Welcome back, Ahmed. How are you? Anson deserves more subs. I appreciate that. Can you explain to us? We're basically just trying to build out this chat platform. So right now, we have implemented a lot of stuff with authentication and registering the user. So right now we already finished authentication. What we're trying to do is we're trying to create a conversation. And then once we create the conversation, we can then work with WebSockets. We're really close. Trust me, we are really close when I say that. But let me just finish this part real quick, and then I can show you what we'll do next. Okay, so this is how we can get the authenticated user, is by doing this. I can now use this auth user decorator like this. Like that. And then I can console log user and watch what happens in the logs. You work very hard. Thank you. I appreciate that, Retron. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Lots of new people, lots of new faces here. Let's see. So what I'll do is I'll go into Postman and I'll go ahead and make a post here. And you'll see that in the console, it's going to log the user right over here, I think. Yeah, I think it's right over. Yep, perfect. Create conversation is not implemented. Or is it? Wait. Thanks, Trainless. I appreciate that. Thanks for the sub. Hello, Bland. How are you? Almost missed your message. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I'm calling this endpoint over here. Let me just comment this out real quick so I can show you what's going on. Oh, it's complaining about this. Wait. Participants TS. Alright, hopefully that'll fix the error and I can show you this real quick. So right now you can see that it's logging the user. Let me actually just go into my other code and just delete all the other console logs because it's getting confusing. Let me just do that real quick and then I can continue. So let me remove this and then let me remove this and this. I'm fine, thanks. Today I finally ended my Discord bot in Python. What happened to your Discord bot that made you end it? Okay, so you can see that right now I am console logging user inside create conversation and it's being logged, right? And you can see that we are using the auth user decorator to actually get that value. So we don't have to reference the request body to get it. How many subs have you gained so far? I believe 400 because I had 19.6k and now I'm at 19.9k, which again, I don't know how, but that's insane. And in the past 20 minutes, we gained an extra 10 subs. So I don't know, we'll definitely hit 17k today though, but I don't know if we'll hit 20k. That's a little bit too optimistic. That is great, but I'm still grateful, you know, 400 subs like that is tremendous growth. That is tremendous growth. How far from 17k? I need, let's see, 37 subs until 17,000 subs. I mean, yeah, 37 more subs until we hit 17k. Which we'll definitely, I'm sure we'll definitely hit that today. Which the VS Code am I using? I am using Pale Knights. Should I honestly just add like a text? Because it'll be easier for you all. Let me add like a text real quick. Might as well, because we are going to get a lot of new people. So let me just add something real quick just to make it easier for you all. Oh, wait. I completely forgot that Streamlabs has like a bunch of widgets that you can add. There's like a sub goal that you can add there. I'm not going to worry about that later. I want to add a text box. So I can... What did you start at in terms of subs? I started at 16.6k. Yo, RM, thank you so much for joining as a developer, man. I really appreciate it. And make sure you're in the Discord server. If you're in the Discord server, you get the special YouTube member role. So make sure you join the server and you'll be recognized. But yeah, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Big fan of your videos from India. Yo, what's up, Suvik? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, let me add a text box real quick so people can see what my theme is, because that is the most requested. That's the biggest question that is always asked all the time, so I might as well There we go. Let's add that right over here. So if anyone asks, they just need to look down over here. 12-hour streamer. What? I mean, it's only 12. It's only 10:30 right now. You know, so it's still pretty early for me. The only issue is that I just can't stream, and I just cannot stream past maybe like 6 p.m. my time, which is like 7.5 hours away from now, because I have work tomorrow, and I definitely need to get some sleep. But yeah, I don't know. We'll definitely hit 12 hours, I think, in no time. But yeah, I really appreciate it, RM. Thank you. Are you trying to get to like 20K in one sitting? Maybe. I mean, who knows, right? I mean, obviously, if we don't hit 20K, then that's not a big deal. But if we do, then that's awesome. But you know, we'll see what happens. All right. So what I want to do is I want to reference user.participant. Now, if I log this right now, it will be null. But there's actually one more thing that we need to do. We actually need to do this. Let's see. I'm trying to remember how I did this, because we need to search for the user with the okay, I remember now. We need to query the database for the user with relations. Okay, so what we need to do is this, because we're obviously not going to serialize every single piece of information to the session. That makes no sense, because you're just going to have a bunch of properties in the session, and really the session is just only supposed to have the ID for the user and other stuff too, like, you know, like if you have a cart system. But we really only need to just do this. So let's go into user service. Let's go ahead and do this find user. Let's implement this method, or actually it's already implemented. We just need to go ahead and do this find one. We need to pass in some options, relations, and then set participants. Oh no, participant, sorry. Because this is the one-to-one. Does it have a special role? It should. Actually, you know what? I think I did not set that up yet. Actually, no, I did. I did set it up. Yeah. You do get a special role for YouTube member. Oh wait, I think I need to wait, do I have it set to auto sync? Maybe I need to manually synchronize it real quick. Okay, there you go. It should work now. I don't know why it doesn't auto sync, but you should have the role now, I think. Oh, there you go. I see it. Also, sorry for all the questions, but where do you work? Is it in IT? Are you a software engineer? I work remotely right now in Arizona. Like, I'm based in Arizona, so I live in Arizona. I work remotely. And right now, I am mostly just doing developer education content for customers, so which is really nice. I used to work as a software engineer last year for about 2 years, and then I switched into a different role, which is really nice. I like the role a lot. Yeah. Let me see. Okay, so now that we added this participant relation, that means that we can query the user and we'll get the participant if it exists. So let's see. Very cool. I'm in Tucson. Hope you are keeping out of the rain. Honestly, I love the rain. Like, whenever it rains, it's a good opportunity for me to go get my car washed, like the exterior, because it rarely ever rains, and because there's so many, like, you know, because like my car just gets like, it just collects a bunch of dust because I have to park my car like in the gated parking lot, but it's outdoors, so the front and back of my car just gets really dusty. So when it rains heavily, it just pours all over my car, and it's just like brand new. It just looks brand new. But yeah, it's the other, like about a week ago, there was like a huge dust storm, and I was actually on the highway while I was driving under the storm. But luckily, it wasn't that dangerous. Like, luckily, nothing crazy happened. Okay, so in the conversations controller, we will need to get the user. So what I'll do is this. Yeah, I've been to Tucson before. It's a nice city. I like it. So we'll import the user service into here. Yeah, we'll import user service into conversation module. Nice stream, thanks. I appreciate that. Hey, just want to know when we'll get this MIPS content on the channel. Hey, Kelvin. Let's see. I have no idea. Maybe. Who knows when? When will we get more MIPS content? Who knows when? Who knows? But I hope you're doing well, Kelvin. It's been a while. Let's see. Alright, so go over here. Right over here. Yep. Const user DB. Yeah, man, I'm doing great, and I hope everything else is. I hope work is going well too. You have a sub for me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. I appreciate that a lot. That's one extra sub to go. All right. So let me just fix this real quick. Let's make this. Okay. I don't know if trend list. I don't know if you're there, because I know you wanted an example of when to use. Oh wait. So you can see right over here that this find user method is an asynchronous method that returns a promise. And essentially what I want to do is I want to make sure that this method finishes before it executes anything else. So I have to use the await keyword before I do anything else. But in order to use the await keyword, you must have it inside an async function. So you'll literally only ever use the async keyword in front of a function or a method. So right over here, to create conversation method, I'm going to add the async keyword right over here. And then now that error will go away, and now I can call find user, and it will wait for find user to finish returning and resolving a value, and then once it's done, it will continue executing everything afterwards. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. And I recommend you try it out yourself too, so that way you get the full experience of how it works. Alright, so this should give me participant null. That's normal. That's what it's supposed to do. Now, if I did not, let me show you the difference between user and user DB. What the hell did I just import? Custom repository cannot inherit repository error. Jesus, that is a really long name. All right, I'm gonna go back to coding. I'll be listening to the background. All right, I'll see you later. It's like a podcast. I love it. It seems to make sense. I'm not sure when I'll use this in a bot. Well, you'll definitely use it a lot, because when you're making applications, you're always going to be working with asynchronous code. But yeah. Anyways, so let's do this. So user DB. We'll go ahead and pass user DB right over here. And so we'll have to go to create conversation. We'll have to take that as a parameter. Just curious, you're streaming for the last 9 hours. For where do you get the motivation score for so long? When I sent from what to the verse was secret. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of different factors, man. Like well, first of all, I didn't really expect the stream to get so big, because the first hour we only had like the first couple minutes we only had like 10 viewers, and then an hour later we had like 30 viewers, and then we've just been consistently having 40-50 viewers. And not only that, I mean, normally, you know what happens normally is that people actually bought my stream. I don't know why, but they bought the stream. And what that means is like they'll add like a bunch of bots in the stream. So sometimes you'll see that it says like 50 viewers, but there's like no chat. And so like the past 9 hours, like lots of people have been talking and chatting, which, I'm like, that's great. And I'm also really excited for this project too. So it's like a lot of different factors, But yeah, that's there. Yeah, I guess that's a secret, really. But I mean, I also have not coded for a really long time too. So this is like my first project since then. So I'm really excited to, finish this, Let's see. All right, so we're passing the user object. Okay, so what we'll do is this. So if user.participant, if there's no user participant, then we'll create one. So how do I want to do this? I think if you who's viewing the stream and then ban them if it's like Twitch. Well, the thing is with bots is that you can't really see who is like botting. Like it's just a bunch of because like it's only people who chat you can see the participants. So I won't ever know who exactly is I won't ever know who those users are, which is kind of annoying. But if it was on Twitch, that's a different story. Yeah. Okay, so if user.participant, then we won't do anything. How do I want to do this? Let's see. Okay, let's do this. Any update when you'll be finishing Discord dashboard? Well, it's already finished already because I've already completed all of the main things that needed to be done. So the rest of the stuff is really up just to the user to just implement their own. Like the main important thing about the dashboard series is just the understanding how to get the mutual guilds between the user and the bot, understanding how to navigate between different guilds, how to protect the route, right? And then once you do all of that, the rest of the stuff just becomes up to how you do that. You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, not that guy. Is it like a chat emulator or something? No, it's an actual chat, but we're really stuck on the backend. And this is why sometimes I actually really like Frontend a lot more, because backend can get really nasty. But we're almost there. If there's no user participant, then what I want to do is I want to create a participant for the user. So it's actually really simple. So here's what we'll do. If there's no participant, we will create a participant. So const new participant equals this participation service, create participant. And we'll need to pass in let's see, what do I want to pass in? Let's see. Raja Shakar, yo, thank you so much for joining as a developer, man. I really appreciate that. I hopefully I did not mispronounce your name, but thank you. I really appreciate it. And make sure you join the server. Make sure you join the Discord server too, because you'll have the awesome role next to your name, and you'll be on top of everyone else. So if you're not in the server already, definitely join the server and flex your awesome role. Here's a link, by the way, if you need it. But yeah, thanks again for joining as a developer. I really appreciate that. Alone, what's up? How are you? Welcome to the stream. All right, so we'll pass in this author ID, and I think we'll also need. Yeah, I think this is fine. Fine, how are you? I'm doing good, Alone. Thank you. Okay, I managed to push on with what I learned from you. Would you ever interested in seeing some of the refactored code? Sure. How would you like to show me? On Discord, I guess? Or GitHub? I'm not sure, but, you know, more than happy to. Okay. So we'll create the new participant, but then we also need to attach the participant to the user. So that's going to require us to get the user service. Are we importing users module? Yes, we are. So I shall go ahead and do this. What UI framework am I using? React. All right, so since I'm injecting iUser surface in here, I'm actually going to remove this over here. And I'm actually just going to pass in user like this. I'll remove the import or the injection over here for user service. And I'll just do everything inside over here. So what I'll do is I'll do const user db equals, oh wait, this dot user service, find user ID, user.id, like that. And then what I'll do is if, yeah, I'll do this. If there's no user db participant, then I will go ahead and create the participant. And then we want to save it. So we want to do user db.participant equals new participant, like that. What's going on over here? Oh, I think we need to actually update it. I'm in the UI. Oh, I'm using styled components. Style the guy, CS Pro. Oh, you found my Steam? Well, UI. Yeah, I'm using styled components for the UI. I actually built a cache schedule to make the API calls back faster, storing things like users and roles. Wow. Yeah, that's good. It's a good way to cache things and just save things up. Okay, we're at 10 hours right now. We've hit 10 hours. Can we go for 2 more? We'll find out. We shall find out. I think we will. I'm not worried about that. What I am worried about though is if we can actually get a working product today, and I'd love to, and I think we will. I think we will. I think we will. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We will definitely figure everything out. Oh wait, I forgot to do this. Const participant. You really are a pro developer. I would say I'm decent. I'm not that good. I'm decent. Are you gonna keep the VOD up? Yes, I absolutely will be keeping the VOD up. I find IntelliJ very bulky, and I much prefer VSC. Yeah, IntelliJ is like a very professional, like IDE. It has like a lot of stuff that does that it does things for you, But VSC is more lightweight, and it's a lot better. Wait, what am I doing here? Oh wait, I forgot to do await this, and this is supposed to be a participant, so now I gotta do participant equals new participant, because I forgot that this saves it, right? We are saving this. Oh, we actually haven't even implemented this yet. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that in a second. No worries. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, I'm so confused right now. Create participant implementation. Wait. I'm really confused. Wait. Okay, yeah, this is for create participant, but I'm not sure why. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay, yeah. We're good. We are good. Try using Eclipse. I used to use Eclipse before, but I haven't used it since then. Have I started with WebSocket? Because not yet. We're still stuck on the API, but we're almost there. I promise you. Once we get this API thing working, we are good. What is this theme? Look at the text down below. I use VSC for everything. Yeah, I use VSC for everything except for if I were to build like a C# app and Java. I like Java though because it's really easy to. I like the package system with when you use Java. You're using class components. No, I'm using function components actually. Okay, now we just have to call user service. So I just need to save the user. So what I'll do is I'll create a helper function. Well, not a helper function, but we'll do async save user. And then we'll just do return this user repository, save user like this. And we'll have to obviously define this method in our interface like this. And then, there we go. All right, so, and then all we'll do is we'll just do await this dot user service dot save user DB like that. So that will save the participant, so we'll update it. And so now this is for, okay, so let's pay close attention to what's going to happen. So watch this. Let's look at the logs, okay? Let's look at our MySQL database. We can see right now I do not have any participants. Let's look at our users. I have an ID of null for participant ID. I'm going to go ahead and create one right now by doing this. And no error were thrown. No errors thrown. Let's select from users. I now have a participant ID of 1. So that is my chat participation profile, if you want to think of it like that. And then we have participants set to 1, which is good. That is good. And now that we've created this for the participant, we then need to just do the same thing for recipient. So we'll search the database for the recipient. If there's no recipient, we will go ahead and create it. The same thing that we did over here. So we'll do const new participant, and instead of author ID, it'll be recipient ID. And let's see. Oh wait, what am I doing here? Oh wait, my bad. I need to do this actually. Sorry, I need to do this. This dot user service dot find. I'll have to tidy up this code in a little bit because I'm afraid that this method might look really messy, but I want to avoid that as much as possible. Okay, so for the params dot recipient ID, that is just going to be the user ID, of course, right? And so we're going to search the database, and this find user method is going to give us back the participant relation. Okay, so if there's no recipient dot participant, then we'll just do the same exact thing. We will create a new participant, and we'll use the recipient ID instead. And then user DB, actually not user DB, it'll be recipient.participant will be equal to new participant, and then we'll save by passing in recipient. Because this is the user instance, okay? Hi dude, what city are you from? I am from Phoenix. I am from Phoenix. But yeah, how are you doing? Tchaikovsky. I hope you're doing well. Recipient participant. Alright, so this will create it and this will save it. Perfect. Cool. A couple things I could do maybe is this. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it like this. I use Thunder extension over Postman. Yeah, Thunder is also a good client too. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Okay, so here's what needs to happen. Actually, no. Before we do this, we need to also do this. If there is no recipient, we need to throw an error and say user not found. Bad request. So watch this. If I click send, it's going to throw an error, or it should throw an error because we don't have a user with ID of 2. I think I messed this up. Wait. Did I save on time? Hold on, what's going on? Okay, there we go. Yeah, there you go. User not found. See? So if I try to, but I don't know why it doesn't auto reload though. I don't know why it's not auto reloading. Oh, maybe it's because we're not handling the exception, but that doesn't make sense because NestJS automatically handles exceptions for you. So I'm a little bit confused why that is not working. Huh, that's really weird. What is going on here? Oh, wait, I know why. Alright, let's fix this now. There we go, perfect. How do you decide that what folder you're gonna go? Do you have a specific folder or various project? Well, my mindset is like, okay, if I'm building something related to participants, then everything that is related to participants is going to belong into that folder. So the service, the controller, anything that has to do with participants will belong in that folder. If I'm building something for users, everything that is related to the user's domain will stay inside the user's folder. So it just is based on like what it is that you are working on. So yeah, it just really depends. But anyways, so if there's no recipient, we'll say user not found. We'll just say cannot create conversation. Something like this. And then now we'll check to see if there's no participant. If there isn't, then what we'll do is we'll just do that. We'll save that to the database. So let's go ahead and look at the database and let's look at participants. So you can see that right now I have 1. So let's go ahead and create another account real quick. So let's go into Postman. Let's go ahead and, because obviously in order to create a conversation with the other user, they need to obviously exist as well. So let's create another one. So the ID of the recipient is number 8. So for the recipient ID, we'll do number 8. And now we get a 201. And now watch this. So now we have 2 recipients. We have 1 and 8. Okay. And so now we have 2 recipients. And let's see. If I were to try to create another conversation, nothing would happen. It would use the same participant, which is good. Okay, so we're actually not even done with the conversation thing yet, because this is only for the recipient, which now I gotta figure out a way how we can kind of like tidy all of this stuff up, because this is a lot of code. This is a lot of logic that is happening. This is a lot of stuff that's happening, so I'm trying to think if there's a better way that we can... I mean, what can I do? I mean, I have these 2 methods being called. I mean, I think what I could do instead is, like, what if I went to the participant service, and what if I were to save the user? That wouldn't really make sense. So I guess we'll have to do it this way. Or I could also just define, like, a private method, and I can just say, let's see... Let's see, create participant and save user. What if I did something like this? Let's see. So this would take in the ID, which is a number, and then the user, which is a user type. And I could do something like this participant service, create participant. I could pass in the ID. And then what I could do is this. I can do user.participant equals participant. And I can just return this .user service .save user. That. So I guess I could just kind of like do that, I guess. So await. Whoops. What's going on here? There we go. So let's do await this .create participant and save user. Let's see. Pass in user DB. And then the ID of the user, so that'll just be, in our case, it'll be params.author ID, like that. So I can just remove all of this and just do this. Cool. And if this is if there's no participant. Okay, so we'll do this. So then we'll move on to the recipient, which is right over here. Let me also just do this. And let me just fix this here. So let's do this. Let's do that. There we go. If participant in the conversation, will their ID serve in DB? We haven't gone to that part yet, but let's see. If they were to leave the conversation, I guess they would still stay in the. Actually, would they? Yeah, I guess they wouldn't. So yeah, we'd have to remove them. Yeah, that's a good point that you made. All right, so let's just do the same thing for here. So await this .create participant. Cool. So now we just pretty much tidied up a lot of our code, which is good. I think this looks a lot better. I'm not happy with it, but it is a lot better. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, I'll make this a public method. Screw it. Anyways, so now we are not done yet because we still have to create the conversation. So in order to create the conversation, we need to have participants. So we have to do this conversation repository .create. And we actually, you know what it is? we actually need the participant instance. So here's what I'll do. I will await save user, and then I'll go ahead and return participant like this. Like that. And let's see. This is going to be a lot more complicated because now, let's see. I'm trying to think. So recipient.participant. Let me see. Yeah, I guess I could do this. I guess this is another thing. This code is gonna look really weird. It's gonna look a little bit janky, but it's fine. It's gonna look a bit janky, but it's fine. Let's see. I mean, I could just create it and just attach it. But then, again, that would also be the same thing too. So, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I kind of just want to just create it and just pass in the array like this. Like this. So, same thing with over here. So, if there's no user DB, then we'll create it and push it. Else, we'll do participants.push. Yeah, this code is looking really ugly, but we are going to need to work with this. So const participant equals await, and then we'll go ahead and just do participants.push, participant, else participant push. I could also just do this. Let's see. I could also probably just do this. If it exists, we could. Yeah, no, this is not gonna work. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. So we'll create the repository, we'll create the conversation. So const new conversation. And then we will return. It just, I don't know, it just feels really janky, you know? But, you know, our logic is just like, there's a lot of stuff that we gotta do, so yeah. Alright, let's try this out. There we go. So we have an array of participants. We have ID 1, ID 8. Okay. And then the ID of this conversation is 1. So we have successfully created the conversation. So now how do we query the database for the conversation? That is the next difficult part. So watch, I'm going to create more conversations right now. How do we know how to query the conversation? So first, before I do anything else, let me commit everything because we did so much. All right, good night, Shubham. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I hope to see you next time. All right, so now the next thing is we have to actually query the database. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's do conversations. Let's go in conversation service. We have to create a method called find conversation or find conversations, fetch conversations. Find. I'll just call it find. And this will return an array of conversations. And we will definitely need to query this. I'm not sure how, but because I've never done this with many-to-many, but I think I have a good idea on how we could do this. So let's set up a GET request. get conversations, turn this dot conversation service, find, and we'll need to implement that. So let's go into conversation service. Let's implement the find method. So wow, this is so many lines of code. There has to be a better way to do this, but I can't think of one right now, so I'll just leave it like that for now. Okay, so how do we want to query the database? Find one, many to many, so relations, participants. Let me see. I found a Stack Overflow. I found a Stack Overflow post earlier. Type rm many to many query. Let me see if the official docs has anything first. Hopefully we can do this without needing to use the query builder, which will just make our lives so much easier. But let's see. Not sure why it is they don't show an example. They have a left join select to load questions with categories. I think maybe we might need to yeah, this is probably going to be the hardest part. Because let's see, select from conversations, right? So we have 7 conversations. Select from participants. Yeah, this is actually really confusing right now because now it doesn't join the table. So I can't really even do a select. Let me see. Man, take some rest. Has been 10 hours. Maybe later. I'm not really tired, to be honest. But I want to definitely figure out this query. Huh, yeah. I think this is not gonna work. I think what we might need to do is probably, let's see. So you can see that we have 2 participants, right? And the participant is going to belong to a conversation. So number 8 and number 1 belong to the conversation of ID 1. So I guess the thing is, like, how would we handle this with many to many? Because I think we might need to actually use a query builder, which is okay. I'll have to figure this out somehow. Because I could easily just do something like select from this, where conversations ID equals 1, and that'll give me 2 participants. right? So I guess I could just, But here's the thing though, right? I need to get all of the conversations where participants ID is equal 1. There you go. So that'll give me 8. So that'll give me an 8 total. Okay, good. And how do we query that with this? I think we might actually need to use a many-to-many, or no, a custom query builder. Let me try this. I'll create a query builder on, let's see. Let's see. What are many-to-many relationships? Let's try this. I have this example over here. So we can get the repository of, let's see. Let's see. Try this real quick. C.participants. So this will be an array. So let's see. We 100% need to query this somehow, but I am confused how we should do this. You should create queryable in the main side of the relationship, which is participant and join the conversation table. Oh, interesting. So does that mean I would have to use the repository? So does that mean I have to use the participant repository then? Are you coding the backend? Yes. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. I am willing to try that. React components is missing there. No, it's not Ruby on Rails. It's NestJS. Okay, so we're on the participant, and then you said to join the conversation table. So how would that work? I guess left join onto the... Let's try this. Let's try this. We shall try this and see what happens. Alright, so... Okay, so let's see what happens. So this gave me ID of 1. Okay, well this gives me participants actually. Yeah, this actually gives me participants. So wait a minute, hold on. Wait. So this gives me participants. So participant ID of number 1 has all the conversations. Okay, that's fine. I think we're doing it the inverse way. So I think this is fine. I think this would be fine if we were searching for participants. But since we want to search for, we want to do it based on conversations. So I think we have to do it the other way. So I think what I'll do is this. Let me actually do this. I think maybe instead what I should do is I should actually maybe consider making... Let me actually try this. Hold on. Let me try this. Maybe I'll do... maybe I'll make conversation. I'll use join table in the conversation. And then what I'll do, instead of doing it on participant, we'll do it on conversation. So watch this. Yeah. So we'll create one on, I guess, let's do conversations. Because I definitely don't want it like this, right? I want it like conversation and then participants. This is the other way around. So I think I have to do it like this. So this is not exactly what I am trying to do, but this is going to get close. All right. What's going on? It never happened. Let's see what's going on. Create query builder, left join and select, get many. What did I do wrong? Oh, wait. Sorry about that. All right, let's send. Okay, it's complaining. Participant L is not found. Did you forget to join it? Wait, what am I doing? There we go. What am I doing? Okay, that should fix that. And it's supposed to be participants. Okay, there we go. That should hopefully work. Okay, so now, of course, we just need the relations. How do I do that again? I remember. Because right now participants is empty. Wasn't there like a method called with relations or something? Oh, there we go. So we want the participants relations like that. Wait. Type or create query builder relation. Google is your best friend. So create query builder relation. So I think I want a relation on, what is it? Relation property path would be participants. Okay, and that would be of conversation, I think, right? Not sure what's going on. Add. No, that's not what I want. So I can do relation participants like that, but then after I do that, I can't call get many anymore. Of participants relation of conversation. I don't even know what this does, honestly. They changed type or am I looking at the, maybe I gotta look at the old docs, but this should work. I've done this before, but I just can't remember. Let me see, relations get many. We're really close. We're really close. I'm not gonna give up yet. Never. Never. Where? Well, I mean, we're not using the regular repository. We're using oh yeah, well we will need, well actually no. We actually will need this. Hold on, let me actually fix this. Where we actually need to do this. Because we still need to get the correct conversation by ID, right? Because right over here, it's giving us every single conversation, but we don't know based on which ID. So we need to compare the ID. So I guess we can do participants. But the thing is that here's the hard part, is that participants is an array, so I wouldn't even know how to get that, honestly, because there's no way that we can figure out. I mean, I think the only thing that we could do is we can get the participant. Let's see. We need to query on the participant ID, so I would need to get the participant ID. So this is what I did earlier, right? If I know what the participant's ID is, I can get all of their conversation. The participant's ID is just their yeah, the participant, if I can get the participant's ID, then I can get all of their conversations. So we need the participation ID 100%. We don't need the conversation ID. So if I have the participation ID, the participant ID, how would I get all the conversations? I think maybe I do really need to, I think maybe I actually do need to do this. It's backwards. So I have the participant. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what it is? Okay, so yes, so this was actually correct. So we have the participant, and then we just need their conversations. So select. So here's what I'll do. I'm gonna hard code it just to test it out. So where So now we just need the participant ID to equal to. I'll set the ID to 1. Now watch this. There we go. And now we just need relations. So how do we add that? That is something that we'll have to figure out. Oh, I think we could do it here, right? No, that doesn't work. Quick question, what's the difference between TSX and TS extension? Well, TypeScript XML is for React, obviously, and TS is just regular TypeScript file. If you want to know which one you should use, well, of course, if you are writing TSX, right? If you're writing TSX code, then that obviously has to belong in a TSX file. But if you have a file that has no TSX at all, like if it's just a regular React hook with no TSX or JSX at all, then you could just use a TS file. Okay, now the annoying thing is that we need to get the relations for this. Wow, stream is still on. Yup. Determined and not giving up. I'm glad you're back. And this actually returns an array. This should only return. Yeah, so I guess conversation would be. Let's try this. Thanks, Anson. New subs here. Thank you, ZarBX, and thank you for joining the stream. I really appreciate that. I don't know. It doesn't give me. If you think a lot, it would be nice. Yeah, I'm trying. Get one. Yeah, I don't know why. So I have used the where. Does get one get the relation? I did. Many to many. And I updated here. I removed the join. I added it to conversation, yeah. Oh wait, do I have to move it back? I think I have to move it back, right? Maybe, is that why? Ah, there we go. Thanks, Marek. I appreciate that, man. Mustafa, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. Well, just joined. What have you managed to do so far? I'll provide. So far, wow. Thanks to Marek for recommending the left inner join. We were able to proceed with getting all of the conversations. So I'm basically querying the conversation by the participant's ID, right? And then we have all the users' conversations. Now, obviously, right over here, it only has the ID, but the conversation is supposed to have more stuff, right? The conversation will have participants. Wait. Yeah. If we query a single conversation, that should just give us all the. That should give us all of the participants. Yeah. Can you create the tests? Not right now. I don't have any plans on that right now because I'm focusing on the actual implementation first. So, okay, so we have the conversations ID. Let's see. Okay, yeah. This is fine. Yeah. So if okay, this works. This works. Okay. So each conversation is supposed to have an ID, and it needs to have the person's name. Well, the participant's name. So how do we know which participant to name? I think that's something that we'll have to handle on the front end, maybe, because when we fetch a single conversation, it would give us the participant, and then on the front end, we would just have to compare the logged in user to the participant, and we just render the opposite, I guess. Seems a little bit tedious, but yeah, I think this is okay. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Okay, so this is actually, I should not call this conversation. I should actually call this /participants/conversations instead, because this is really just getting the participants conversations. So I really feel like this should belong to the participant, but it's fine. We'll leave it like this for now. But we just need to change this real quick. It's just going to be, we're just going to pass in the user.id. So the logged in user's ID is what we'll pass in. Okay, so now this should query based on who's logged in. So let me show you. So I'm logged in right now, so it'll give me ID of number 1, right? If I were to go over here, my participant ID is number 1. If I were to log into another account, which I think I should have another one. Let's log into this account right over here. Okay, so our participant ID is number 8. So if I were to query this endpoint, this would also give me, wait, no, that's not right. I'm number 8, so did I, wait, I still have it hard-coded. Yep, my bad. Did it too soon. All right, there we go. That should fix that. All right, now this should work. So gives me number 8, and we're all in the same conversation. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, I think maybe there might be a way where we can transform certain things, because like right now we have all of this data, but we don't have the other recipient. We don't have the other participant, right? Go back here. So this will give you the participant and the relations to conversations, right? Yeah, this is fine. I keep thinking backwards. So this is responsible for fetching all the conversations on the front end, right? So I'll show you how that works. But let's see. Oh wait, the problem here is that right now, we forgot to do one more thing. So you see how right now there's 8 conversations, and these conversations are between the same participants. That should not happen, because if there is a conversation that exists with both users, then it's going to reuse that same conversation. So I think we'll have to go into our conversation service. Right over here, what we need to do is we need to query the database and basically do this. We need to query the database for a record where both of the participants are in the conversation. So I'll show you how we can do that. So let's see. conversation. I'm just gonna leave these names for now. What are you using for the database? I'm using MySQL. All right, so this is going to be a little bit difficult, but I think we can figure this out. So I think the same thing we could do is this dot conversation repository can create a query builder, conversations or conversation, and I think we can just do. Let's see, what did I do here? Left join and select. So this is where I will actually need to do this. I need to query a conversation if it has both of the participant IDs. So how do I do that though? That is the weird thing. I just wonder now, maybe it makes much more sense to make conversation up as the main side relationship because participant belong. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Participants belong to the conversation. But I'm wondering, like, how would we search the database? I mean, I guess we'd have to do a okay. I think we would need to do a left join and then query by the conversation ID. But the thing is, we cannot know what the conversation ID is ahead of time, right? There's no way we can know that. So we would have to actually find out, like, the mutual. Like, I guess, let's see. We would have to find out if we did a left join, right? Let me see. Left join and select. Let's see. This is pretty difficult. Let's see. Yeah, so right now it's only giving me one participant, which is not accurate. It should be two participants. Could you upload a video on how to host something like this, specifically the backend? Yeah, at some point I probably will. But if you click on the conversation on the front end, then you got the ID. Do you think it would have been easier with a NoSQL database like MongoDB? I don't think it would make any difference if we used MongoDB, because in the end, it would just end up we would run into the same issue. You would have an array, and then you would need to search that array. But there has to be a way where you can search a many-to-many relationship, because if I know both, let's see. Yeah, and this boils down to, this is the reason why earlier I was like, maybe we should do recipient and then author. But then it would be really hard to figure out who created the conversation after. Because if the person who created the conversation, right, they will be able to query all it for them. But then what about the recipient? Like, it would not show up for the recipient. And it would be a lot harder to display the conversation for the recipient because they were not the ones who created it. So that is what I am trying to figure out. MySQL chat database design. Let me see. Yeah, even if we were to create a room, we would have to do something. Well, let's create third table. Actually, I do have a third table. I haven't actually used this yet. But if you look at this, I have this. Let's see. I have this third table right over here that I created. Right over here. Yeah, that's the junction table. That's this junction table over here. So I think this is participant. Let's see. Where is it? There we go. Okay. And you see over here is you have this table, right? And essentially what you do is you need to figure out which okay, so you need to figure out let's see, select from. Yeah, so you would actually need to, in order to get the correct conversation data, you would need to know both participants. So like for example, like over here, if you look over here, we have a participant and this is all of their conversations. So participant number 8 owns belongs in ID number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They belong in you can think of these conversations as chat rooms in a sense, right? And if you have participant 1 in conversation 1, to get the other participant, you just need to query let's see. Yeah, if to get the other participant, you just need to query the conversation ID. So select asterisk from and then the table where conversation ID equals 1. And that'll give you the full conversation data. So for example, if we were to query all the participants for a conversation by its ID, let me try this real quick. Try this. Let me try get by ID. So this is if we know what the conversation ahead of time is. And we will know it because on the front end we'll have the ID, and then when we click on the sidebar, like in the UI, when you click on these chats over here, right, that ID will be sent to the backend, and then that will be able to then get you the participants. So as long as we get the participants, I think we should be okay. So that's the only complex part. So we can definitely get the participants though by simply just querying by the conversation ID, which should be okay. Yeah, I think it should be fine actually. Let me try something. So I'll go ahead into the conversation service and let me actually just fix all this stuff because all this is a mess right now. So what I'll do is I will go ahead and query the database for the conversation. So this dot find one. So let me go ahead and right now and let me query a conversation with ID number 1. Am I returning anything? What's going on? Let's see. Oh, forgot to do that. So param ID number. And then what I'll do, yeah, I don't know why I forgot to call this, but find conversation by ID. Let's pass an ID. All right, let's see what happens when we do that. Okay, so it just gives me, oh yeah, we just need to also do one more thing. Relations. Participants. Yes, you can find a stream on the channel. There we go. Okay, yeah, perfect, perfect. All right, this is great. Yep, this is perfect. So what happens here is now, okay, yeah, this is great. So on the front end, we will see all of these conversations. These are conversations for me, right? Conversations for me. Okay. I am logged in as user ID number 8. So these are all of my conversations. I can click on either one of them. And when I click on one, it's going to fetch the correct one. And these are the participants. So what we'll have to do is we'll probably have to populate both of these objects when we fetch the conversation. So I think we'll have to do a couple other additional things. So I think what we'll do additionally is we will get this object and then we'll return a different object. So what I mean by that is this. So we know that this is going to return an array, right? We know that this is going to return in, wait, let me do this. Const conversation. Let's first query this. And we know that this is going to return a conversation and participants is an array. So what I can do is I can actually just go ahead and loop through the array, search the database for the participant by its ID, and then we should be good to go. So I think because of the way that we are setting this up, honestly, I'm thinking maybe I might honestly just remove participant and I might just do user and conversation, in my opinion, because I think that would make things a lot easier. But I kind of want to leave it this way because it just doesn't make sense to have participant be there. But I'm trying to think what the best situation could be if we have participant, because essentially what we need to do is we would need to search our user's database, right? We need to do this. We need to do this. Select from users where participant ID equals 1, and now give you the correct participant. So that shouldn't be that difficult, honestly. Let me try this, and we will refactor our code a lot, so don't worry. But what I'll do is inside my interface, I will go ahead and define not optimal to map from the part that you fetch them. What makes it not optimal? Anyways, let's do this. I will go ahead and do this. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I think there's actually a way where you can do a bi-directional one-to-one. Type ORM one-to-one. There should be a way to do a bi-directional one-to-one. Is this it? Profile and user. Oh yeah, there we go. Bidirectional. So yeah, we can have a bidirectional. Yeah, and it should be bidirectional because participant and user. Yeah, let's fix this real quick. 1-to-1. So this is the inverse side. So this would map to a user like that, and then we would just do user. Wait, whoops. There we go. I hope that does not mess anything up with our conversations. Seems like it did. Let's see what's going on. So the table shouldn't change. That stays the same. But if I look at participants, let's see. Because what happens if you have a participant? Let's see. Do this real quick. Yeah, so if you have a participant, you can reference the user, which is good. But now we will also need to, when we return the conversation, we will need to make sure that we have participants. I think as well as participants dot user, I think. But now for some reason that doesn't want to return anything. Oh wait, I'm not even returning anything. What am I doing? There we go. Let's see. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. That is exactly what we want. Okay. So now here's the next challenge, right? The next challenge here is we have the list of conversations, but we need to make sure that we are displaying the name, the message, because it's supposed to look like this, right? It's supposed to look like this. Like, for example, if my name is Anson, on my end, I'm supposed to see the recipient's name, and on the other end, the recipient should see my name. So now the next question is, how do we get all these conversations to map appropriately? I think that, yeah, this becomes really tough, because now we're trying to get all the conversations. Alexis Gomez, thank you for donating. What is pen currency? Is that Filipino currency or just, oh, Peru? Okay, thank you for donating that. I appreciate that. What app is it? It's a chat app. But yeah, thanks for donation, Alexis. Appreciate that. Yo, I guess you are taking too much time. Yeah, I mean, we're really close. Like, this is really the hardest part. Like, the messages aren't even the hard part. It's the conversations creation is the hard part. And getting the correct data and whatnot. So, like, if I look at it from here, right, I know the ID, I know this is the conversation ID. But now, I need to make sure that it displays the correct, let's see. Well, we'll think of it like this. Okay, like, hear me out, right? If we can get this data in this form, we can definitely get this data inside here somehow. Like, think about it, right? Like, if I can get this data in here, I can definitely get it in here somehow. So let me see what I can do. So let's see, get conversations, find. So we're doing, but this is when we know the conversation ahead of time. When we find all the conversations, we don't know the conversation's ID ahead of time. So I think the only way that we could do this is by looping it and then querying the database, but then, you know, that becomes problematic, right? So what do we do in that case? There has to be a way we can do it through the database somehow. So, but I just wish that querying would be a lot easier though, but for some reason it's just being really annoying. What app is it? Oh, it's Figma. Try and select. Is it possible to, let me see, load relations. Can I do this? I don't think this will work, but I'm willing to try. Conversational user. Yeah, that definitely, I knew that for a fact that wasn't going to work. Yep, participant. Let's see. Once you have conversation join, you can do another join, but on conversation this time. Yeah, because we joined participant on conversation, didn't we? So are you saying that we can join again, or let's see. Once you have conversation joined, you can another join. But that's weird though, because if I'm joining participant with conversations, right? Why would I need another join? That's what I'm confused about. So it doesn't throw an error, but like let me see. A little bit confused. Let's see. I think okay. I think I get it. Yeah, I think I get it. So we're selecting all of the. Yeah, I think I understand. Okay, so we get the. Select. Can I call select after? Okay, I think what we should do first is let me try this. What if I did this first and let me see what happens? Okay, so that doesn't select anything. What if I called select participant.conversations? What happens here? That definitely doesn't work. Let me try this. Unknown column participants, not participant ID. Yeah, so I think what I want to do is I want to select all the conversations first. Well, I want to select. Okay, I think what I want to do is I want to select the participant, and then I want to get all of the conversations and its data. So I think what I'll do is this. Select conversations where participants ID. Yeah, so I think I'll left join these two tables, and I think we'll have to do another join on the conversations. So I think what happens is I want to join, I guess, the user table with each conversation record. So let's see. But now I want to make sure I join it on conversation. Oh wait, what am I doing? Wait. Hold on. I'm doing participant.conversations, and then participant.user is what I should also get. Well, this is the participant though, so getting the user won't do anything. But the conversation itself should in fact give me the participant, which is a single record. And that participant ends up being a... Yeah, okay. I think I got it. Maybe. I think I got it. How long have you been doing this? Did my stream just restart? Or something? I'm not sure what happened. Because I've been streaming for like 10 hours, but... Or 11 hours, but... I think my I think my Streamlabs had to restart, but the stream itself is still going on. It says 11 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, I think I might have this. Let me try this out. So I already yeah, because I'm joining the participant, but like I also want but the thing is, like, okay, so this is giving us the conversations, right? But what if I did participant.user? What if I did this, and what happens then? Wait, hold on. See, then that gives me users, so But if I do this, this will give me each conversation, and I already know that I am the participant ID. I don't need to worry about the user at all. The only okay. So the only thing that I need to do is inside this array of objects is I would just need to add the other participants' data somehow, right? And how would I do that though? Because if I if I have the conversation, I could easily grab, but I can't. Yeah, I guess we can't do that. You know, I think the only thing that we could do, honestly, is probably loop through this. But I just feel like there has to be a better way instead of looping through it, because I don't really think that should. I think that should be like a last resort, but there has to be a different way where you can loop through it and get the data, right? Because like I said, if we can get this data, right? If I can get all of this, because this is the ID of the conversation, right? I don't know why there's only one participant here, but like you can see that this is the conversation. If I could get it somehow like this, I can definitely do it for each one, all in one go. But I don't think that's. I don't know if that's. I'm sure it's possible, but it's probably really difficult. Looks like the conversation needs user mapping. Well, yeah, of course, that's what we're trying to do. You don't have to loop through, you can just do all things during one query. But how would I select it though? That's the question. How would I select it? So I would want, so this is the conversation of participant ID 8. So I want, yeah, so let me write this in Notepad. So I would want this, excuse the Notepad. So this is what conversations should look like. Right, it should look like this. ID, so that's the ID of the conversation. Participants. And inside participants, you have your user instances right over here, which is always just going to be 2. So basically, whatever you have over here, you're going to have over here like that. So that is what we need. I found your channel a week ago and I haven't been watching the project. I'm building my own projects. I'm a self-taught dev. I know everyone's self-taught trying to get my first job. That's great, Steven, and welcome to the stream. I'm glad you are here, and we're all happy to have you here. And I'm glad that you like the videos. Once you have another conversations array, you can just join another conversation participant. So do I do it? So what would I do? Do I just do that right over here? Left join. Like that. Okay, I don't know how that works, but it just works, you know. That is something new that I learned. That is just crazy. So I guess now I can just do left join and select. What do I do next? Participants. User. If this actually works. Wow. That is insane. That is insane. Thank you so much, Marek. You are amazing. So we have the ID of conversation number 8. And so no, I'm sorry. This is I keep confusing this. I should really change the endpoint name from participants to /participants/conversations. I mean, we'll refactor it later, but like, yeah, this is throwing me off. But anyways, so we have the ID of 8, right? And then we have the conversations for that participant, for that user, right? And then what happens is you can see that each conversation is going to have the ID, participants, and then there we go. Yeah, so this actually makes things so much easier for us now, which is great. Is there a way to exclude properties? Yeah, I know. I forgot his name. I know. I know the creator of NestJS is Polish, but I need to make sure I exclude this. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Is there? Let's see. Type rm. I mean, let me try something real quick. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that doesn't seem like it wants to work. So I can't do. Is there a way I can select certain columns? User dot first name. I don't think this would work. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Yep, no, that doesn't work. Let me see. Type rm NestJS exclude field query builder. Add select. Huh. Yeah, we definitely don't want to send the password. Let me see something real quick. So this is a participant.conversations. Let's see. So what is it? Left join. Left join participants user. Oh, right. And then user dot first name, I think. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Thank you, Marek. I appreciate that. You've been lots of help getting us through the hardest part, which is amazing. Can I add as many as I want here, or do I have to manually do this? So add select user dot last name, and we will get the email, and we just will exclude the password. Yeah, I think that works. Or oh wait, I forgot. It's user dot email. You can use the right. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Email first name as a password. Okay, perfect. There we go. Yeah. Sometimes, like when you get into the more complicated structure of databases, it can be really difficult, but I think it's definitely worth understanding it and figuring it out in the end, because we end up having all the data that we need in one go, which is good. I'm glad that we were able to figure it out thanks to Marek. So I think that's really it. So on the front end, what we would do is we would just get the conversation by Yeah, actually, no, we should be fine. On the front end, what we would do is we just compare. Um, we would know who the logged in user is, and I guess there should be a way where we could just compare the ID without having to like use any loops and stuff. I think maybe what I'd do is I'd probably filter out somehow. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Because the way that we send back the data, the way that we send back the data right now is just means that, okay, so how do I explain this? Right now we can either choose to like post process this data and send it back to the backend. So instead of participants, we can send back the other conversation recipient. And then on the front end, we would have less work. Do I have an opinion on SQL model? I'm trying to learn it, but this type one looks tempting. I've never used SQL model before, but the only ORMs I've ever used for SQL were Sequelize and Type ORM. And I never really had a problem with Sequelize, but I definitely do like Type ORM way better, in my opinion. Let me close up some of my tabs real quick because I have so many tabs open right now. Okay, I think on the front end, what do we do is we could probably get conversations, iterate through each participant, and yeah, this is going to be kind of like an. I know for a fact this will be an O of n, like this will be a quadratic time complexity. The reason why I'm saying that is because you see conversations as an array. We'd have to iterate through all of these objects, and for each object we'd have to get the participant, and then we'd have to use a find. So that's why I'm saying, like, on the back end, if we were to process the back end right now, it would save us a lot of time on the front end. So if we were to do this on the back end, I mean, I think what we would do is I would just I would just actually change participants to recipient, in my opinion, or other participant. But then, yeah, I don't know, like, let's see, get when. So let me actually check this out real quick. So this is which endpoint is this? Find conversation. Dude, I really like to learn all these complex tables and joins. Yeah, it's. I would say, like, inner joins, left joins, and right joins, like those with 2 tables are not hard to understand. But when you get into 3 and 4 and 5 tables, it becomes like a lot, at least in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Postman right now. The time is 32 milliseconds, 10 milliseconds. We could also cache this data too if we need to, but it's pretty fast right now. But I'm wondering if I should even bother. I'm wondering if I should even bother pre-processing this data. Let me show you what I mean by this. So if I do conversations.map C, and then I do C.participants, and then I'd have to go through this participant, right? And what I'd have to do is I'd have to basically do this. So let me show you. So conversation.id participants. And basically I would have to, basically what I would do instead of, yeah, let me show you. Hold on. This is what I'm talking about, because we could do this now to save time on the front end, or we could just do it in the back end to save time on the front end. Or if we don't do it here, we'd have to do more on the front end. So let me just show you. So basically I want to filter out the user, so that's myself. So watch this. What's going on? Conversations.map is not a function. Wait, what's going on? Dang, how is he coding for 11 hours straight? Does this man have ADHD? I think I do, but I can control it pretty well. when I am like in the zone, like when I'm super focused. Oh, it's ID 8 conversations. This is actually not even a. This is actually not even a. This is actually a participant type, not a conversation. Let me fix this. It's an array. Actually, wait. What am I talking about? It's a participant that has this conversations property. Yeah, I think this is a participant type. Yeah, so let me change this to participant. I will have to migrate this later, but for now, I will leave it like this. Because it should be participant, not the conversation. So now I can do participant.conversations.map, and this should work. Okay, I did not mean to do that. So what I meant to do was this filter out. Let's see. Hi again. I just finished a JS course and I'm probably going to forget the hard parts. LOL. I mean, you just gotta keep practicing. Like, you know, you gotta basically go through each topic one by one. Don't rush it, and just like practice that single concept. P. Philip, welcome to the stream. How are you? Yeah, I messed up with this filter. I think this filter p.userid is equal to user ID. So that should basically give me this. Watch. P.use. Oh wait, I didn't even select the ID. No wonder why that didn't work. Hold on, let me fix that real quick. Let me get the ID. How could I forget the user ID? Is JS hard to learn compared to CS# Python? I think JS is not hard to learn, but it's just like it's hard to figure out what you want to do because there's just so many things they could do with JS. Because if for example, if you tell someone to learn .NET, usually you would tell them to learn .NET to build a MVC web-based application, right? If you tell them to learn Flutter, it's for mobile. But if you tell them to learn JavaScript, what do you do with that, right? Front end, back end, databases, what do you do? Have you used ES Build before? I'm not sure what that is. Does Node.js need to run JS in VS Code? Well, I mean, Node.js is required to run it on your computer, not just only VS Code, but yes, it is required. Okay, so, yeah, I think actually instead of comparing participants, oh yeah, wait, there we go. 8, 8, yep, perfect. So what I want to do is I want to return this instead. So now this will return an array of arrays, and this only gives me the... Wait, who am I right now? Who am I logged in as? And someone. Okay, so I actually want the other one. So if it's not equal to user ID, then I want that. But of course, we're not only done yet because this is supposed to only be for this. Let me show you. We just basically want to replace the array for participants, not the entire thing. So I think what I'll do is this. We'll go through each conversation. Wait, participant. So we're mapping through each conversation, right? Then we're going through the participants. So I think what we'll need to do is we need to use the spreader operator and replace participants to this. Now that's not going to fix everything, but you'll see what's going to happen is this. Do we even need the ID of the participant? Let me see. So now we only have this, but of course I don't want this to be an array because this filter does return an array. So I mean, I could also just find I just also do this. So now participant is an object instead of yeah. And this is the recipient, not me. So that's also another thing that we could do. And these are the individual IDs of the conversations. So now we have the participants. And I can also just change participants to participant. And then send. Wait. You know what? Actually, I'll do this. I'll just actually instead of replacing it, I'll just name it recipient. So the recipient will be for yeah, there you go. So right now, look over here. I am logged in as Anson1. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and log in as just Anson. So I'm gonna go into login. We'll go over here. Let's log in like that. Now we're gonna have the same number of conversations, but watch the recipient change from Anson to Anson1. What's going on? Can I rate properties of undefined reading conversations? Where's this happening? 39. What's going on here? What? Never stop the grind, yeah. Why are you using TypeScript? Because TypeScript is amazing. The question is, why are you not using TypeScript? That is the question. Why are you not using TypeScript? Yeah, I don't know why I don't have... Wait, I think I'm logged into the wrong user. Let me check. No, I'm logged into the right user. Number 7, number 8. I'm logged in with the right user. Yeah. So it should be able to search the database for, let's see. Oh, I know why. I know why. I'm using the wrong participant ID. It's supposed to be user.participant.id. The reason why I didn't throw an error for the previous one is because it just happened that the user's ID matched the participant ID, but it's supposed to be, yeah, there we go. So now it should fix that, and there you go. You can see that the recipient is now Anson1 because I am logged in as Anson. If I log in as Anson1, and if I get the conversations, the recipient is Anson. So this is good. So we're doing this only for the backend, so we can have it easier time rendering everything out on the front end. Let me just change this to conversation. Our code is really messy, but don't worry. I am confident that we won't really get into we won't really get crazy code breaks. I hope not, but that would be horrible if we did. But I know for a fact that even if we run into a huge issue, we will be able to fix it. No worries. Yeah. Can I do the same with Python? Of course you can. Of course you can. Of course you can. All right. We're getting really close. We're getting really close. So watch this. So I have all of my data, so I can now fetch this endpoint and get all the participants. Now the only issue is that right now it's only giving us a fixed number of participants or a fixed number of conversations, right? We'll actually need to use some pagination, so we're actually not even done messing around with this because we will actually need to use pagination. So I think we could do that very easily by doing a limit. So let's try this. Let's do limit 2. So this should only give me 2. Yep, there we go. Wait, why does it only give me 1? Wait, what's going on? Wait, why did, oh, wait, hold on. Let's try this. Wait, why is it only giving me one now? I think we need to do this left join first and then limit to. Oh, wait. There we go. And now that's throwing an error, and I think it's throwing an error because conversations.map. Because we will need to implement pagination, because there's no way that we're going to be able to fetch all of those conversations, right? There's no way that we're going to be able to do that. I think actually, so this is a single participant. I think we actually need to limit the conversations that we are querying. I think we need to limit. Let me limit 2. So this is 1. Because we're getting 1 participant, but we want to limit the number of conversations we're getting. So 1, 2, 3. I don't know why it's only giving me 3 when I'm limiting it to 5. Do more of this. I've subscribed. It's really helpful. Well, I'm glad you like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, like, the limit is in fact working, but for some reason it's not doing it under the same. It's not doing it under the correct amount, which I'm confused. Let me try over here. Yeah, you see, like, limit, skip. So limiting is for limiting the amount of records that the user can fetch at the same time. Skipping is basically offsetting, I think. But I'm just trying to think. What database are we using? MySQL. Hope you see my previous message. Basil, what did you write? I cannot find your message up above. I don't know what you wrote, Basil. I'm scrolling through the chat and I don't see a single message that you wrote from within the past, like, 50 messages. What's up, UKB Vision? How are you? UKP. Yeah. What was it that you said, Basil? Because I didn't see the I don't see the message in the chat. Left join and select. Let me Google this. Meditation music, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Please make a video explaining create, read, update, delete using VS Code. Sure, I'll definitely take that into consideration. Thank you. Right now, I gotta figure out why I cannot limit this properly. Where am I from? I am from America. Yeah, so I don't want to do get many on this. I want to do get one on the participant. And I want to limit the amount that I am querying for the conversations. So it has to be something with over here, but I'm not sure what. Like, for example, let's say right now if I were, so this is a participant repository, yeah. See if I can find something on Google. Damn, this is how big a project I find this looks like, yeah. Right now I'm just trying to take care of skipping and taking, because I mean, what does limit do? Max number of rows to be selected. It might not work if you use join. So what if I use take? What if I did 2? And I only want to take 2 conversations. So that doesn't work either. Let's see. Let's try this. Take 2. Still does not want to work. Take. Yeah, that's true. So I don't think that would work, right? Because it's only for participant. It's not supposed to be for conversations. And in the end, we're only selecting one participant. So I don't know, like, how would we? Because like, there's no way that we could query every single chat conversation from the user. Because that would be like a really large. Because if there's more conversations, it would be a really large app, or not really large. It would be like a really big request. So that's why, yeah, it makes sense. Is there a way to like switch repositories? That wouldn't really make sense, would it? How if you limit before left join select? Yeah. Yeah, like this is only for 1. It's possible to see actual query worms, and that would really help. I think it might be, but because there's like a logging, there's like a logger that you can enable. I think it's debug. I'm not sure. Yeah, because like there's, if we were to do it like this, there's no way that this could work out well. And right now, actually, we're getting an error over here. What's going on? Select, let's see, select participant. So here's the left join. Yeah, because we're selecting our participant and not conversation. So yeah, we're selecting on participant and not conversation. I wonder if there's like a way you could do like a subquery. Maybe like a subquery, maybe? I'm not sure. Type ORM subquery. take. Yeah, I don't know, but I know for a fact that this is going to be a problem in the long run. Conversations, yeah. Because this would literally fetch all of the conversations for the user. Like every single one. And let's say if there's 100, you definitely don't want to fetch 100 records at the same time. Because it's not good. So there has to be a way that you can limit this. Limit left join. Like what's weird to me is that like these functions do work, but it behaves really weird. Like you can see that when I use that method take, it just behaves really weird. Like when I use limit and take. Like for example, if I do limit, yeah. So I recommend using take, but we cannot take. Type ORM. Let's see. Well, let me think real quick. If I know what the participant ID is, so if I know it's 1, I can easily do something like select from conversations where participant's ID equals 1. Actually, no, I can't. Yeah, I would need to actually join it. Yeah, that's right. Or would I? I actually do this conversations where participant ID equals ID. Yeah, so we're getting the yeah, because we're getting the participant, we're not getting the conversation. So I mean, if we were to get it, I mean, okay, if we were to query conversation and then participant, so basically conversations would be the main table. Has